What would you sacrifice to silence the relentless wails of a broken heart? This isn't mere poetry, it's the essence of existence, where the gods play chess with lives, and each move leaves a scar. Niobe, a queen draped in unyielding pride, once stood tall, but pride has a price. How many children would you lose before your grief becomes a weapon sharper than a double-edged sword? In the shadow of Olympus, Niobe's laughter echoed through the halls, a melody of arrogance that could drown out the weeping. She flaunted her lineage, boasting of her children, 12 exquisite gems, each a testament to her worth. But as the fates conspired, envy ignited a vendetta that would turn her vibrant life into a canvas of despair. A single glance from the divine can scorch a heart, and the gods, with their godly flair for drama, took swift revenge. Picture her, a mother, once radiant, now a spectre haunting the ruins of her legacy. The air thick with the scent of ash and sorrow, as arrows rained down from the sky, a divine artillery targeting her very soul. Can you feel the sting? Each arrow a reminder, each whisper of wind a taunt. Niobe's children, once bright stars in her cosmos, snuffed out like candles in a tempest. What does a mother become when her heart is ripped to shreds? She transformed. From the proud matriarch to a woman who could not even summon tears. The stone-cold silence shrouded her, thick like fog, impossible to pierce. Was it rage? Was it despair? Or was it something darker, something that lurked just beneath the surface, waiting to consume her? In the throes of her madness, Niobe became a spectre of vengeance. Her grief swelled into a monstrous wave, crashing against the shores of fate, and in that chaos, she stood unyielding, indifferent to the gods who once trembled at her feet. The laughter that once danced from her lips morphed into a chilling lament, a haunting echo that reverberated through the very fabric of the earth. And yet, as the gods watched her unravel, did they feel pity, or did they revel in her demise? The thrill of a game well played, the tragic irony of hubris given its due. But what of you? What if the gods turned their gaze upon you? What would you do when the skies darkened and the world you knew crumbled into dust? Niobe's tale isn't just a tragedy, it's a visceral experience that entwines the sacred with the profane, the divine with the wretched. Can you hear her lament? Do you dare to tread where the echoes linger? In every corner of her sorrow lies a riddle, a secret so profound it could shake the very foundations of your reality. What if the true tragedy isn't the loss, but the fury that comes after? Brace yourself. You've stumbled upon a tempest, and once drawn in, there's no turning back. The sorrows of Niobe is waiting, and it promises to carve your soul with the blade of its heartache. Will you dare to face the storm? The night hung heavy over Thebes, an ominous velvet drape that smothered every breath, as if the moon itself conspired with shadows. It was a night pregnant with dread, the kind that made your skin crawl and your heart race, where every whisper of the wind carried tales of dread and prophecy. I stood in the middle of the darkened square, the scent of damp earth mixing with the acrid tang of fear. The air crackled with tension, and in the distance, the sound of a child's laughter pierced through the twilight, a jarring contrast, a cruel reminder of innocence lost. I remember breathing in sharply, feeling the pulse of the city thrumming beneath my feet, a living thing caught in the throes of despair. They were coming, the whispers said, those who wielded arrows sharper than truth. I remember the stories, the ones that curled around my mind like smoke, twisting and flickering. The tale of Niobe, a mother of many, whose pride had painted her a target for divine wrath. They said she was beautiful, but beauty is a fragile glaze over the raw, aching heart. In the flickering light of a nearby torch, I caught sight of a figure, her silhouette sharp against the night, hair like cascading gold, eyes glistening like twin stars. Niobe, yes, she stood there like a queen fallen from grace, her face etched with pain but fierce resolve. She laughed, but the sound was brittle, a glass shard on the edge of a cliff. I remember the way her laughter echoed through the square, ringing hollow, as it brushed against the dark corners of my soul. "Why do they fear me?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf in a storm. "I am just a mother, loving too fiercely." I could see the shadows clutching at her ankles, clinging like lost hopes. Her children, once a crown of joy, now felt like chains, each one a reminder of her hubris, each one a promise that twisted like a knife. And then there was Amphion, her husband, a man of music and words, whose heart had been stolen by his own melodies. He sat hunched against the base of a statue, fingers drumming a rhythm only he could hear, the echoes of his past reverberating in the silence. I remember the tension that hung between them, thick as fog, a chasm carved out by grief and glory. He had once built walls around Thebes with the power of song, but now? Now, he could only murmur to the shadows, a ghost of a man haunted by what he could not save. Niobe, he called, his voice choked with desperation, the syllables splintering in the chill of the night. Do you not see? The gods watch, ever vigilant, waiting for your pride to betray you. His warning hung in the air, a bitter fruit that neither of them dared to taste. I remember, Niobe whispered, her eyes flickering with a fire that threatened to consume her. I remember every sneer, every scornful glance from Leto. I remember the laughter of her children, echoing in my mind. She paused, breathing raggedly, as if the very memories clawed at her throat. I remember the day I stood before them, a lioness among sheep, daring the heavens to take notice. I wanted to be seen, to be more than just a mother, but a goddess among mortals. Each pulse of her heart resonated with bitterness, a symphony of defiance against the celestial realm. I could feel the weight of her sorrow as it draped over us, a shroud of impending doom. The air crackled with electric tension, a prelude to a storm that threatened to rip apart the fabric of existence. And then, like a thunderclap, the darkness roared to life. A shadow flitted through the square, a spectre born of their pride. It was the harbinger of retribution, the harbinger of pain. I turned to look at Niobe, and the fear etched into her features sent a shiver down my spine. The laughter of children turned to screams, piercing the night like arrows. Her heart raced, and for a moment, I could feel its frantic rhythm echoing in my own chest. Run! I urged, my voice barely escaping my lips, a breathless plea swallowed by the cacophony of chaos. But she stood there, unyielding, refusing to back down from the storm she had invited. I didn't understand then the ferocity of a mother's heart, the raw, untamed love that could either shield or destroy. Amphion! Hold them, she cried, her voice a powerful incantation, summoning courage from the depths of her being. The shadows coiled around her, dark tendrils grasping at her limbs, pulling her into an abyss of despair. He stood, slowly at first, as if the weight of his love for her anchored him to the ground. I cannot fight the gods, he rasped, the ache in his throat palpable. You must see, this is not just about you. It never was. The conflict within him tore at the threads of his being, love clashing with the truth that wrapped around them like a noose. The winds howled, carrying the scent of rain and ruin, while the air thickened, pregnant with inevitability. In that moment, the world felt suspended, a fragile glass bauble on the edge of a precipice, poised to shatter. I could see their dreams swirling around them, shards of hope caught in the storm, magnified by the brilliance of their lives, and yet, tainted by a darkness they could not escape. I remember standing there, frozen, a silent witness to their unraveling. The gods were stirring, their patience waning, and the heavens above began to tremble, as if the very cosmos held its breath. Niobe! Amphion shouted, his voice breaking, each syllable laden with a desperate urgency. You must run. We can't win this. Not against fate. But pride, once ignited, can be a relentless fire. I watched her defiance burn brighter, illuminating the shadows that clung to her like a second skin. I will not be silenced, not by your fears or by their judgment, she screamed, and with that declaration, she summoned all her strength, all her fury. And in that moment, I felt it, the world crackle and shift, the weight of the divine descending upon them like a storm cloud. The heavens opened, and I could taste the bitterness of fate on my tongue, as Niobe stood, defiant and glorious, unknowingly beckoning the wrath that would shatter her world forever. The tension hung thick, the air pulsing with the raw energy of what was about to unfold. There was no turning back now, no escape from the storm they had invited. And as their fates loomed closer, I could only watch, heart pounding, breath held, feeling the tide of history rise to drag them under. The moon hung low, a crescent blade slicing through the oppressive night, illuminating the shadows that danced like specters among the ancient stone of Thebes. A palpable tension crackled through the air, heavy with the scent of impending storms and whispered secrets. I could feel it in my bones, the kind of dread that coiled around my heart, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. Niobe stood at the threshold of her fate, her pulse hammering like a war drum against her ribcage, each thud a reminder of the choice she teetered on the brink of making. "I remember the first time I saw him," she said, her voice a haunting echo that reverberated through the stillness. Amphion, the master of harmonies, strumming his lyre as if the very stones sang along. The memory spilled from her lips like crystal water, sweet yet tainted with the bitterness of longing. Her eyes glimmered, reflecting the moonlight, but there was a darkness beneath, a chasm of uncertainty that threatened to swallow her whole. The air hummed with the quiet desperation of her thoughts. She could still hear the laughter, the cheers of the assembled crowd as Amphion sang a melody so pure it could coax flowers from the earth itself. But laughter, she learned, could be a cruel mask, one that hid grim realities beneath. Her heart ached, an all-consuming fire fueled by love and the gnawing fear of loss. The gods had woven her destiny with threads of silk and iron, a tapestry of both joy and sorrow that threatened to unravel at the slightest tug. Across the courtyard, Amphion stood, his back to her, a silhouette against the flickering torches. His shoulders were broad, yet they bore the weight of unspoken words. He was a king, a musician, but also a man haunted by the echoes of his own choices. "Niobe," he called, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the stone beneath her feet. "Do you hear the city? They await us." The urgency in his tone was palpable, slicing through the air like a knife. Yet beneath that urgency lay a desperate hope, a plea for her to step into the light. "Do they?" she asked, her breath catching in her throat. "Or do they merely hunger for an image, a dream, a reflection of their desires?" The truth of her words hung between them like a thick fog, obscuring the path ahead. The people would cheer, yes, but would they warm their hearts to the truth of their union, the flaws, the doubts, the imperfections? "What of the gods?" she murmured, fear creeping into her voice. "What if we invite their wrath instead of their blessing?" "Let us not linger in shadows," he replied, turning to face her, the light catching the sharp angles of his face. "Let us create our own song, one that drowns out the thunder of their anger." His eyes, dark and deep, searched hers for clarity, for reassurance. But all she found was a storm of uncertainty swirling within them, a tempest that mirrored her own. I remember the silence that followed, the weight of their unsaid words settling heavily around them, thick as fog. Niobe was a woman caught in an impossible balance, a mother, a wife-to-be, a daughter of a god whose arrogance had left her vulnerable. "What if our song is not enough to please them?" she whispered, her voice breaking like fragile glass. "What if we fail? What if I lose everything?" The very air seemed to answer her question, a cruel mockery dancing on the wind. "I would rather sing in the depths of despair with you than revel in the heights of success without you," Amphion declared, his voice a fierce storm, a promise wrapped in desperation. But was that enough? What good was the song if the god's blessing remained elusive? Each note he played seemed to strum a string within her, resonating with the primal fear that danced just beyond her reach. I could feel their hearts racing in tandem, a chaotic symphony of doubt and desire. They stood at the precipice of their own making, two souls entwined in a cosmic dance, each step forward echoing with the weight of their pasts. And there, in that moment, time unraveled like a thread pulled from a tapestry, revealing glimpses of their intertwined fates, a son who would be a hunter, a daughter destined for tragedy. And yet, beneath it all, a flicker of rebellion ignited within Niobe. "Then let us create a legacy," she said, voice trembling but resolute, a flame of defiance igniting in the depths of her uncertainty. "If the gods choose to cast their judgment upon us, let it be in the face of our joy. Let them see what love can forge even in the shadow of their disdain." Each word became a sword, cutting through her fears, forging a new destiny with every syllable spoken. Amphion stepped closer, their breaths mingling, the world narrowing to the two of them, the shadows whispering secrets of ages past. "Together, we will build a home," he vowed, voice low and fierce. "A sanctuary of our making." He reached for her hand, fingers brushing against hers, igniting a spark that surged through her like wildfire. "Let the gods envy what they cannot touch." I could see the future swirling around them, a kaleidoscope of possibilities, each one more vibrant than the last. But a dark undertow tugged at the edges of their joy, a reminder that bliss often invites calamity. The city, aglow with festivity, awaited the union of a king and a goddess, but hidden in that celebration lay the seeds of envy and wrath. Niobe's heart raced with the thrill of love, but fear lingered, a shadow whispering of what could be lost. And just like that, the moon slipped behind a cloud, casting them both into darkness, the pulse of their destinies quickening, the stakes higher than they ever imagined. They stood at the edge of it all, bound by desire, yet haunted by the specters of their own making. It was only the beginning. The city rejoiced, the gods watched with glints of malice in their eyes, and Niobe knew, this marriage, this blessing, would come at a price, one far greater than she ever dreamed. A single scream sliced through the evening air, raw and piercing, echoing against the walls of the stone chamber. A woman, bedazzled in sweat and pain, lay sprawled upon a bed piled with furs that bore witness to countless generations. The shadows of flickering torches danced on the walls, casting grotesque shapes that twisted and writhed like the agony in her heart. Niobe, the mother whose name meant river, was caught in a flood of emotion, and the tide was rising. I remember the moment. The world was a hazy blur of chaos and desperation. "Breathe, Niobe!" Her husband, Amphion, knelt beside her, his hands trembling, each word tearing at the fabric of his own fear. His dark eyes, usually so fierce and commanding, now mirrored the deep abyss of terror that lurked within him. He was a warrior, or so the tales told, but with each cry that escaped her lips, he felt like a child lost in the woods, hopelessly searching for a way back home. "Get me the midwife!" Niobe gasped, her voice a fragile whisper caught in the throes of labor. But the urgency in her tone belied the calm facade she fought to maintain. The air thickened, heavy with expectation, as if the entire cosmos held its breath. Shadows flickered and danced, as if even they were uncertain of what was to come. And then, in the heart of that storm, there was laughter, a soft, innocent giggle that rolled through the tension like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. It was the sound of hope, a promise of beginnings, but underneath it all lingered a chill that whispered of the fleeting nature of joy. It was her eldest, the child of her heart, a girl who played with the shadows, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing in the air. That laughter shattered the silence, but did it really? Or did it weave a deeper, darker thread into the tapestry of that moment? I remember, Niobe murmured, almost to herself, her eyes glazed with a feverish light. I remember the day I was crowned queen, adorned in jewels, the weight of them heavy on my skin. But now, her voice trailed off, the joy in her tone twisted into something brittle, something that could snap at the slightest touch. Amphion grasped her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers, grounding her to the world. "You are strong, my love. You are a force of nature, a tempest that even the gods cannot contain." He thought of the stories, how gods descended from Olympus, their laughter thunderous, their power absolute. But here, in this moment, they were mere shadows, nothing but figments of a fevered imagination. The reality was raw and primal. The midwife finally burst through the door, a stout figure with a wizened face that seemed carved from stone and wisdom. She wasted no time, her hands moving with the precision of practiced ritual. "This is it, Niobe. Push!" The word was a command, but also a plea. Everyone in that room was straddling the precipice between joy and despair, each heartbeat a reminder of the thin veil that separated life from death. As Niobe bore down, the room held its breath, the very stones of the castle reverberating with her effort. With each contraction, a flicker of hope ignited in Amphion's chest, only to be snuffed out by a growing, gnawing dread. What if she could not? What if the gods decided to mock them once more? "Open your eyes, love," he urged, his voice shaking. "Look at me. You are a river, and rivers flow. You will not be damned. You will not be stopped." Niobe's eyes fluttered open, blazing with defiance, and in that fleeting moment, she was not just a woman about to bring forth life, she was a goddess, a titan, and the embodiment of every mother who had ever fought against the tides of fate. She focused, her breath transforming into a rhythm, a dance of life and death, a battle against the shadows that threatened to engulf her. I remember the stillness that fell over the room, pregnant with anticipation. The candles flickered, shadows lengthened, and it felt as if the universe had paused, waiting for the outcome of this exquisite struggle. Her cries echoed, morphing into primal roars, and around her, time twisted and warped, memories colliding with the present, dreams slipping through her fingers like sand. And then, with a final, earth-shattering scream, the first child emerged, slick and perfect, the air crackling with the intensity of life. Laughter erupted, wild and unrestrained, breaking the stillness like shattered glass. But beneath that laughter lay a thread of terror, a whisper of fate that danced on the edges of her consciousness. Another, the midwife shouted, and Niobe, fueled by an insatiable drive, pushed once more. The chamber was alive with chaos, heartbeats drumming like war drums, breaths mingling in a suffocating haze. Each cry of the newborn was a note in a symphony of joy, yet every note quivered under the weight of foreboding, the shadows lurking close, waiting, watching. Two children, and yet, something stirred in the depths of Niobe's soul, a flicker of doubt, a question she dared not voice. "Will I be enough?" she thought, the words heavy as stones lodged in her throat. Amphion's face blanched, his eyes wide, as if he could see the storm brewing in her heart. Her strength was palpable, yet a darkness shadowed her joy, clawing at the edges like an unwelcome spectre. Two more, the midwife urged, and Niobe, caught between ecstasy and despair, realized she was creating a dynasty, a legacy that would cradle both the light and the darkness. She was forging futures, yet the weight of the past pressed down, suffocating. The shadows grew darker, the laughter more frantic, echoing in the stone walls that had once housed only dreams. With each child, she felt the joy intermingled with an icy chill, as though the gods themselves had come to bear witness, their laughter mingling with hers, but tainted with a sharp edge. "I remember," she thought again, but this time, the memories unraveled, a tapestry woven with threads of grief, betrayal, and loss. The storm in her heart rumbled louder, the winds howling as a fourth child broke free into the world. The chamber trembled, the air alive with a cacophony of sound, the cries of birth mingled with the whisper of something sinister lurking just beyond reach. Amphion's hands were shaking, holding onto the reality of the moment, and yet he felt the tremors of dread pooling in his stomach. "Is it over?" he whispered desperately as the last child entered the realm of the living, a fragile life born into a world that held its breath, a world built on the fragile illusion of happiness. But as the cries faded into the shadows, a chill washed over Niobe, one that coiled around her heart like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every breath. In that instant, joy and terror intertwined, weaving a narrative that was both beautiful and grotesque, a dance of life that held the promise of love, yet whispered of the inevitable sorrow lurking just beyond the horizon. I remember the feeling, the heartbeat of creation, the echo of a new beginning tinged with the bitterness of fate, the walls vibrating with unspoken promises and lingering doubts. The air was thick and electric, the shadows lurking ever closer, ready to pounce. And with each breath, we were reminded that life was not just a celebration, but a fragile thread that could snap at any moment, leaving behind nothing but echoes and shadows, and the ghosts of dreams that once danced in the light. The air hung thick, heavy with unshed tears and unspoken fears. A sharp cry pierced the night, weaving its way through the labyrinth of stone walls, curling around the pillars like a serpent, hissing secrets of despair. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the silhouette of a woman appeared, her back arched as if it bore the weight of the world, the agony of motherhood etched into every line of her face. I remember her eyes, pools of darkness reflecting an abyss of love and loss, shadowed by the weight of expectation. In the corner, the cradle rocked gently, a ghostly rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of a child yet to know the warmth of the sun. The child, her child, twisted and turned in dreams that mirrored the chaos of the world outside. But here, in this moment suspended between breaths, she was torn between joy and sorrow, a battle fought in silence, the kind that cuts deep and lingers like an uninvited guest. "Am I good enough?" she whispered to the shadows, her voice trembling like a wisp of smoke. "Will I be enough?" Her name was Callista. A name that meant the most beautiful, yet beauty felt like a dagger in her heart. Was she beautiful? To the world, perhaps. But in the mirror of her own soul, she saw only the scars of sacrifice, of days spent toiling in the fields for a few coins, of pleading with the gods for safety in an uncertain world. She remembered the stories passed down through generations, tales of glorious mothers and fierce warriors, each mother a goddess of her own making, the embodiment of strength, the weight of legacy. But what if she faltered? What if her child knew only the echoes of her dreams lost in the dust of a forgotten city? As she caressed the child's tiny fingers, memories flooded in, a torrent of time that swept her away. She thought of her own mother, the she-wolf of their family, fierce and unyielding. "You must be brave," her mother had whispered as she faced the horizon, a storm brewing in her eyes. "This world won't hand you love on a silver platter, Callista. You must fight for it." But how does one fight against the very essence of fate? Across the room, a man stood, a silhouette against the waning light. His name was Thales, Callista's husband, his face marred by the lines of worry. "The crops are withering," he said, a tremor in his voice that betrayed the strength he wore like armor. "We must leave the city for the fields beyond." The urgency hung between them, a sharp blade waiting to slice through the bonds of their fragile family. But how could she choose? Her heart beat for this child, for the promise of tomorrow, yet her love for Thales was woven into the very fabric of her being. "What if we fail?" she breathed, the words heavy with the weight of her doubt. In that moment, they stood on the precipice of uncertainty, the chasm of fate yawning beneath them, dark and unfathomable. The shadows danced around them, whispering tales of mothers lost and children abandoned. Each flicker of the lamp cast ghosts upon the walls, reminders of mothers who had come before, their stories etched in the stones, their hopes, their sorrows, their indomitable spirit. "I remember my mother," Callista whispered, her voice barely above a breath. "I remember her laughter in the fields, the way her hands wove life from the soil. I remember, but those memories were haunted now, shadows of a past that threatened to consume her." "Thales," she said, her voice cracking like the dry earth beneath their feet. "What if we run? What if we leave this city behind and seek a new home, a new life?" The words clung to the air, a fragile prayer sent forth into the unknown. "What if we become wanderers, lost to the winds of fate?" He turned, his eyes searching hers, trying to find the light amidst the encroaching darkness. "You want to run?" he asked, his tone a mixture of disbelief and longing. "You want to abandon everything we've built? The gods will not look kindly upon that." The silence stretched, heavy and suffocating, thick with the unspoken weight of their choices. Outside, the world was alive, children playing in the streets, old men weaving tales of glory beneath the olive trees, laughter ringing like sweet music, unaware of the storm brewing within these walls. Yet within, it felt as if time had wrapped its fingers around them, squeezing, tightening until the air was too precious to waste. Callista looked down at the cradle, at the small form swaddled in dreams and innocence. "But what if the gods have cursed us?" she whispered, her heart racing, splintered shards of fear piercing through the veil of hope. "What if, in their anger, they leave our child with nothing but shadows?" "I won't let them take what's ours," Thales replied fiercely, his voice a low growl that echoed against the stone walls. "But we must act. We cannot cling to a city that eats away at our souls." And there it was, crisis, collision, the raw, aching truth that love often demands sacrifice. Each heartbeat pulsed with a desperate urgency, twisting like vines around their souls. In this moment, Callista felt the weight of every mother who had stood before her, every woman who had cradled hope in her arms while facing the specter of despair. The cosmos spun above them, indifferent to their plight, a cruel reminder that love and pain often intertwine like the threads of a tapestry, each strand bleeding into the next. "I remember," the words fell from her lips like whispers in the wind, a mantra against the impending storm. "I remember the warmth of the sun against my skin, the laughter of my mother, her hands, her heart, her love." But the clock ticked, relentless, each second a reminder that they stood on the brink of a decision that could shatter their world or weave it into something more beautiful than ever before. Shadows danced, the walls breathed, and outside, the city pulsed with life, unaware of the fragile threads that connected them all. In that moment, motherhood felt like a labyrinth, twisting, turning, a challenge that demanded every ounce of strength. The weight of legacy settled upon Callista's shoulders, heavy and unyielding, and the air thickened with longing, with fear, with the promise of a future yet unwritten. The question lingered, a haunting refrain: would love be enough to guide them through the darkness? Would motherhood be their salvation or their curse? The night deepened, and somewhere in the distance, the shadows of the past beckoned, a specter of hope mingled with despair. And as the light flickered lower, the walls whispered secrets of motherhood, the sacrifices, the joys, the heartache, and the relentless, unquenchable longing for something more. The air crackled with tension, a palpable weight pressing down, thick enough to drown out the whispers of the wind. Shadows danced across the marble halls, flickering like the fading breath of a dying ember. Niobe stood at the precipice of it all, her heart a gladiator in a blood-soaked arena, pounding against the ribcage of her pride. She cradled the memory of her children, each smile a dagger and each laugh a ghost. In that moment, as the echoes of their joy swirled around her like a haunting melody, she felt the slick grip of fate tightening. "I remember," she murmured, her voice a fragile thread in the vastness of impending doom. "I remember when they were only whispers, dreams wrapped in the softest of blankets, their laughter spilling like light into the corners of my soul." Niobe's pride was a vibrant tapestry, woven with threads of joy and arrogance, a masterpiece crowned with the golden shimmer of motherhood. Yet, looming above her was the specter of consequence, dark and relentless. Across the courtyard, her husband, Amphion, stood rigid, a statue of frustration etched in stone. He had once been her champion, the music to her vibrant heart, a melody of love that echoed through the valleys of their lives. And now? Now, he wore the weight of their sins like a shroud. "Niobe, please!" His voice cracked, desperation clawing at his throat. "Do not provoke the gods. They watch. They listen." But she was too lost in her own tempest, too wrapped in the silk of her arrogance to heed his warning. "What more do they want of me?" she spat, her hands trembling with an energy that felt almost alive. "I am a mother, a queen. I have borne children, more than any other. What more must I sacrifice to earn their favor?" The words burst from her lips like flames leaping from a fire, consuming everything in their path. But the truth? The truth was a ghost that lingered, taunting and sinister. Underneath her fierce exterior lay a vulnerability that felt like a riptide, pulling her under with each passing moment. She remembered the stories whispered through the ages, of mothers punished for their pride, of the gods wielding their wrath like a sharpened sword. The thought sent a shiver cascading down her spine. The night wrapped around them, thick and suffocating, as Amphion's eyes flickered with the weight of unspoken fears. "We are not invincible, Niobe. Pride is a shackle, a burden. And the gods are merciless." He reached for her, a desperate attempt to tether her to reason, but she stepped back, her resolve a fortress of defiance. "I will not be cowed," she declared, the fire in her chest igniting once more. "I will not kneel before shadows of doubt. I am more than a mother, I am a legacy." Each word was a declaration, a challenge cast into the abyss, daring the cosmos to respond. But the cosmos was a cruel judge. From the depths of the night, a howl echoed, an otherworldly sound that resonated within the marrow of their bones. It was the call of retribution, a warning that sank into the very earth. Niobe's breath hitched in her throat as dread unfurled its wings, wrapping around her heart. "What was that?" she whispered, the bravado fading. "It is the sound of consequence," Amphion replied, his voice a low rumble. "The gods have heard your blasphemy." He stepped closer, the tremor in his hands betraying his fear. "We need to offer a sacrifice, something to appease them before it's too late." But Niobe's pride had taken root, tenacious and unyielding. "Sacrifice? To whom? I have given everything, and still, they demand more." Each syllable dripped with venom as she spat the words into the darkness, her heart hammering a frantic rhythm. A fire ignited in her eyes, fierce and wild, but it was a flame that cast shadows, not light. In her mind, she replayed the faces of her children, each one a bright star in her sky, their laughter a celestial symphony. "I will not bow to fear, Amphion. I will not let them take what is mine." The finality of her statement hung in the air like a blade poised to strike. The night thickened, heavy with foreboding, as if the very cosmos held its breath. A stillness descended, broken only by the distant wailing of the wind, a lament for what was to come. She did not know then, could not comprehend the ferocity of her defiance, the storm she had sown with her pride. "I remember," she breathed, desperation creeping into her voice. "I remember when I thought love was enough, that love could shield us from the fury above." A tear slipped down her cheek, a quiet rebellion against the storm brewing inside. I remember that feeling of invincibility, standing on the summit of my dreams. But at that moment, the sky crackled with energy, an omen of wrath so profound it sent shivers cascading down her spine. She felt the whispers of the universe, the echoes of her own hubris coming back to haunt her. "Amphion," she cried, the words trembling in her throat like a leaf caught in a storm. The shadows twisted, and in their depths, she could almost see the eyes of the gods, cold and unyielding, watching, waiting. And like a clock that struck midnight, the world spun violently, unraveling around her. She could feel it, the shift in fate, the violent tremor of impending doom. Her children played in the fields of her mind, their giggles like sweet music, but the laughter faded, replaced by an unearthly silence that smothered her spirit. In that haunting moment, the very fabric of existence seemed to tremble, a warning that surged through her veins. Niobe's pride, once a crown, became a noose, tightening, suffocating. The universe was watching, and she stood on the edge of the abyss, teetering dangerously close to the precipice of despair. The wind howled like a banshee, and she could feel the darkness creeping ever closer, a slow rap of inevitability. "Do you hear them?" she asked, almost pleading, her voice cracking in the weight of sorrow. "The laughter? The joy?" But all that answered was the echo of her own hubris, the shadow of a queen brought low by her pride. A chilling realization gripped her heart, like icy fingers wrapping around her throat. She was not just a mother, she was a vessel of fate, and the consequences of her arrogance were at hand. The silence deepened, wrapping around them like a shroud, and Niobe's heart beat frantically against the walls of her chest, every pulse a drumroll leading to the inevitable climax. And as she turned her gaze toward the night sky, the stars seemed to dim, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for her next move. A single flame flickered in the dark, casting shadows that danced like restless spirits on the cold stone walls of the ancient hall. I stood there, heart racing, the air thick with an electric tension, as if the world itself held its breath. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that carried the weight of unspoken fears. I could almost hear the whispers of fate, murmuring through the cracks in the old stones, hinting at the chaos to come. Leto stood at the center, his eyes aflame with a mix of defiance and despair. I had never seen him so vulnerable, yet so resolute, a titan poised for war, but his armor was made of blood and tears. I remember the way his hands trembled, not from cowardice, but from the sheer enormity of the challenge that loomed before him. The very essence of the universe felt like it was tilting, caught in the balance of this moment, and I was drawn into the orbit of his pain. "Do you see them?" he asked, voice low, gravelly. The furrow in his brow deepened as he gestured toward the horizon, where shadows loomed like towering giants, an army forged from the darkness. His breath hitched, and I could feel the weight of his words, heavy as a death sentence. Each syllable was a dagger, stabbing into the heart of our shared reality. "They come for everything we've built." And then there was her, Astrea, wild and untamed, a tempest of emotion. She stood apart from us, her gaze fixed on the distant figures, her heart thrumming like a war drum. Fear and fury coursed through her veins, igniting a fire that threatened to consume her. I couldn't help but see the conflict etched into her features, a painful reminder that love and loyalty could become shackles as easily as they could be wings. "We can't let them take it," she whispered fiercely, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Not after everything we've sacrificed." But the truth hung heavy between us. The weight of past mistakes clawed at my insides, a visceral reminder that we were not just fighting for ourselves, but for the echoes of those who had fallen before us. I remember the faces of the lost, their laughter, their dreams, now shadows in the fragmented corridors of my memory. I could almost hear their voices, softly pleading for justice, for vengeance, for anything but this chilling silence that engulfed us now. Leto took a step forward, a colossal figure anchored in the storm of his emotions. "Astrea," he said, voice cracking with urgency, "if we don't stand together now, we'll lose everything." He reached for her, a gesture both tender and desperate, revealing the crux of his turmoil. Love was not just a bond, it was a fragile thread that could snap under the weight of despair. "You have to trust me," he implored. But trust was a treacherous thing. It danced like a flickering candle in a storm, and I could sense Astrea wavering. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between the love she felt and the fear that gnawed at her soul. memories of past betrayals flashed in her eyes, the ghosts of those who had promised safety only to deliver pain. "What if you fail?" she breathed, the words slipping from her lips like a prayer laced with doubt. "What if we lose each other?" In that moment, the world around us faded into the background, an indistinct blur to the raw ache in our hearts. I wanted to reach out, to bridge the chasm that separated them, but the air crackled with unspoken words and unshed tears. It was excruciating, a slow unraveling of hope as we stood on the precipice of fate, staring into the abyss. A sudden roar broke the silence, a cacophony of metal and flesh that shattered the stillness of the night. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a visceral reminder that the dark figures were no longer mere shadows, they were real, they were here. My breath caught in my throat as the first wave of enemies surged forward, a tide of violence and chaos that threatened to engulf us all. "Together?" Leto shouted, his voice a clarion call that sliced through the fray. I saw the determination igniting in his eyes, a blaze that pushed back the encroaching darkness. But even as he rallied us, I could see the flicker of uncertainty, the haunting specter of doubt lurking just beneath the surface. For every titan of strength, there lay a chink in the armor, a vulnerability that could prove fatal. Astrea, fueled by an infusion of adrenaline and desperation, surged forward, her movements a whirlwind of grace and fury. I watched as she clashed with the enemy, each strike a testament to her indomitable spirit. But in that dance of death, I felt the weight of her choices, the echoes of her past reverberating through her every action. Would she emerge from this battle whole, or would the scars of war mark her forever? The chaos enveloped us, a storm of violence and heartache that tore at the fabric of our being. I could feel the pulse of the universe echoing in my veins, a relentless reminder that time was fleeting, that life hung by a delicate thread. In this maelstrom of fate, I grasped for the pieces of my own heart, knowing that the choice between love and loyalty was a gamble, one that could cost us everything. As the clash of steel rang out like a funeral dirge, I knew the challenge to Leto was more than just a fight against an army, it was a battle against our own fears, our own demons. We were not simply warriors, we were flawed souls, wrestling with the shadows of our pasts, haunted by the ghosts of what could have been. And as the night spiraled into chaos around us, I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every breath, tearing at the seams of our fragile reality. I remember the night stretching into eternity, as if the cosmos itself conspired to entwine our fates, whispering promises and threats in equal measure. And in that moment, amid the clash of titans, it became clear, this was not just a battle for survival. It was an awakening, a reckoning, a chance to confront the darkness that lay not just outside, but within. And as the first light of dawn threatened to break, I understood with terrifying clarity, we would either rise together or fall apart, lost in the shadows of our choices. The night was far from over. Thunder rumbled like a beast awakening from slumber, sending shivers through the air. The sky was a swirling canvas of anger, painted in shades of bruised grey. It was here, amidst the chaos, that I stood, pulse racing, heart pounding, drenched in the scent of earth churned by rain. The ground quaked beneath my feet, not just from the storm, but from the whispers of ancient gods rising, furious and relentless. I remember the moment I thought I was invincible. It was an intoxicating delusion, a heady wine that coursed through my veins as I stood on the precipice of power. I had challenged the very forces that shaped existence, all to prove that I could bend the universe to my will. My name was Alizia, once a mere mortal, now a puppet on the strings of fate, pulling me deeper into the shadowy recesses of my own hubris. In the distance, I could see my brother, Kale, his silhouette framed against the tempest. His brow was furrowed, eyes wide with a mix of fear and anger. "Alizia," he shouted, voice cracking against the howling wind. "You've gone too far. They won't forgive this." Each word sliced through the air, sharper than any blade. I could feel the sting of truth in his accusation, but it was drowned in the roaring desire for more. More power, more control. Forgiveness is for the weak. I hurled back, a defiant spark igniting within me. The storm raged as if echoing my rebellion, lightning cracking the sky like a whip. The gods were wrathful, and I relished in their rage, oblivious to the impending doom. My laughter, a wild, manic sound, melded with the thunder. I was untouchable, right? No, wrong. Chaos erupted. The ground split, swallowing the trees like a hungry maw. I fell to my knees, heart racing, breath ragged. The earth trembled, and I felt the weight of all my choices crashing down, 1,000 voices screaming in unison, "You were warned." I clutched my head, fingers digging into my skull, fighting against the rising tide of panic. I remember Cale's face, the way it contorted with despair. I could see the turmoil in his eyes, shimmering with tears, a mix of anger and helplessness. "You were always too ambitious, Alicia," he said, voice low yet powerful, a mournful melody. "You think you can outsmart the divine? You think they will not exact a price?" The hurt in his tone cut deeper than any storm could. But ambition had become my lover, seducing me with promises of grandeur, whispering sweet nothings that drowned out reason. "I can change everything," I cried, standing once more, defiance sparking in my chest. "I can bring them to their knees." The winds howled in response, mocking my arrogance. With a roar that echoed through the air, the sky tore apart, revealing a single, vast, unblinking gaze that bore down upon me. It was an ancient force, timeless and relentless. It stared, unyielding, a silent judgment that sent a chill coursing through my being. I felt small, fragile, like a mere flicker against the cosmic void. Then, a laugh, a deep, thunderous sound that rumbled through the ground. It belonged to the gods, mocking the fragile human spirit, echoing the folly of mortals who dared to dream beyond their station. I trembled, a jolt of icy fear rushing through me. How foolish I had been, how blind. "Alicia!" Cale shouted again, desperation threading through his voice. But my gaze was trapped, ensnared within that cosmic eye. I could see vision swirling, dreams tangled with nightmares, the lives I could have led, the people left behind. Memories stitched together by threads of regret. My heart cracked open, bleeding raw emotion. I could feel the weight of my choices pressing down like an anvil, relentless and unforgiving. "Stop!" I screamed, hands grasping for the sky, as if I could summon the storm to my will. "I won't let you take me." But the gods were relentless. The winds whipped around me, fierce tendrils clawing at my skin, dragging me toward the abyss. And then there was silence. A deep, breath-stealing silence, the kind that presses against your chest until you can barely breathe. I was suspended in a moment that felt like eternity, stranded between fear and hope, caught in a web of my own making. Suddenly, Cale was beside me, his face a mask of desperation. "We have to leave," he whispered urgently, grasping my arm. "Before it's too late. Please?" I could feel the warmth of his touch, grounding me, pulling me back from the brink. But I was torn, my ambition, a gnawing entity deep within me, clawing to be unleashed. "What if I can, Alicia? No." His voice thundered like the storm, fierce and raw. "This isn't just about you. It's about all of us." The world trembled again, a reminder of the chaos my hubris had wrought. I looked into my brother's eyes, searching for clarity, for something that would anchor me. His vulnerability mirrored my own, reflected in the depths of his fear. In that instant, I felt it, the crushing weight of consequence, heavy and unyielding. The price of ambition is never paid in coins, it's paid in blood, in shattered dreams, in the irrevocable loss of what truly matters. I backed away from the edge, the cosmic eye fading, but its presence lingered, a whisper against the backdrop of my defiance. I remember the shadows crawling at the edges of my vision, the echoes of promises made and broken. The storm still raged above, but within me, a storm of a different kind brewed. It was a tempest of realization, of acceptance, of fear. "Forgive me," I murmured, the words escaping like a prayer, a desperate plea for redemption. But the gods do not forgive easily. They demand tribute for every ounce of ambition, and I could feel the weight of their ire, heavy upon my shoulders. As Cale and I stood, trembling, hearts entwined in shared fear, I realized that the greatest battle was not against the wrath of the gods, but against the hubris that had brought this calamity upon us. The storm raged on, but now it felt different, an ominous harbinger of the darkness yet to come. Time stretched, tethering us to the moment, and I could sense the worlds colliding. I felt the shadows whispering, the echoes of every choice I had made, weaving a tapestry of inevitable consequence. The storm was just the beginning. The gods were watching, and their wrath was far from quenched. I looked into Kale's eyes, and for the first time, I felt the depth of our shared suffering, the price we were now destined to pay. The gods would not be satisfied until they exacted their toll. And in that moment, I knew I was only beginning to grasp the true cost of my ambition. The earth trembled once more, and I felt it, a pulse, a heartbeat, a warning. Time was slipping away, and with it, the threads of fate were tightening, drawing us both closer to an unwelcome reckoning. The storm was but a prelude to the chaos that awaited, a reminder that hubris, once unleashed, can never be contained. The air crackled with tension, a thick, electric pulse that surged through the night as shadows danced beneath the flickering moonlight. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the heavy silence wrapping around me like an unyielding shroud. Every heartbeat echoed in my ears as I watched the sprawling woods, the trees standing sentinel, their twisted branches reaching out like skeletal hands, desperate for warmth in a world gone cold. Something was coming. I didn't know what, but I felt it, an undeniable weight pressing against my chest. I could sense the heartbeats of those who had come before me, their stories woven into the very fabric of this night. Apollo, the brilliant god of the sun, with his laughter that could light up even the darkest corners of existence, and Artemis, the fierce huntress, her spirit a tempest, wild and untamed. They were twins, but they were not equal. Their bond was a beautiful tragedy, an exquisite dance on the knife edge of love and rivalry. There stood Apollo, radiant and defiant, his golden hair a cascade of sunlight even in the shadow of impending doom. I remember the last time he smiled, how the world seemed to ignite around him, how hope threaded its way into the hearts of mortals. But that smile was gone now, replaced by a furrowed brow, a chasm of worry etched into his handsome face. "Artemis," he called, his voice trembling like the chords of a broken lyre. "Where are you?" And in that moment, I could taste the desperation in his words, a raw hunger that gnawed at his insides. He was not just a god, he was a brother, a guardian, and above all, a man terrified of the darkness that threatened to consume his twin. Artemis, where was she? I strained to listen, waiting for the whisper of her voice, the snap of a bowstring, anything to break the suffocating quiet. I remembered her fierce determination, the way she moved like a phantom through the trees, her arrows seeking truth and justice. But tonight, the woods felt hollow, like a graveyard of lost dreams. Every rustle of leaves sent chills down my spine, a reminder that danger lurked just beyond the edge of sight. The moon hung heavy in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the ground below. Time felt distorted, stretching, and bending like a reflection in a warped mirror. I could almost hear the clock ticking, each second a reminder of the fragility of existence. I remember childhood tales of the twins, stories of their escapades that blurred the line between myth and reality. But this was no tale, this was a crisis, a breath held too long and a heart ready to shatter. Then, like a thunderclap in the stillness, a sound erupted, a howl that cut through the night. It was a mournful cry, raw with agony, echoing through the trees like a ghost seeking solace. My heart raced, and I turned to Apollo, who stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror. "It's her," he whispered, a broken plea that hung heavy in the air. "She's in trouble." With that, he launched into the woods, a streak of gold, the embodiment of light racing toward the abyss. I followed, my feet pounding against the earth, each step a battle cry against the encroaching darkness. We crashed through the underbrush, the world around us blurring into a cacophony of sound and shadow. My breath came in ragged gasps, the fear electrifying my veins, urging me onward. And then there she was, Artemis, caught in a snare of shadows, her fierce spirit flickering like a candle in the wind. The moonlight caught her silver bow, gleaming like a promise. But the shadows twisted around her, dark tendrils binding her, a sinister force that sought to extinguish her flame. I could see the struggle in her eyes, a tempest of fury and fear, a warrior cornered yet unyielding. "Let her go!" Apollo roared, his voice reverberating through the trees, a battle cry infused with desperation. He lunged forward, a radiant figure against the dark, but the shadows seemed to pulse with malevolence, pushing back against him. "Stay back!" Artemis shouted, defiance lacing her words, but the shadows were relentless, and doubt flickered in her fierce gaze. I felt the weight of her fear wrapping around my own heart, squeezing it with the same force that bound her. She was so strong, yet so vulnerable. I can fight this. But could she? I could see it in her eyes. There was a flicker of uncertainty, a brief moment of doubt that threatened to shatter her resolve. Artemis, we're here, I called, my voice trembling, trying to weave hope into the fabric of despair. We won't let you fall. But the shadows tightened their grip, an insidious force that whispered taunts only she could hear. You're alone, they hissed. You'll always be alone. The air thickened with sorrow, a palpable grief that threatened to drown us all. I could almost feel the weight of the cosmos pressing down, as if the universe itself mourned for the divine twins. Apollo's face twisted with anguish, he was losing her, and the raw pain in his eyes was a mirror to my own heart. And just then, a flicker of light burst forth from Apollo, a radiant explosion of golden brilliance that illuminated the darkness. He stepped forward, and with each stride, the shadows recoiled, writhing as if they were alive, afraid of the brightness. You don't get to take her, he shouted, the words slashing through the stillness with the force of a sword. I watched in awe as he reached for his twin, their hands almost touching, a spark igniting in the space between them, a connection so profound that it reverberated through the very fabric of the night. We are stronger together, Artemis. You are not alone. In that moment, something shifted. The shadows hesitated, as if they realized they were outmatched. The bond between the twins created a barrier, a light that pushed against the darkness with an undeniable force. I saw Artemis regain her strength, the fire within her reigniting, fiercely defiant. But the shadows were not done. They twisted and turned, howling their rage, claws of despair reaching out for her once more. The battle was far from over, it was only just beginning. And I stood there, caught in the ferocity of their struggle, heart pounding, caught between light and dark, forever changed by the haunting dance of the divine twins. The night stretched on, an endless canvas of uncertainty, every heartbeat a reminder of what was at stake. The cosmos held its breath as we plunged deeper into the fray, the line between light and shadow blurred, and the weight of existence hung heavy in the air. And in that moment, I realized, this was not just a fight for survival, it was a testament to love, loyalty, and the unbreakable bond of family. The story was far from over, it was only the beginning, the first breath of a tempest that would echo through time, a melody that would linger in the hearts of all who dared to listen. The clock ticks, its sharp chime slicing through the thick, suffocating silence of the night. Each resonating ring is a reminder, a countdown to catastrophe. I stand in the dim light of the flickering candle, shadows dancing on the walls like phantoms, echoing the turmoil in my heart. Outside, the wind howls, a mournful wail that seems to mock my fragile happiness. I think of Niobe, standing still at the edge of her world, eyes wide, hope slowly bleeding from her soul. I remember, I whisper, the words trembling on my lips like ghosts of a forgotten past, the moment I felt it slip away. The room is heavy with the scent of burning wax and despair. I can taste the bitterness in the air, a reminder of promises once made, now broken. Niobe, fierce yet fragile, her laughter a distant memory, just like the sun peeking from behind ominous clouds. She once radiated warmth, filling the space around her with light. But now, her smile is shadowed, an eerie reflection of the darkness that surrounds her. I can see her there, standing at the threshold of her own undoing. How did we get here? I can't help but think of all the choices, the moments that led us into this abyss. And then there's Marcus. His presence is a storm, wild and captivating, yet chaotic. He paces the room, hands raking through his hair, eyes darting like a trapped animal. We can still fix this, he insists, voice breaking, desperation spilling over like ink on a blank page. But what is there to fix when happiness has already been dismantled piece by piece? His belief feels like a flickering candle in a tempest, a poor defense against the encompassing darkness. Do you hear it? He asks, suddenly still, his voice a whisper that threatens to break. The distant laughter of children echoes through the night, a cruel reminder of what we've lost. I remember when Niobe's laughter joined theirs, a melody so sweet it could drown out the sorrows of the world. Now, it's a haunting silence that fills the void. I remember, I say again, clutching my heart, feeling each beat like the drum of impending doom. I can see the flicker of hope in Marcus's eyes, a desperate flame refusing to be extinguished. But all I can feel is the weight of despair pressing down, suffocating, relentless. Outside, shadows slink across the cobblestones, the city's heartbeat echoing in the stillness. Ghosts of memory swirl around us, laughter, love, the fragrance of blooming flowers. I close my eyes, and for a moment, I'm transported back to a summer's day, sunlight filtering through the trees, laughter spilling like water. But that memory shatters, crashing against the harsh reality of now. Niobe, I call softly, hoping she can hear me, hoping she can find her way back to us. Where are you? My voice trembles, a whisper carried away by the wind. I know she's somewhere within these walls, lost in her thoughts, battling demons that claw at the edges of her mind. I can feel her presence like a ghost, tangible yet just out of reach. Suddenly, the door swings open, and there she is, a spectre of her former self. Her eyes, once alight with passion, now reflect 1,000 storms, brewing and raging. What do you want? She snaps, and the anger rolls off her in waves, a tempest unleashed. I flinch, not from fear but from the pain of seeing her like this. I'm trying to help you. Help, she scoffs, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. What do you know of help? You stand there, a spectator to my unraveling, while I drown in this abyss. Her words pierce through me, sharp and unforgiving, and I want to reach out, to pull her back from the precipice, but I feel the distance, the chasm that has grown between us. I'm here. Marcus pleads, stepping forward, desperation clawing at his throat. We are here. Together. We can. The rest of his words dissolve into a choked silence as Niobe's gaze turns icy, cutting through our hopes like glass. Together, she echoes, bitterness lacing each syllable. What is together when the world conspires to tear you apart? The air thickens with tension, a palpable force that resonates in my bones. I watch the battle unfold in her eyes, fear, anger, sorrow, all colliding in a chaotic dance. I see the memory of her children flash across her face, their laughter now a haunting echo, a melody turned mournful. I remember, she whispers, the words slipping through her lips like fragile fragments of glass, the day they took everything. And just like that, the room shatters. Memories flood in, crashing like waves, dragging us under with them. I see glimpses of her life, a picnic on a sun-drenched afternoon, the warmth of tiny hands in hers, bright eyes filled with dreams. It all collapses, folding in on itself, a kaleidoscope of what once was, what will never be again. Niobe's breath hitches, and for a moment, I believe she might let the tears fall, might shatter under the weight of it all. But she straightens, defiance igniting in her chest. I won't let them win, she cries, a battle cry against the darkness that threatens to consume her. But I can see the cracks, her armor is thin, and the shadows seep in, whispering cruel truths. Niobe, my voice is a plea, a bridge, but she turns away, the distance between us growing unbearable. Marcus steps closer, trying to breach the divide, but like two ships lost in a storm, we drift further apart. I remember, I whisper into the void, the words echoing against the walls, a refrain caught in an endless loop. The clock ticks, a reminder that time doesn't wait, doesn't care. We are trapped in this moment, spiraling down a path with no return. And from the shadows, the city breathes, the night deepens. The laughter fades, swallowed by silence, leaving only the chilling truth hanging in the air, a truth we cannot escape. Our happiness lies in tatters, but still, the flicker of hope remains, an ember in the darkness, refusing to die. As the candle flickers one last time, I know, this is only the beginning. The storm is gathering, the winds of change blowing fiercely, and we stand at the brink, suspended between what was and what could be. The unraveling has only just begun, and the threads of fate are tightening around us, pulling us deeper into the night. A chill hung in the air, sharp as broken glass. I remember the moment when the sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest within a void. It was as if the universe had drawn a breath, holding it, waiting for what was to come. The streets of Thebes, once alive with the laughter of children and the chatter of market-goers, now felt heavy, a tomb wrapped in silence. I stood there, heart pounding, as the distant sounds of hoofbeats approached, urgent, relentless, like a war drum summoning dread. Niobe, a mother turned to stone by grief, stood with her head held high, defiance carved into her features, though her heart trembled beneath the weight of impending doom. Her sons, oh, her sons, drenched in the golden light of youth, were her pride, her everything. They trained in the fields, arrows flying with the grace of swans, laughter spilling into the air like song. I remember how they promised her they would return home before dark, how the sun cast long shadows as they set off, the golden hour promising safety. But the sun can only shine for so long before it sinks into darkness. And then, the arrival of Apollo, his eyes like twin suns, burning with vengeance, anger spilling over as he descended from the heavens, a harbinger of death. The air crackled, heavy with tension. I could taste it, metallic and bitter, like blood on my tongue. I remember how Niobe's heart raced as she clutched her children's names like sacred relics, each syllable a prayer, each heartbeat a hope dashed. "This is my treasure," she had whispered. "No one can take them from me." Her voice, once strong, trembled at the edges, a fragile thread. But the gods do not listen to the pleas of mortals, they only hear the echo of their own vanity. The first strike was silent, an arrow loosed into the void, quick, precise. I watched in horror as it found its mark, piercing through the laughter, shattering the illusion of safety. I was there, my heartbeat synchronizing with the thrum of the bowstring, every pulse a countdown to destruction. The world slowed. I remember the gasp, the sharp intake of breath as the first sun fell. A body crumpling as if it were nothing more than a whisper carried away by the wind. "Don't!" Niobe cried, her voice a raw edge against the night, desperation spilling from her. She reached out, but time is a cruel thief, robbing her of the very fabric of her existence. The second sun followed, an arrow cutting through the air like a scythe through wheat, and every fiber in my being screamed for them to run, to hide. I remember the panic, the horror of watching a mother's worst nightmare unfold before my eyes. The ground became soaked with grief, a tapestry woven from love and loss. "Get back," someone shouted, but there was no escape. A third sun fell, then a fourth, each death a heartbeat closer to the abyss, a countdown to despair. The very air trembled with the weight of it, the silence between the moments stretching like a chasm. Niobe's defiance shattered like glass, her fierce pride crumbling under the relentless onslaught. She stood frozen, a statue of anguish, her eyes wide, reflecting the horror of the world collapsing around her. I could feel her pain, I remember it as if it were my own. Each sun, a part of her soul, snatched away, leaving her hollow, a shell of the woman she once was. There was a darkness in me, a twisted delight in witnessing such tragedy unfold, but I was also horrified. This was not a play, this was life, raw and unfiltered, a cruel jest by the fates. The final arrow flew, striking true, and I remember the moment it found the last of her sons. A final gasp, a final flicker of life extinguished in an instant. Niobe crumbled, her screams echoing through the valley, a haunting melody of loss and despair that would linger long after the bodies had fallen. The sound echoed, a wail that clawed at the heavens, begging for mercy that would never come. "Why?" she cried, her body falling to her knees, hands clawing at the earth as if to pull the world back together. "I was a good mother. I loved them." Her grief hung in the air, dense and suffocating, and I remember wishing I could reach out, to comfort her, but I was a ghost in her tragedy, invisible, powerless. The gods, those heartless architects of fate, watched with cold indifference, their laughter mingling with the wind. I remember the darkness settling over Thebes, the stars blinking out one by one, as if even the cosmos mourned for the lost boys. In that moment, I understood the weight of despair, the suffocating grip of heartbreak. Niobe, once a proud mother, was now a spectre of her former self, a woman abandoned by the very heavens she revered. Her sons, vibrant and full of promise, lay still, shadows against the twilight, reminders of a life that had been. And as I stood there, breathless, a part of me longed for the dawn, but deep down I knew, this was only the beginning. The first strike had been fired, but the war was far from over. In the heart of a grieving mother, fate spun its cruel tapestry, and I could only watch as destiny unraveled, thread by thread. The silence that followed was deafening, wrapping us all in an eerie embrace, as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for Niobe to rise, waiting for the inevitable vengeance that would surely come. Every heartbeat echoed with the promise of more, a twisted dance of fate that had only just begun. The air was thick with unspoken words, a tragedy still unfolding, and I knew deep down that this was just the start of an even darker chapter. I remember the silence before the storm, a quiet that curled around me like a lover's whisper, soft yet saturated with foreboding. The air crackled, thick with anticipation, as if the world were holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable eruption of despair. I stood in the garden, the earth beneath my feet damp with the remnants of a long-forgotten rain, the soil a grim reminder of the life that once thrived here. The roses, vibrant and untamed, swayed gently in the wind, but I felt none of their beauty. My heart was a hollow echo, a cavernous void where laughter should have been, now filled with shadows. I looked into the eyes of my husband, Amphion, his brow furrowed, mouth set in a grim line. He was a man who once sang to the stars, weaving melodies that could tame wild beasts, but now, he was a prisoner of his own grief. His hands shook, the slightest tremor betraying the strength he tried to project. "They're gone," he said, his voice barely a whisper, yet it crashed over me like waves on jagged rocks. "Our children," I couldn't bear to hear it. With every word, I felt the threads of my spirit unraveling, fraying like the edges of an old tapestry, the memories of their laughter, their cries, still echoing in the chambers of my mind. I remember their faces, so vivid, so alive. The way my son's laughter melted into the morning light as he danced through the garden, the way my daughter's voices harmonized like a celestial choir beneath the soft gaze of the moon. How could they be gone? The question clawed at my insides. Niobe, Amphion reached for me, his fingers brushing my skin, grounding me in the moment as if I might dissolve into the air. But his touch felt like a brand, igniting my sorrow into something fierce and wild. I turned my gaze to the heavens, where the stars glimmered maliciously, watching, judging, taunting. The gods had turned their faces from me, and I was left exposed, raw. "They must be avenged," I cried, my voice a tempest, swirling with rage and anguish. I felt the earth tremble beneath my feet, the very ground I had nurtured now a traitor. "Don't speak of vengeance," Amphion pleaded, his voice thick with an emotion I couldn't decipher, fear, perhaps, or the sense of helplessness that gnawed at him. But vengeance was all I had left. My heart, once a sanctuary of love, became a cauldron of fury, bubbling and boiling over, spilling onto the ground like ink on parchment. "I will not let them take my children without consequence," I vowed, feeling the weight of my voice as it resonated through the stillness of the night. And then it happened, the world around us shifted, as if reality itself were bending to my will. I could see the shadows of their faces in the darkness, flickering like candle flames, teasing me with remnants of their existence. I remember the way they hugged me tight, their little arms encircling my waist, grounding me in the chaos of motherhood. "Mommy, the stars are laughing," they'd shout, their giggles echoing through the twilight, full of mischief and wonder. But now, the laughter felt like a cruel joke, a mockery of my pain. Niobe, Amphion's voice cut through the haze of my fevered thoughts, desperation lacing every syllable. "We can't fight the gods." "But why not?" I thought of the stories, the legends. My rage could rival the tempestuous seas. "They took my children from me," I screamed, the sound piercing the night, sending ripples through the silence. I could feel their presence, the weight of loss hanging heavy in the air, suffocating. The very stars that once twinkled with promise now felt like cruel eyes, watching as I descended into madness. The garden transformed into a battleground, the roses morphing into thorns, sharp and unforgiving. I could feel the earth shift beneath me, as if it were mourning alongside me. And in that moment, I found an odd comfort in the sharpness of my grief. It was real. I was alive, even if my heart felt like a ghost, wandering through the corridors of memory. I remember, I whispered into the night, when they called me a mother with love in their eyes. Amphion stepped back as I crossed into a realm of fury, the fire in my chest igniting the air around me. I felt untethered, as if the fabric of reality were unraveling. "I will bring them back," I swore to the void, to the shadows that danced on the periphery of my vision. The stars dimmed, perhaps out of fear or pity, and I welcomed the darkness that swallowed me whole. In the distance, Thunder rumbled, an echo of my own heart, a reminder that I was not alone in my despair. I could hear the whispers of the gods, their laughter mingling with my tears. The world felt unsteady, like a ship tossed upon a turbulent sea, and I was the captain lost in the storm. What would you have me do? I challenged the heavens. Would you have me kneel before you, broken and shattered? No, I would rise. I would rise like the phoenix, but not from ashes. No, I would rise from the weight of my sorrow. I would turn it into something fierce. My body was a vessel of pain, and it yearned to be filled with purpose. But amidst the chaos, there was Amphion, holding his ground, a beacon in the tempest. Niobe, he breathed, desperation clawing at his throat. Please. I looked in his eyes, searching for the man I once knew, beneath the layers of grief that encased him. I wanted to scream, to rage, to make him understand the depth of my despair, to let the world hear my anguish. I remember their laughter, Amphion. I remember their dreams, I cried, the words spilling from my lips like blood from a wound. I cannot let them languish in the shadows. And just like that, the heavens answered. A gust of wind swept through the garden, the air electrified with grief and wrath. The stars flickered, and for a moment, I felt their gaze might pierce my heart, might understand my pain. What is a mother if not the embodiment of love and loss, of fury and tenderness? I was Niobe, a vessel of despair, and my cries echoed through the cosmos, an unending lament that knew no bounds. Hold me, Amphion, I pleaded, the rawness of my voice cutting through the night. I was unraveling, spiraling into something vast and unfathomable, and I needed him to anchor me, even as the storm raged on. But the shadows moved, and I could feel the gods laughing, their whispers haunting me like a melody of sorrow. What have you done? I asked the void, knowing that the night was only beginning. The silence thickened, pregnant with tension. The garden was no longer safe, it was a battlefield, and I was ready for war. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the abyss of a blackened sky, shimmering over the desolate landscape as if mocking the souls trapped below. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling every pulse thrumming against my ribs, every breath a witness to the fate that loomed overhead. Shadows stretched and danced, twisting into grotesque figures that whispered my name, so familiar yet so foreign. Here, in this suffocating silence, the air tasted of fear and regret, a bitter cocktail that clung to my throat. Leto! The voice pierced through the night, raw and desperate, igniting the dread pooling in my gut. It was her. Even in the chaos of uncertainty, she was the one constant, a fragile flame flickering against the onslaught of darkness. I turned my gaze toward her, my heart a silent witness to her anguish. Her eyes, stormy seas of pain, locked onto mine, sending shockwaves through my body. You have to listen to me. It's him. He's coming. I remembered when she laughed, when the world felt full and bright, unmarred by the shadows creeping ever closer. But now? Now it was only anguish, a wretched symphony that played on repeat. I could see the tremors in her hands, the way she clutched the fabric of her gown as if it were the last remnant of sanity. He won't stop until he finds us, she whispered, a chilling realization settling in the air between us. Her voice quaked, the raw edge of fear slicing through the fragile night. I wanted to comfort her, to pull her into my arms and shield her from the chaos that had become our lives. But how could I, when I was just as haunted? I had seen the signs, the omens that twisted and turned like spoiling fruit on the vine. Shadows flitted around us, taunting and teasing, reminding me of the moments I had failed her. Then there was Marcus, my brother, a figure caught in the web of his own making. His presence was both a balm and a blade, a reminder of the bond we shared, yet also the harbinger of destruction. Leto, he shouted again, breaking through the fog clouding my mind. We have to move. They can't find us here. His face, once filled with mischief and laughter, was now a mask of grim determination. Marcus, wait! I pleaded, but the desperation in my voice was drowned beneath the weight of the impending storm. He turned, and for a fleeting moment, I saw the shards of fear reflected in his eyes. We can't hide forever. But I wasn't afraid of the shadows outside. No, it was the demons within that clawed at my sanity, my choices, my failures. I remembered the night I had chosen to embrace vengeance over mercy. The moment I had cast aside the light, believing I could control the darkness. I could still feel the echoes of that fateful choice, reverberating through every heartbeat, every breath. Leto! Clara's voice snapped me back, her urgency pulling me from the pit of despair. Listen. If we stay here, it will only get worse. We can't let him take everything. Not again. Her words struck me like lightning, igniting a flicker of resolve deep within my core. I could not allow the shadows to consume us. Not now. Not ever again. But as we turned to flee, the world unraveled around us. The night seemed to close in, constricting like a noose tightening around our throats. I could feel the weight of fate pressing down, a palpable force that threatened to crush us beneath its relentless grip. With every step, the ground felt unstable, as if it were a heartbeat, alive and thrumming with anticipation. We moved as one, but the fear was palpable, clinging to us like shadows. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of life, had become a ghostly husk, its streets echoing with the whispers of those lost to the void. Where are we going? Marcus's voice trembled, the bravado cracking under the weight of his dread. I didn't have an answer. I only knew we had to keep moving, to escape the ever-encroaching darkness that sought to claim us. Clara's fingers brushed against mine, a brief spark of connection in the bleakness. We will find a way out, she murmured, almost to herself, the words lifting from her lips like a prayer. I wanted to believe her, to cling to that fragile hope as if it were a life raft in a sea of despair. But the melancholy of inevitability hung thick in the air, a reminder that hope was a fickle mistress. I could see the shadows creeping closer, their tendrils reaching for us, hungry for the taste of our fear. I was terrified of what lay ahead, but more terrified of the past that haunted my every step. The sound of footsteps echoed behind us, a relentless pursuit that quickened my heartbeat. Run! I shouted, pushing Clara and Marcus ahead, any thought of self-preservation drowned beneath the urgency to protect them. As we fled, I could feel the weight of our sins trailing behind, ghosts of our choices weaving through the night, reminding me that no matter how far we ran, the shadows would always follow. Leto! Clara's voice cut through the dark, desperation lacing her tone. What about the others? We can't leave them. The anguish in her voice was a dagger to my heart. I remembered their faces, their cries echoing in the hollows of my mind. But I had to push forward. I had to protect what little light remained. Maybe they can still escape, I stammered, my voice trembling as uncertainty gripped me. But deep down, I knew the truth. The shadows had taken too much already, and the price for our survival was steep. We stumbled into a narrow alley, the walls closing in as if the night itself sought to consume us. I could feel the pulse of the cosmos overhead, a reminder of the vastness beyond our small lives, but all I could think of was the weight of the choices we had made. Leto, Marcus whispered, his breath a ragged gasp. What if we can't escape? What if he finds us? In that moment, the world stood still. The shadows halted, suspended in time, and I was left with the weight of my own failure. I wanted to scream, to rage against the universe that had conspired to bring us here. But all I could do was nod, the truth settling like lead in my stomach. Then we face him together, I managed to say, my voice a fragile thread in the suffocating darkness. Because even in the depths of despair, there was strength in unity, a flicker of light in the overwhelming void. And as the shadows closed in, I felt something shift within me, a raw, unyielding determination to confront the demons that had haunted us for far too long. The weight of our past clung to us like a shroud, but we would not be defined by it. We would rise, not from the ashes but from the very shadows that sought to consume us, clawing our way into the light. And so, with hearts pounding in unison, we braced ourselves for the confrontation that awaited, the reckoning that would either shatter us into pieces or forge us anew in the crucible of divine retribution. Rain drummed against the cobblestones, each drop a plea for mercy in a world that had forgotten the meaning of the word. I stood at the edge of the town square, trembling, heart racing like a war drum echoing in the suffocating silence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and something far more sinister, a metallic tang that made my stomach churn. No one spoke, no one dared. The shadows of yesterday's whispers clung to the walls like ghosts. It was too quiet, a stillness that screamed of loss and dread. I remember the first time I heard the name Niobe and her daughters, like it was yesterday. The stories woven through my childhood, each tale a thread in the tapestry of my mind. Niobe, proud, unyielding, caught in the embrace of her own hubris. Her daughters, beautiful as the dawn, destined to be transformed into symbols of sorrow. I remember the moment those very daughters became a living nightmare, a reality that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Mara! A voice pierced the silence, sharp as a blade, shattering my reverie. It was Elias, eyes wide, a wildness to them that spoke of panic. He staggered toward me, breathless, as if he were being chased by demons. They're gone. They took them. The shadows, they took them. My heart stuttered. The words twisted like a knife. What do you mean, taken? I could feel the weight of dread settle over me, thick as fog. They were here, playing, laughing. His voice quivered, the cracks in his facade whispering of a deeper terror. Then the darkness came. It just swallowed them. I remember the chill that coursed through me, a shivering echo of loss before it even occurred. I could see the children in my mind, their laughter ringing through the square like music, a melody now silenced, an innocence extinguished. The night had stolen them, and it felt personal, as if shadows had hands, reaching out to snatch light from the world. Elias, we have to find them. I grabbed his arm, desperation igniting the spark of action within me. We can't leave them behind. They're just children, he finished, his voice cracking under the weight of our shared reality. But against the dark, we are nothing. We are whispers in a storm. I hated how true that felt. It was a powerlessness that wrapped around my throat like a noose. I remember my own little sister, Chloe, her laughter like sunshine, untainted and pure. Tears stung my eyes as I thought of every heartbeat lost in that silence. Come on. We can't stand here. With every step, the cobblestone seemed to shift beneath my feet, an uneasy reminder of the ground we were losing. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, taunting me, whispering secrets I dared not know. As we moved deeper into the labyrinth of the alleyways, the air grew heavier, each breath a struggle. A flickering torch ahead cast eerie shadows that twisted and turned like serpents. It was a grotesque ballet, a performance of dread that made my skin crawl. I could feel Elias beside me, a silent storm brewing in his eyes, but for now, we were united, two souls clutching to hope like a lifeline in an ocean of despair. Do you remember, he murmured, voice low, the old tales? The ones about the dark, about monsters lurking in the shadows? They said the veil between worlds was thin, I remember. I felt the weight of his words, like stones hurled into a still pond. The ripples surged, warning of the chaos beneath. But we're not children anymore. We won't be scared by stories. A half-hearted smile flickered across his lips, but it faded, replaced by a grim knowing. Even grown-ups can be haunted, Mara. And then we heard it, a giggle, soft and haunting, echoing through the alleys. My breath caught in my throat, hope ignited like a bonfire in the darkness. Chloe! I called, the name bursting from me, a prayer to the wretched night. We rushed toward it, the sound tugging at our hearts like a lifeline. But as we turned a corner, the laughter twisted, morphing into something grotesque and chilling. It echoed back at us, taunting. Stay close! I hissed, but the shadows thickened, and dread seeped into the cracks of my resolve. Suddenly, Elias stopped, his eyes wide with terror. Mara, he whispered, pointing. I followed his gaze. There, in the alley, a figure loomed, dark and shifting, the very essence of nightmares. It was as if the darkness had taken form, an entity born from the fears we buried in the depths of our hearts. Run! I shouted, adrenaline coursing through my veins, a primal instinct kicking in. The figure surged forward, a rush of shadows and despair, and I felt a scream rip from my throat, a sound that echoed through the night, the last remnants of hope clawing to escape. Behind us, the laughter morphed into wails, a cacophony of anguish that pressed against my mind like a vice. Elias stumbled, and I turned just in time to catch his arm, dragging him forward. "Fight it! We can't give in!" But with every step, the darkness wrapped tighter around us, a relentless predator closing in. The world blurred, and all I could feel was the pounding of my heart, the fear, the desperation. This was it, the moment where all tales converge. This was our second strike against the cosmos. We sprinted, breathless, toward the flickering light at the end of the alley, hope and terror intertwined like lovers caught in a deadly embrace. But the shadows pursued us, a relentless tide. I remember, always remember, the warmth of Chloe's laughter, the way it filled the void. But here, in this graveyard of innocence, the light flickered dangerously low. And as we ran, the night whispered, promising that some stories do not end with the dawn. With a final surge of strength, I pulled Elias into the night, but behind us, the laughter faded to silence, the haunting echo of something forever lost. And as we burst into the street, the weight of despair crashed over us, a chilling reminder that some shadows are never cast away. The air was thick, a stillness so profound it felt like the world was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable shatter. Niobe stood at the edge of the desolate cliff, the jagged rocks below whispering secrets of despair. Her heart thundered against her ribcage, an unyielding drum echoing the chaos within. This was the moment she had crafted with every bitter word, every boastful proclamation. She had dared to stand taller than the gods, to revel in the glow of her own magnificence. And now, nature itself seemed to conspire against her, as if the winds bore witness to her impending doom. I remember the day I saw her, pride radiating from her like sunlight, blinding yet beautiful. Her laughter, a melody, rang through the air, intoxicating and cruel. She was a queen among mortals, a mother of 12, each child a testament to her glory. But with each child came a weight, and Niobe wore it like a crown, unaware of the thorns hidden within. "Look at me, look at them," she would proclaim to the heavens. "I am greater than Leto." The gods watched from their thrones, their expressions unreadable, their tempers simmering just beneath the surface. And then there was Amphion, her husband, a man trapped between love and dread. I remember how he stood beside her, his eyes wide with admiration, yet clouded with the fear of the storm brewing in her heart. He was a musician, a builder of cities, yet no song could drown out the cacophony of Niobe's pride. "My dear," he would whisper, "let us not awaken their wrath." But she laughed, a sound sharp as glass, and it shattered the silence that enveloped them. What do they know of motherhood? What do they know of sacrifice? Her words hung in the air like a thick fog, wrapping around Amphion's heart, squeezing tighter with each syllable. He felt the weight of her ambition, the relentless pursuit of validation. He wanted her to be happy, but how can one be happy while earning the ire of the divine? The thought clawed at him as he watched his wife revel in her hubris, oblivious to the shadows creeping closer. Then came the day when shadows turned to specters. The sky darkened, as if cloaked in mourning, and the winds howled a warning she could not decipher. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a foreboding rumble that echoed the tremors of her soul. Niobe stood there, defiant, fists clenched, her back straight against the gathering storm. "Let them come," she cried, her voice piercing the heavens. "Let them come to face me." But within Amphion, a harrowing sense of dread twisted like barbed wire around his heart. "What have you done?" he whispered, his plea swallowed by the gale. "What have you awakened?" I remember the moment everything changed. Arrows did not rain down from the sky, they sliced through the air like whispers of death, too swift, too unforgiving. One by one, the children fell, petals of a once vibrant bouquet wilting beneath the crushing weight of divine retribution. The sounds of joy turned to screams, and as each life was snuffed out, Niobe's laughter transformed into a haunting wail, reverberating against the cliffs like a mournful echo. "No! No!" she screamed, her voice a raw edge of despair, clawing at the very fabric of reality. She dropped to her knees, hands shaking as she reached for the shadows where her children had once danced. The earth became a graveyard, each body a testament to her folly, and in that heart-wrenching moment, her pride crumbled like ancient stone, leaving only sorrow in its wake. Amphion could only watch, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him. his heart shattered with hers, for he knew that pride is a double-edged sword, sharp, beautiful, yet capable of inflicting unimaginable pain. "Niobe," he implored, each word laden with the weight of 1,000 regrets, "I loved your pride, but this is too much." Her gaze met his, and in that fleeting connection, the truth flickered like a dying candle. She was no longer the proud queen, she was a mother bereft, a woman stripped to her very essence. The transformation was raw, visceral, the shift of power, the unraveling of the fabric of her identity. No longer did she stand taller than the gods, she knelt before them, a whisper of what she had once been. Time froze, the cosmos holding its breath, as she cradled the lifeless forms of her children, each heartbeat a reminder of her hubris. The shadows stretched long, taunting her with echoes of laughter turned to silence, and in that void, her sorrow became a haunting symphony of despair. "Forgive me," she whispered into the abyss, the words barely a breath against the wind. "Forgive me for thinking myself greater." But the gods continued to watch, their silence louder than thunder, and the ground beneath her seemed to tremble with disdain. Amphion stepped forward, the world around him disintegrating into fragments of grief. He reached for her, his hands trembling, and as he touched her shoulder, it felt like touching the edge of a black hole, dark, inescapable. "I'm here," he murmured, but even his voice felt like a feeble offering against the tide of sorrow that surged through her. In those moments of grief, Niobe transformed, not into a goddess but into something raw and primal, a creature of sorrow. Each breath was a shattered promise, an echo of what once was. She was no longer the proud mother, but the hollow shell of a woman who had lost everything to her own pride. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows stretched across the land, dark fingers curling around her heart. The laughter of her children faded into whispers, memories rendered fragile by the weight of despair. "I remember," she cried, her voice rising against the chill of night. "I remember their laughter, their joy. Where are they?" The cosmos remained silent, indifferent to her suffering, and the world turned on, oblivious to the chaos of her heart. But in that silence, something stirred, a flicker of hope, a whisper of resilience buried deep within the sorrow. It was a spark, a reminder that even in darkness, even as the shadows swallowed her whole, the threads of life still wove together, fragile yet unbreakable. In that haunting twilight, amidst the wreckage of her shattered pride, Niobe stood on the precipice of transformation, a woman who would learn that sorrow can be both a curse and a crucible, forging strength in the fires of despair. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of change, of rebirth, that would pull her further into the depths of her own being, a journey that was only just beginning. And so, the night deepened, the stars glimmering like distant memories, as the cruel hands of fate wove a new tapestry, one born from loss but alive with the potential of what lay ahead. A single heartbeat echoed in the hollow silence of the night, a rhythmic reminder of what was lost, what was at stake. Shadows danced on the walls, long and twisted, morphing into figures that whispered secrets of grief and envy. The air, thick with the scent of longing and despair, hung over the crowd like a shroud, a heavy curtain ready to drop. They stood, an audience gripped by a collective heartache, an electric tension running through their veins as they awaited the inevitable. Niobe stood at the center, her gaze fierce yet haunted, the weight of her children's absence pressing down like a mountain. She was a woman forged by loss, her heart a battered vessel adrift in an endless sea of sorrow. "I remember," she breathed, the words escaping her lips, laced with an anguish that reverberated through the gathering. "I remember their laughter, the way the sun would chase shadows across their faces. I remember, each memory a dagger turning in her gut, a mockery of joy now rendered void." The chorus, a group of voices woven into the very fabric of her existence, hovered like specters, their murmurs a haunting backdrop to her turmoil. "Oh, Niobe," they sang softly, their voices a blend of sorrow and sympathy, like a gentle breeze that stirs the leaves of a dying tree. "You were once the proud mother, the queen of the gods, blessed with children beyond count. And yet, the gods grew jealous, their eyes narrowing with wrath. You dared to claim superiority, to elevate your motherhood over theirs, and now, they come to collect." The words twisted around her heart, binding it in a vice of dread. How could they sing of her pride as if she were a villain? What of the love that had once shone in her eyes? The chorus, though her companions, were also her judges, their voices carrying an air of accusation that chilled her to the bone. They danced in a circle, their movements graceful yet mocking, a reminder of the fragility of her triumphs, the cracks in her facade. And there was Artemis, hunting goddess, fierce and unyielding. She watched from the shadows, her bow drawn tight with tension, an arrow ready to fly. The weight of vengeance sat heavily on her shoulders, and Niobe could feel it like an ice-cold wind wrapping around her throat. "What have you done to deserve this?" Artemis's voice cut through the air, a blade of ice. "You flaunted your children, paraded them as trophies, and now they will pay the price for your arrogance." Niobe's heart raced. Did Artemis not see? I loved them. I wanted to show the world that love doesn't bow to the divine. I wanted to be seen. Those words clawed their way out of her throat, raw and desperate. The chorus fell silent, their silence was an abyss. With each beat of the drum in the distance, Niobe could feel the earth beneath her tremble, as if the very ground mourned for what was to come. "I remember," she choked out again, her voice cracking like glass underfoot. "I remember their tiny hands, their bright smiles, the way they fit so perfectly in my embrace." As she spoke, the chorus responded, their voices rising, a haunting echo of her love. "You claimed the sun, and now the darkness threatens to swallow you whole. What is a mother without her children?" A shadow dancing on the walls, whispering of a glory long past. Niobe's breath quickened. The world shifted around her, the shadows growing darker, more pronounced. She glanced at the faces of the chorus, each one a reflection of her pain, their eyes wide with a mix of horror and fascination. They were her family, her friends, yet they were also the reminder that she stood on the precipice of doom. "You cannot condemn me for loving," she screamed, her voice a guttural roar that sent tremors through the crowd. Suddenly, the air crackled, the atmosphere heavy and electric. It felt as if time had suspended its breath, the world holding on for a moment too long. And with a snap, the silence shattered. The first cry rang out, a shriek that cut through the night like a knife. It was a child's cry, raw and full of terror, echoing from the depths of the forest. Artemis flinched, the chance of hesitation flickering in her eyes. "What have you summoned?" she hissed, her grip on the bow tightening. Niobe's heart sank, the weight of impending grief crashing down upon her. "I didn't want this. I never wanted this." But the chorus sang on, relentless. "The gods are watching, the fates have woven your story. What is left for a mother when all that she loves is taken from her? What is left but despair?" Vision swirled in Niobe's mind, her children laughing, playing, their innocence a beacon in this dark world. "I remember," the words tumbled out in a torrent, a desperate attempt to hold on to the fleeting moments that defined her very existence. The shadows thickened, creeping closer, their tendrils wrapping around her heart. "You do not know what it is to lose everything," she cried out to the chorus, her voice breaking, raw with vulnerability. "You sing of my pride, but what of my love?" The chorus paused, their voices wavering. For a fleeting moment, they seemed unsure, their confidence cracking under the weight of her grief. "What is a mother's heart if not a vessel of pain?" they murmured softly, their tones softening, a hint of understanding creeping in. But the tension was electric, a storm brewing on the horizon. As the night stretched on, the confrontation with the gods loomed ever closer, a specter of despair that threatened to consume them all. The air was thick with anticipation, a haunting melody that echoed through the trees. Niobe could feel the world tilting, her heart racing against the clock, as each second slipped away like grains of sand. The chorus, ever present, became both her tormentors and her comforters, their voices wrapped around her like a shroud. "Time is fleeting, dear Niobe, and the fates are here to collect. What will you do as the shadows close in?" And as she stood on that precipice, her heart caught in a whirlwind of love and loss, she realized this was not just her story, it was theirs too, a fateful intertwining of lives and emotions caught in the relentless grip of fate. Each beat echoed in the void, a reminder that the end was only the beginning, and the cycle would continue, spiraling endlessly through the cosmos. "I remember," she whispered, the words hanging in the night air, trembling with emotion. "I remember," and the shadows loomed ever closer. The rain fell in sheets, drowning the world outside, each drop tapping against the window like a sorrowful heartbeat. I could hear it, even in the chaos inside my mind, drowning out every voice but my own, a cacophony of grief demanding to be heard. In the dim light of the room, shadows danced, flickering like memories I couldn't quite grasp. I stood there, paralyzed, clutching a frayed photograph, edges curled, its colors fading like the dreams I used to chase. I remember her laughter. I remember the way it echoed against the walls, vibrant and full, a melody that now felt like a ghost, haunting me. My sister, Marin, had always been the sunshine, and now, with her absence, I was left in a dreary twilight, where shadows stretched long and darkness loomed. The weight of loss pressed down on me, a merciless tidal wave. I could barely breathe. Across the room, Ethan stood by the window, his silhouette framed by the relentless rain. His fists were clenched, muscles taut, and I could see in the way he leaned against the glass that he felt it too, the grief, the despair, the aching hollowness that threatened to swallow us whole. He was my best friend, my anchor in a storm, but even he felt so far away, an island in a sea of sorrow. "Why does everything feel so heavy?" I whispered, the words trembled like a fragile leaf against the wind. "Why does it hurt so much?" Ethan turned to me, his brow furrowed, eyes dark with unspoken words. "Because she mattered," he said, voice thick with emotion. "She mattered to us." His voice broke, swallowed by the storm outside, as if even nature mourned with us. I remembered the last time I saw Marin, how her eyes sparkled with mischief as she teased me about my terrible taste in music, how she promised to come to my rescue if I ever found myself trapped in a bad date. I should have fought harder to keep her close, should have shielded her from the world. I felt like a coward, standing there in my grief, paralyzed by regret. A choked sob escaped my lips, and I pressed the photograph tighter against my chest, as if it could somehow heal the aching void. The rain intensified, the sound a relentless reminder of what was lost, washing over me in waves. I thought of the ocean, of its vastness, and how I longed to dive into it, to disappear entirely, to drown in the icy depths rather than face this unbearable reality. Ethan took a step closer, the warmth of his presence cutting through the chill that enveloped me. "She wouldn't want this," he said softly, the weight of his words wrapping around me like a lifeline. "She'd want us to live. To remember the good times, not just the pain." I nodded, but the thought felt foreign, like a distant star in a night sky I could no longer reach. "How do you remember the good times when the bad is all you can see?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he moved closer, lifting his hand to brush a stray hair from my face. The warmth of his fingers lingered on my skin, igniting a flicker of something buried deep within, a longing, a connection, a hope. "You find the light in the darkness," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper. "You let the tears flow, let them wash away the hurt, and you keep moving." But how could I? The tears felt like a dam bursting, releasing a flood of emotions I was desperate to contain. They streamed down my face, each droplet a fragment of my shattered heart, pooling at my feet like a silent river of mourning. I was drowning in my sorrow, overwhelmed by the relentless tide. Marin would have laughed at the absurdity of it all, how a storm could mirror the tempest inside me. I could almost hear her voice, teasing me with that familiar warmth. "Get it together, sis. Life's messy, but you're tougher than you think." And in that moment, I felt her spirit envelop me, urging me to rise above the darkness. With every sob, the weight of my grief began to lift, just a little, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Ethan watched me, his eyes unwavering, understanding that sometimes, the only way to honor those we've lost is to allow ourselves to truly feel. I took a breath, deep and shuddering, and in that breath, I gathered the fragments of my sister's laughter, the warmth of her smile. I let the tears flow freely, mourning not just her absence but celebrating her life, the light she brought into the world. "Marin," I whispered, a prayer on my lips, a promise to carry her with me. The rain outside began to ease, a gentle patter now, as if the universe itself was offering solace. Ethan stepped closer, wrapping an arm around my shoulders, grounding me in the moment. "She's still here," he said, voice steady. "In the memories, in the laughter, in the tears. She's never truly gone." And as I leaned against him, I felt the truth of those words settle into my bones. The storm might rage on, but within me, a flicker of hope ignited, fragile yet unyielding. I remembered the moments we shared, the late-night talks, the silly arguments, the love woven through every smile, every shared silence. In the depths of mourning, I found an unexpected strength, a resolve to carry her legacy forward. The tears might fall like rain, but they were also the rivers that nourished the seeds of remembrance, the waters that would help my heart heal. As the last echoes of the storm faded into the night, I understood grief was not the end. It was a bridge, an unsteady span that connected the past to the present. With each tear that fell, I could honor Marin and all that she had been, allowing the waters of mourning to cleanse me, to remind me that love, even in its absence, could still flow endlessly, like an eternal cycle. And so, as I stood there, with Ethan beside me, I allowed the tears to fall, a storm of emotion and release, knowing that through the darkness, I could still carry her light. The night was long, but the dawn would come, and with it, the promise of new beginnings. A blood-red sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like desperate fingers across the arid landscape of Thebes. In the stillness, a tension crackled, a whisper of impending doom that thrummed through the cracked earth. I stood in the center of it all, heart pounding like a war drum, the air heavy with the scent of fear and sweat. I could feel it, the city was breathing, waiting. I remember Electra, her silhouette framed against the crumbling walls of the palace, her eyes wild and shimmering with unshed tears. "They'll come for us," she said, her voice barely a whisper, yet it sliced through the silence like a knife. She was always the brave one, the fire in our family. Yet here she was, trembling like a leaf in a storm, her hands clenched into fists. I could see the tremors, the flicker of a broken heart hidden behind her fierce facade. And then there was Orestes, my brother. Shadows danced in his eyes, a storm brewing just beneath the surface of his normally calm exterior. I watched as he paced like a caged animal, his thoughts racing faster than his feet could carry him. "We have to act," he urged, each word a pebble thrown into the still waters of our lives, sending ripples of dread across our fragile reality. But every time he said act, I felt the weight of consequence push down on my chest like a boulder. He was always the one to leap, the one to plunge headfirst into the churning waters of fate. "Would you leap if you knew the chasm awaited? Would you?" I wanted to scream, to shake him until the shadows in his mind cleared. But I couldn't. I could only stand there, feeling the pulse of the city around me, echoing with history, the blood of our ancestors soaking the ground like forgotten promises. The wind picked up, howling through the narrow streets, carrying with it a cacophony of voices from the past, taunting us, reminding us of the sins that had woven themselves into the very fabric of Thebes. I could almost hear the echoes of betrayal, the whispers of ghosts who had tread this path before us, great kings and fallen heroes, their stories now trapped in the dust. What will be our legacy? I thought, a shiver tracing my spine. Would we be remembered, or swallowed whole by the history we could not escape? "Do you hear them?" Electra's voice broke through my reverie. "They're coming." I strained my ears, and there it was, a low rumble, like thunder in the distance. The sound of hooves, the clatter of metal, an army marching, a tide of inevitability rolling toward us. My heart quickened, the beat a frantic drum solo in the grand silence of our impending doom. The landscape shifted then, the city morphing into a battleground, the stone walls leaning in as if to eavesdrop on our despair. I could see the banners flapping against the burning sky, read the words of hatred scrawled across the fabric. Their purpose was clear, their intent sharp as a dagger's edge. Do we stand and fight, or do we run? Orestes' question hung in the air like a guillotine, ready to drop. We can choose now, before the storm breaks. I wanted to scream, to tell him that running would be easier, that it might save our lives, but my voice was choked by fear. Instead, I felt the tears stinging at the corners of my eyes, the raw emotion clawing at my throat. These walls had seen enough blood, enough anguish. Electra stepped forward, her voice fierce, defiant. "I will not run. I will not hide. If they come for us, let them come." The fire in her eyes ignited something in me, a flicker of bravery that I hadn't realized was still buried beneath the layers of doubt and despair. "Together then," Orestes said, determination sharpening his features. "We stand together. Whatever happens, we face it as one." And just like that, the ground beneath us shifted. The air crackled with a new kind of energy, the fear mingling with an unyielding resolve. I braced myself, feeling the pressure of our choice, the weight of the past, and the uncertainty of what was to come. The sun dipped lower, bleeding into the horizon, shadows creeping closer, as if the city itself was closing in, wrapping us in its embrace. In that moment, I could hear the whispers of time, the clock ticking down toward the inevitable. Each heartbeat counted, each breath felt heavy with the gravity of our decision. And then, moments bled into one another, a flash of steel, a shout piercing the air, the taste of iron in the back of my throat. Fear wrapped around me like a shroud, but amidst the chaos, I felt a flicker of hope, a light that dared to break through the darkness. I remember the faces, strangers and friends, all tangled in this web of fate, each one a piece of a larger puzzle, a tragic dance choreographed by unseen hands. I wanted to reach out, to hold on to my brother and sister, to anchor myself against the tide of despair threatening to sweep us away. But the landscape of Thebes shifted once more, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the inevitability of choices made and paths taken. I could almost see them, ghosts of the past, haunting the corners of my mind, beckoning me to remember. But I wasn't ready. I was still caught in this moment, this fragile breath of existence, the heartbeat of a city poised on the edge of destruction. I could taste the fear, the longing, the bittersweet ache of being alive in such a fractured world. And as the sun finally sank beneath the horizon, plunging us into darkness, I felt the pulse of Thebes resonate within my very soul, a city standing on the brink, a family caught in the storm, and a heart that dared to hope, even as the shadows closed in around us. The silence roared in the cavernous hall, a tomb of echoes where laughter once danced. I stood there, heart thrumming in my chest, each beat a reminder of the absence that filled every corner. Shadows twisted like phantoms on the walls, remnants of joy now suffocated by an unbearable grief. A single chandelier hung above, its crystals dimmed, much like our spirits, reflecting nothing but the darkness pooling in the corners of our hearts. Niobe, my sister, her face a mask of stillness, knelt upon the cold marble floor. Her fingers traced the outline of an empty cradle, an echo of what should have been. I could see her eyes, two pools of lost light, searching desperately for a flicker of hope in a world that had turned its back on her. She was beautiful in her despair, the very embodiment of tragic grace, yet I felt the weight of her sorrow pressing down upon me like a storm threatening to break. I remember, she whispered, her voice barely a thread in the suffocating air. I remember when the world was bright. The words hung there, suspended, as if they too feared the truth lurking just beyond the edge of comprehension. I choked on my breath, the memories clawing their way back, the laughter of children, the joy of family gatherings. They were daggers now, each one piercing deeper than the last. Outside, the wind howled, a mournful wail that mirrored our collective grief. It carried with it the scent of rain, cold, cleansing, yet somehow mocking. I wished for the rain to wash away the memories, to drown the images of our lost loved ones, but deep down, I knew it could never cleanse the stains we bore within. And then there was Amphion, my brother, standing in the doorway, a shattered figure silhouetted against the dim light. His shoulders were slumped, a mountain of anguish, the weight of a family crumbling around him. I saw the flicker of pain in his eyes, the tremor of his hands as he gripped the doorframe, knuckles white with the effort to hold himself together. "How do we breathe?" he asked, a question that echoed with the grief of 1,000 lifetimes. His voice cracked like ice, breaking against the bitter winds that howled outside. "Each breath feels like a betrayal," I murmured, feeling the truth of my own words settle heavily in the air. I could see it in his eyes, the struggle, the guilt, the suffocating isolation that clung to him like a shroud. We were trapped in a nightmare where the walls closed in, every passage a reminder of what we had lost. Niobe raised her head, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "We cannot go on like this," she said, her voice gathering strength, raw and powerful as the storm outside. "We cannot let their memories fade into the shadows." But even as she spoke, I saw the uncertainty flicker in her eyes. She was a warrior, yet grief had stripped her of her armor, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. The air thickened with unsaid words, a tempest brewing beneath the surface. I could feel the tension crackling like static, ready to ignite. Amphion stepped closer, his voice a low growl as he spoke. What do we do? We are alone in this. Alone. Each word fell heavy, a stone dropped into a still pond, ripples spread wide, touching the very core of our being. Alone. I echoed, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. We have each other. We are not alone. But as I said it, doubt crept in, slithering its way through my heart. We were islands, surrounded by an ocean of sorrow, the waves crashing relentlessly against our shores, threatening to pull us under. In that moment, I saw the ghosts of our past dance in the flickering candlelight, each one a reminder of the laughter that once filled these walls. They taunted us, beckoning with hollow eyes and whispered memories. I recalled nights spent by the fire, tales spun from dreams and starlight. Now, those dreams lay shattered at our feet. Do you see them? Niobe's voice trembled, her gaze lost somewhere beyond the room. They are here, watching us. Her fingers curled into fists, frustration mingling with despair. Why can't they help us? Why can't they return? The question pierced through the air, sharp as a blade, and I felt the weight of it settle into my bones. They're gone, Niobe, Amphion said, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow. We have to face it. He stepped forward, each step heavy with the burden of truth. We have to learn to live with what we've lost. The resolve in his eyes was a flicker of light in the gathering darkness, yet it frightened me, the idea of moving forward without those we loved. And then the storm outside erupted, a cacophony of thunder and rain that mirrored the chaos within us. The windows rattled, and for a heartbeat, it felt as if the world itself was grieving alongside us. I sank to the floor, the coldness seeping into my bones, and I could feel my heart break with each passing moment. I remember, I breathed, my voice a whisper against the storm. I remember when we were whole. The memories rushed back, a tidal wave of joy and sorrow crashing over me. I saw us together, laughing in the sunlight, and I felt the warmth of family wrap around me, yet it was quickly snatched away, leaving only the chilling air of absence. Niobe's sobs pierced the storm, raw and unyielding. We cannot be alone in this, she cried, her voice rising against the tempest. I refuse to believe it. I won't let them fade. Her desperation echoed, a haunting melody that reverberated through the hall, intertwining with the raging storm outside. The tension snapped, and I felt myself swept into a whirlwind of emotion, the storm within me raging just as fiercely as the one outside. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that clung to us like a shroud. But all that came was a whisper, a plea to the cosmos that had turned away. Please, I whispered into the void, a futile offering to the darkness. Bring them back, just for a moment. But the universe remained indifferent, a silent witness to our suffering. And so we stood, three broken souls in a world stripped of light, trapped in our isolation as the storm raged on, fierce and relentless. Grief wrapped around us, a heavy cloak that stifled our cries, binding us in a silence that felt eternal. Each heartbeat was a reminder of our loss, each breath a struggle against the suffocating weight of despair. In that moment, I knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of our grief would ripple out, intertwining with the memories of lost laughter, haunting us, forever entwined in an endless cycle of longing and despair. The night was far from over, and as we stood there, trembling, broken, yet somehow united, I felt the haunting spectre of hope flicker in the darkness, casting a fragile light on the shadows of our shattered hearts. The clock struck midnight, its toll reverberating through the silent halls like a death knell. Every echo seemed to slip through the cracks of ancient stone, clawing at the heart of the fortress. I stood there, breathless, my eye scanning the dim shadows that danced along the walls. This was not merely a moment, it was a reckoning. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, a foreboding that wrapped around me like a shroud. I remember the chill, the way it seeped into my skin, whispering of secrets best left buried. Amphion, my husband, stood across the room, a spectre of silence. Tall, handsome in the way marble statues are, unyielding, eternal, yet devoid of warmth. His gaze drifted towards the window, where moonlight spilled like silver ink, illuminating his face, yet leaving his heart shrouded in darkness. The silence between us was a chasm, a gaping maw that swallowed words before they could take flight. He was the silent husband, but tonight, that silence felt like a storm brewing beneath the surface. "Say something," I pleaded, my voice trembling like a leaf caught in a gale. "Anything." He turned slowly, the weight of unspoken words heavy on his shoulders. I could see the torment etched in the lines of his jaw, the way his fists clenched at his sides. He was a fortress, and I was an intruder, desperate to breach his walls. I remember how it felt to be so close yet so irrevocably far from him. I wanted to storm the gates of his silence, to wrestle the truth from his lips. But all I received was a hollow look, his eyes a mirror reflecting my own despair. Outside, the wind howled, a symphony of chaos that echoed our internal strife. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, faint echoes of laughter that once filled these halls. Memories of us, before the weight of expectation burdened us both. Before he became the phantom I now chased through the corridors of our lives. "I remember," I murmured, "the way you used to laugh. How you made the world feel alive." His expression flickered, a glimmer of something, remorse, perhaps. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the shadows of his silence. "You don't understand," he finally spoke, the words tumbling from his lips like stones. "I am bound by an oath, a duty that chokes the life from me." Those words landed like a dagger, piercing the fragile fabric of my hope. "An oath?" I echoed, my heart racing as realization dawned. "Is that what this is? You're a prisoner of your own making, Amphion. We could break free." Yet, here we were, entwined in the web of expectations, his silence a smothering veil over our love. I longed to reach for him, to pull him into the light, but he remained a shadow, slipping just out of reach. I could feel the weight of unfulfilled dreams pressing down on me, suffocating. "You're losing yourself in this silence," I urged, my voice rising, desperation creeping in. "Fight for us." But he shook his head, a tragic resignation settling in his gaze. "There is nothing left to fight for. You can't want a ghost." With every word, the chasm widened, each syllable a shattered fragment of our shared history. I remembered the nights spent whispering dreams under the stars, the way his laughter had once filled the air with life. Now, the laughter felt like a distant echo, a cruel reminder of what we had lost. "I remember," I whispered, "the way you held me, like I was the only thing that mattered." His silence was suffocating, a crushing weight pressing down, heavy with unacknowledged fears. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows growing darker. "You're afraid of the truth," I said, my voice trembling with intensity. "Afraid of what we could be if you let go." As if summoned by my words, a surge of wind burst through the window, ruffling the curtains like restless spirits clawing for freedom. I could almost imagine the winds carrying away our sorrows, if only Amphion would choose to join me in that release. "What are you afraid of?" I pressed, my heart racing with the urgency of the moment. "Afraid to lose me? What if you've already lost me by holding on too tightly?" He flinched, the flicker of pain in his eyes cutting deeper than any blade. "I am afraid," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper, a confession that felt like a sacrilege. "Afraid that the silence is all that's left between us. Afraid of the day you will leave, when the silence will finally swallow me whole." The air hung heavy with unshed tears, the weight of our fears and unspoken desires pressing against the walls. I reached for him, my fingers brushing against his arm, seeking connection. "Then let's break it together. Let's unearth the truth, no matter how painful. We deserve to be alive in each other's hearts." But he recoiled, as if my words were a fire that burned too brightly. "You don't understand the cost of truth," he said, and I could see the shadows dancing in his eyes, the ghosts of choices long made, sacrifices that had weighed heavier than the chains of silence. "I do understand," I whispered, my heart aching with the weight of it all. "I understand that we are more than our fears, more than our past. We are the echoes of dreams yet fulfilled." The tension in the air crackled, a fragile thread that could snap at any moment. His gaze softened, if only for a heartbeat, and I dared to hope. "Can we find a way back?" I asked, my voice trembling with every breath. But the silence returned, a relentless tide swallowing the light once more. And in that moment, I realized that Amphion's heart was a labyrinth of shadows, each twist and turn leading back to silence's embrace. As his gaze turned away, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, the ground beneath us trembling with the weight of our unspoken fears. The night stretched on, an infinite abyss surrounding us, a ghostly reminder of the love that hung in the balance. I remember the haunting echoes of that silence, the way it wrapped around us like a shroud, leaving us both standing on the precipice of our own undoing. In that moment, I understood, this was only the beginning. The confrontation loomed ever closer, an inevitable storm gathering above us, waiting for the courage to break free. The air hangs thick with an unshakable tension, a silence so profound it wraps around your throat like a vice, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. It is dawn, yet shadows linger, curling around the edges of a world caught in the throes of mourning. Niobe stands in the center of a desolate garden, her heart a hollow drum echoing the loss of her children, her tears glistening as they fall like shards of glass onto the parched earth. I can hear her sobs, each one a dagger piercing the fabric of the dawn, intertwining with the whispers of the wind that carry her sorrow into the ether. I remember once, when laughter danced through these halls, she murmurs, her voice shaking, fragile like the petals of a wilted flower. I remember the warmth of their hands wrapped around my fingers, the light in their eyes. It is gone now, extinguished. The cosmos seems to shift and tremble, bearing witness to her agony, as if even the stars themselves weep for her loss. Across the garden, a figure emerges, her husband, Amphion, shoulders heavy with the weight of grief. He is a man battered by the storm of fate, his eyes clouded with despair. Niobe, he says, each syllable drips with an urgency that pierces the air, you must cease this lament. Do you not see? Your sorrow stirs the wrath of the gods. But the words feel like arrows, sharp yet impotent against the fortress of her grief. She looks at him, her gaze like a tempest, raw and unyielding. Wrath, she spits, the word bitter on her tongue. What good are their blessings if they can strip me of my joy? I, who dared to be proud, now stand stripped bare in this pit of despair. Niobe's voice rises, echoing through the garden, intertwining with the rustling leaves and the distant cries of mourning doves. Her pride, once a crown upon her head, now a heavy weight, pressing her deeper into the earth. She stands as a monument to suffering, her body trembling with the aftershocks of loss, with every breath a reminder of the children now gone. Amphion's heart races. He knows the fire of her grief, the wildfire that threatens to consume everything in its path. I know your pain, but you must remember there is more at stake. He steps closer, desperate to bridge the chasm that yawns between them, yet the moment he reaches for her, she recoils, the distance a chasm that even love cannot cross. What do you know of pain? She snaps, and in her voice, I can taste the ashes of dreams, the bitter remnants of joy snuffed out too soon. At that moment, a flicker of movement catches her eye, and out of the shadows, a young girl appears, her youngest, the spectre of a daughter, a ghost woven from the threads of memory. Mother, why do you weep? The apparition asks, her voice a haunting melody, ethereal yet echoing painfully in Niobe's chest. The sight of her daughter, beautiful and untouched by the cruel hand of fate, sends a fresh wave of agony crashing into Niobe, each heartbeat amplifying the weight of what was lost. You should be here, with me, not lost in your sorrow. The air crackles with electricity as Niobe's heart stumbles. Do not tempt me with visions, she cries, her voice cracking under the strain of emotion. Do not remind me of the joy that has been wrenched from me. The garden shifts, the very fabric of reality warping under the weight of her grief. Time feels suspended, the seconds stretching into an eternity as she grapples with the essence of her torment. Amphion watches helplessly, torn between the instinct to comfort her and the urge to shield himself from her anguish. Niobe, please, he whispers, desperation clawing at his throat. We must honor their memory, not let our grief drown us. But his words are swallowed by the wind, becoming nothing but echoes of despair reverberating off the ancient stones of their home. Honor them, she laughs bitterly, the sound like shards of ice shattering in the quiet. What honor lies in a memory that haunts me? What is left to honor when the gods have stripped me of everything? She grips her head, her fingers digging into her temples as if trying to expel the pain, the memories that flicker like shadows just beyond reach. Around them, the sun rises, but it does little to pierce the gloom that clings to the garden. With each moment, the air thickens, as though the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. In that moment of overwhelming despair, Amphion dares to step forward, but uncertainty holds him back, a shadow of doubt clouding his resolve. "I cannot lose you too, Niobe," he pleads, his voice trembling with fear. "Do not allow this grief to consume you. Do not let it turn you into a spectre, lost to the world." But Niobe, lost in the depths of her sorrow, barely registers his words. "I remember the laughter," she whispers, her eyes glazed over as if searching for something just beyond the veil of memory. "And now I stand in a desolate garden, the echoes of their joy a haunting refrain, a reminder of the void they left behind." The tension wraps tighter around them, a vice of emotion, and as the sun continues its ascent, the shadows deepen, looming larger and more menacing, an ominous reminder of all that has been lost. "It is only a matter of time before the gods come for me, Amphion," she murmurs, her voice trembling with a mix of resignation and defiance. "They will not let my pride go unpunished. I have already lost everything. What more can they take?" The air grows heavier, suffocating, the gardener witness to their unraveling. Time stretches, and the moment hangs, pregnant with unspeakable grief, choking them both. The universe seems to hold its breath, waiting. And in that serene, horrific silence, the echoes of Niobe's sorrow reverberate through the ages, an indelible mark upon the fabric of Greek culture, a tale woven into the hearts of those who listen, every sob a reminder, every tear a warning. The cycle of pride and punishment, of love and loss, a refrain that continues to shape the very essence of humanity. The air hung thick, alive with tension, as the sound of shattering glass echoed through the cavernous gallery. I stood frozen, heart thudding, blood roaring in my ears, as fragments of a once proud sculpture cascaded to the floor like fallen stars. The curator, Eleanor, her face a mask of horror and disbelief, stared wide-eyed at the broken remains of her masterpiece, a midnight black figure that had once captured the agony of existence. Now, it lay in pieces, a testament not only to destruction but to the fragility of creation, the fine line between beauty and chaos. I remember the way the moonlight dripped through the tall windows, casting eerie shadows across the gallery floor, turning every corner into a sanctuary for secrets and sorrows. The walls were adorned with haunting paintings, canvases that seemed to breathe with life, each stroke a whisper, each color bleeding emotion. But within that beauty lurked something darker, something that twisted my gut and clawed at my psyche. Eleanor was everything I was not, confident, visionary, her passion igniting the room like a wildfire. Yet, in that moment, as she knelt amidst the shards, I saw her vulnerability exposed. Her hands trembled, stained with grief and desperation, as if she were cradling not just broken stone but the weight of her dreams. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, but the unspeakable fear held me back. Would she see my presence as a lifeline or merely a shadow, a ghost haunting her most fragile moment? And then, there was Lucas. My brother, standing by the door, arms crossed, face a storm cloud of frustration and disbelief. He'd never understood why I was drawn to art, why I felt a pulse in paint, a heartbeat in marble. To him, it was a waste of time, a frivolity in a world steeped in chaos. "You're wasting your life on dreams," he had once said, the words lacerating my spirit. But here, in this gallery of broken masterpieces and shattered illusions, I saw something in his eyes, an inkling of understanding, a flicker of realization that art was not merely an escape but a lifeline. "Do you even care?" he spat, his voice sharp enough to cut through the tension. "It's just a piece of stone, Eleanor. Just a thing." But Eleanor was cradling the pieces now, her fingers brushing over the jagged edges as if she were handling a wounded animal. The gallery held its breath, suspended in that moment, caught between Lucas's harshness and Eleanor's fragility. I remember the way the air crackled with unspoken words, the silence echoing like a heartbeat. Each moment stretched like a taut string on a bow. Memories flooded back, Eleanor's laughter while we painted in the park, the way she spoke of colors like they were secrets whispered from the cosmos, the way Lucas would roll his eyes, trapped in a world that seemed too mundane for dreams and visions. I wanted desperately to bridge the chasm between them, to make them see what I felt, a shared heartbeat, an understanding that art was not just stone or paint, but the very essence of being alive. "Art is life," Eleanor screamed suddenly, her voice slicing through the silence, raw and unfiltered. "Do you think this is just a thing? A trinket? No. It's the embodiment of struggle, of pain, of love. It's everything we are." Each word was a hammer striking against the anvil of their conflict, and for a single heartbeat, I thought I saw Lucas waver. But then, he shrugged, a wall slamming back into place, a fortress built out of indifference. I felt the weight of their discord pressing down on me, heavy as a coffin, suffocating in its intensity. How could I bridge that gap? How could I make them see that art was not just a hobby, but a way to confront the darkness lurking inside? I remember the nights I spent painting, the way colors bled together like tears on a canvas, the way I poured my heart into every stroke, trying to mold the chaos into something tangible. "Look," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "Even broken, it's beautiful." I gestured toward the shards lying scattered like memories. Each piece has a story, pain, love, longing. They don't lose their meaning just because they're shattered. But Eleanor was rising, determination sparking in her eyes. "I can fix this. I will fix this." The words were fierce, a declaration of war against despair. I watched as she gathered the pieces, her fingers moving carefully, deliberately, like a surgeon performing an operation on a dying patient. And in that moment, I realized that this was more than just a sculpture being pieced together. It was a struggle to reclaim her shattered self, to confront the fragments of her identity that had been lost among expectations and failures. Lucas stood by, arms now uncrossed, his expression unreadable. The tension between them hummed like electricity in the air, charged with unvoiced emotions. "You're wasting your time, Elle," he murmured, softer now, the bitterness replaced by a hint of concern. "Sometimes, it's just too broken to fix." "No." The word burst from her lips, fierce and unrelenting, a declaration against the shadows that threatened to engulf us. "Nothing is too broken. Not me, not this." And as she arranged the pieces, it was as if she was stitching together more than just stone. She was threading the fabric of hope into the very essence of despair. In that dimly lit gallery, time slowed, a clock suspended in its relentless march forward. Shadows danced across the walls, echoing past fears and dreams, fears of failure, of being forgotten, of losing oneself in the chaos of life. I felt the fear pulse through my veins, but alongside it, a stubborn ember of hope flickered alive, igniting something within me. As Eleanor worked tirelessly, the gallery transformed, each piece returning to its rightful place, a testament to resilience. I could feel Lucas's resolve shifting, his eyes softening as he stepped closer, drawn into the orbit of her passion. "You really think you can bring it back?" he asked, the skepticism in his voice tempered by a sliver of belief. "I don't just think," she replied, her voice steady, the spark of determination igniting the air around us. "I know." And there we were, three souls trapped in a moment, surrounded by the ghosts of creation and destruction. The gallery held its breath, alive with an energy that pulsed like a heartbeat, the shadows whispering secrets of what was to come. Time unraveled, the world outside forgotten, as we each clung to our own shattered pieces, yearning to create, to reclaim, to connect. In that space, surrounded by the remnants of broken dreams, we found ourselves standing on the precipice of something beautiful, a confrontation of art, heart, and the shadows that haunted us all. The intensity of the moment wrapped around us, binding our fates together, as the echoes of the past swirled around, whispering promises of what could be. And then, just as quickly as it began, the moment hung there, suspended in time, waiting for the next heartbeat to break through the stillness and carry us further into the unknown. The moon hung low, a sinister eye staring down at the earth, a witness, a judge. I remember the night it happened, sharp and vivid, like a dagger piercing the veil of time. The air was electric, crackling with the weight of something unspeakable, and I stood there, breathless, as the shadows danced with secrets. A scream shattered the silence. It was raw and primal, echoing through the darkened streets like a cursed chant. I remember the sound tearing through my chest, a visceral reminder that horror was never far away. There, in that moment, I was plunged deep into the agony of Niobe, a mother, a figure immortalized in tragedy, yet so painfully human. Her children, once encircled by joy, had become mere whispers in the wind, ghosts of what could have been. The night was thick with the scent of rain and regret. I saw her then, Niobe, her face illuminated by the ghostly glow of the moon. Tears glistened on her cheeks, reflections of her shattered dreams. She was beautiful, but her beauty was a curse. The gods had turned their backs on her, envious of her pride, and now she stood alone, her heart a battleground of grief and defiance. Why? Her voice trembled, slicing through the night like a blade. Why must I suffer? What sin have I committed? Each word dripped with an anguish that settled into my bones. I felt her pain, a visceral echo of my own losses, of mornings waking to the haunting absence of a beloved voice. In her sorrow, I saw the reflection of every broken heart, every parent's nightmare. And then there was Apollo, the harbinger of retribution, his bow drawn with a quiet ferocity. I remember the tension, the tautness in the air as he loomed there, a figure of divine wrath. The silver glint of his arrows captured the moonlight, a chilling promise of death. You mocked my mother, he proclaimed, voice like thunder, and for your pride, your children will pay. I could feel the air shift, a palpable dread coiling around my heart. Niobe's defiance was a fragile thing, flickering like a candle in a tempest. But they are innocent, she cried, desperation cracking her voice. They did not ask for your wrath. They are my everything. It was a pleading that echoed through eternity, a desperate mother's heartache. I felt my chest tighten, each word a reminder of the fragility of life, of love's relentless pursuit of permanence in a universe that thrives on chaos. Then, the first arrow flew, swift as a falcon's dive, and the world held its breath. I remember the way time slowed, each heartbeat echoing the impending doom. The sharp crack of wood against flesh was haunting, an unholy symphony of despair. I could see her child fall, limbs entwined with the earth, the life extinguished in an instant. No! Niobe's cry tore through the fabric of night, a sound so primal it could awaken the dead. I felt it in my gut, a knot of anguish spiraling deeper and deeper still. There was no stopping what was set in motion. Each arrow found its mark, each cry of loss resonating in my very being. A mother's heart shattering piece by piece, could anything be more devastating? I remember the weight of shadows creeping closer, the darkness hungry for the remnants of hope. I saw the gods above, their laughter ringing hollow, a cruel reminder that they played a game, indifferent to the stakes. Niobe, once so proud, now became a spectre of sorrow, her grief a haunting echo. The final arrow struck, a cruel punctuation to her tragedy. Silence fell, heavy and thick, as if the world itself mourned. Niobe collapsed, her body crumpling under the weight of her despair. In that moment, I felt every loss I had ever endured, a kaleidoscope of pain, guilt, and love. I could almost see the ghosts of her children swirling around her, their laughter now mere echoes, taunting her with memories of a better time. And in the shadows lingered a young man, a boy named Amphion, whose heart bore the scars of unseen battles. He stood at a distance, paralyzed by the horror unfolding before him. I saw his eyes, wide with disbelief, his hands trembling as if grasping at the remnants of a shattered reality. He loved Niobe, yet he felt the weight of her pride crushing him too. Is this what I have to look forward to? He whispered, a question haunting the air like a bitter wind. He was caught between her legacy and the god's fury, a delicate thread woven into a dark tapestry. I felt the pull of his confusion, the weight of expectation pressing down. To love her is to invite ruin, he pondered, the very thought sending shivers down my spine. The air thickened, heavy with impending doom as Niobe's wail echoed through the void. Time paused, a grotesque tableau of grief before me, the culmination of a mother's hubris. I felt the crushing despair, the raw, unvarnished truth that life was unpredictable, a cruel jester. And I remembered, because how could I forget, that in the end, we are all mere players in this tragic theatre, exposed to the whims of fate. As the curtain began to draw, I felt the weight of the past, present, and future collide, a swirling vortex of despair and hope. I remember the moments that led us here, but the future remained shrouded, a mystery cloaked in shadows. The echoes of Niobe's grief lingered in the air, woven into the very fabric of existence. Every moment is a memory, every heartbeat a reminder that the legacy of Niobe will never truly fade. In the stillness of that night, as the world held its breath, I knew something profound had shifted. There, in the heart of tragedy, I found an invitation to reflect on love, loss, and the eternal dance of mortality. For in this legacy, we are all bound, each of us, a thread in the tapestry of fate, forever entangled in the saga of our own making. The air crackles with an electric tension, sharp enough to cut through the thick silence of the night. Shadows creep along the cobblestone streets, elongated fingers grasping at the remnants of day as the distant howl of the wind echoes like a mournful wail. In the heart of the city, beneath a moon that hangs low and heavy, 3 figures huddle close, their breath mingling in the cold air, a dim reminder of their mortal fragility. I remember standing there, feeling the weight of my own heartbeat, thudding like a war drum, drowning out the chaos that swirled just beyond the flickering lantern light. I remember the look in their eyes, Mara's filled with a fierce resolve, like a lioness poised to protect her young, and Eli, whose gaze flickered with doubt, the ghosts of failures past lurking just behind his irises. Then, there was me, the third part of this fragile triangle, caught between their fierce love and the bitter taste of impending doom. Can we really do this? Eli asks, his voice shaking, hanging in the air like a fragile thread. He's always been the one to question, the one to weigh the options like he's balancing the fates on a scale, but tonight he feels the gravity of his words. Can we afford not to? Mara's reply is fire, igniting the icy night. Her fingers curl into fists, nails digging into her palms, a desperate attempt to grasp control in a world spiraling out of reach. The moon casts jagged shadows across her face, highlighting a fierce beauty wrapped in pain. She's lost so much, paralyzed by grief that has clawed at her insides, an unrelenting beast that feasts on memories of what was. I remember the night she lost her brother, the sound of her scream echoing through the alleyways, haunting the very stones we tread upon. It was as if the city itself had shuddered, bending under the weight of her sorrow. And now, standing here, ready to confront whatever beasts lurked in the dark, I can feel the remnants of that pain in the air. Niobe was not a coward, I say, my voice stronger than I feel, cutting through the chill. She fought against the gods, and for that, she became eternal. The words taste bitter on my tongue, a reminder of the line between defiance and folly. Mara's eyes flash with determination, but underneath, there's a crack of fear, an echo of the same fate that claimed Niobe's children. But what if we're wrong, she whispers, barely audible. What if the gods are watching, waiting for us to falter? Eli shifts, his unease palpable, the tension thickening like fog. There are no gods tonight, Mara. Just us and the choices we make. His voice is steady, but I see the tremor in his hands, the way he clings to the edge of certainty, desperate to keep his balance. I remember the stories, the endless tales that wrapped around us like a shroud, echoing through the chambers of our minds. Tales of grief and vengeance, of love lost and battles fought. How they clawed at the very fabric of our existence, asking us to question our choices, our morals. The night thickens, and the shadows twist, dance. Does it matter? I ask, though the answer lingers like smoke in the air. What if we become the stories they tell? Mara glances at me, eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears. But what if we're nothing but echoes of their failures? Ghosts wandering in their wake. The silence stretches, heavy with the weight of unsaid words, unexamined fears. I look at them, my friends, my companions in this twisted fate, and I feel the world tilt dangerously on its axis. We are not heroes, we are but flawed beings, wrapped in our own obsessions. Eli inhales sharply, breaking the spell of uncertainty. Then let's make a choice, he declares, voice cutting through the fog like a lighthouse beam. Let's be more than the shadows of our ancestors. A question dances on my lips. What does it mean to be a more? To fight against fate, or to accept its cruel hand? Niobe's story is one of desperation, of a mother's love twisted into something monstrous, a reflection of our own struggles. The weight of her sorrow, the price of her defiance, it all hangs above us like the impending storm. A storm, yes, I feel it brewing, the air thick with the promise of rain and ruin. Our breaths quicken, and I wonder if this is the moment when we choose to confront our ghosts or let them swallow us whole. I glance at Mara, whose spirit flickers like a candle in the wind, so fragile, yet so fierce. And Eli, whose fear is a mirror, reflecting the doubts I keep buried deep within. Can we live with the choices we make tonight? I ask, my heart pounding, a steady beat in a chaotic symphony. Can we bear the weight of our own stories? Mara nods, a slight, almost imperceptible movement, but it's enough. Then let's not be Niobe, she says, resolve hardening her voice. Let's be the ones who carve our own fate. And as she speaks, the shadows lengthen and twist, almost listening, almost waiting, as if the night itself holds its breath, anticipating the choices we dare to make. I can feel the pulse of the universe thrumming beneath our feet, the rhythm of countless lives before us, and I wonder if we're each but a thread in an eternal tapestry, a story woven in the stars. The darkness swells around us, an invitation and a warning all at once. I remember the tales, the ones that haunt our dreams and shape our reality. I remember the ghosts that linger, whispering of vengeance and love, loss and defiance. And as we step forward, into the abyss, I know we are not just confronting our past, we are facing the very essence of what it means to be human, flawed and beautiful, eternally caught in the struggle between despair and hope. With each step, our resolve strengthens, a fire igniting within us, a heartbeat echoing louder than the shadows around. We are the choices we make, the stories we tell, and the ghosts we confront. And in this moment, this fragile, electric moment, we become more than echoes, we become the authors of our fate. The air tasted metallic, thick and unsettling, as if the universe itself held its breath. In the flickering shadows of the crumbling castle, I stood amidst the chaos, heart pounding like a war drum. Niobe, my sister, her eyes wide and wild, clutched her twin daughters to her chest, their innocent murmurs swallowed by the encroaching darkness. Each heartbeat echoed the crushing weight of expectations, the suffocating grip of roles that had been cast for us long before our birth. Run, she gasped, voice trembling, and I could see the fear carving lines deeper than sorrow upon her face. The girls giggled, blissfully unaware, their laughter like shards of glass against the night. I wanted to scream, to shatter their joy with the truth that had haunted our family for generations, the truth that a woman's worth was measured in her ability to bear sons, to conform to an unyielding mold of femininity. I remember the tales my mother told us, tales of grand warriors and noble heroes, but none of the stories ever featured women who could wield a sword or claim their birthright. I remember the way my heart sank each time Niobe was praised for her beauty, her grace, as if those were the only treasures she owned. Beauty, I learned, was a gilded cage, and Niobe was caught in its delicate, shimmering bars. The castle walls trembled with the weight of their expectations, but it wasn't just the stone that cracked under pressure. No, it was Niobe, too. It was the way her fingers trembled as she tucked loose strands of hair behind her ear, a nervous gesture that screamed of a girl trapped in a world where being a mother was her only celebrated achievement. I could see the ghosts of her desires, haunting her every smile. She wanted to be more than a vessel, she wanted to be a force, a tempest, a warrior in her own right. But then, the shadows shifted, and the air thickened with danger. I could smell the smoke from the torches, hear the distant clash of swords as our father's warriors clashed against the encroaching army, a cacophony of power struggling against power, driven by the weight of male expectations. It was all so painfully familiar, this cycle of bloodshed woven into the fabric of our lives, yet today was different. Today, the world would pay homage to Niobe's fury. "Get back," she cried, pushing the girls behind her as a figure emerged from the swirling smoke. I trembled, the recognition slicing through me. A man cloaked in shadows, his face obscured but his intentions clear. He was here to claim what he believed was rightfully his, to remind my sister of her place. "Let your daughters go, Niobe," he growled, and beneath the growl lay a twisted sense of entitlement. "You know that gods favor men. You cannot win this fight." But Niobe did not falter. I saw the fire ignite in her eyes, a blazing star ignited by centuries of silence. "You do not define who I am," she roared, her hands clenched into fists, trembling with the force of her defiance. And yet, I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders, threatening to crush her spirit. I remembered the stories they told, how women were supposed to be meek, docile, nurturing, the very definitions of what a woman could or should be. It was a cage, a set of chains forged by a society that thrived on oppression, and with every breath, Niobe was breaking free. The battle around us raged on, a violent tempest that mirrored the turmoil within. I felt like a ghost, flitting between past and present, caught in the crossfire of expectations and dreams. I could see flashes of our childhood, running through meadows, spinning tales of daring knights and fierce queens, our laughter echoing like a forgotten song. But those moments faded, choked out by the relentless march of time and tradition. "Your girls are not enough," he spat, venom lacing his words, and I could see the flicker of doubt cross Niobe's face. "You must produce sons, or you are nothing." With every syllable, he injected poison into her heart, and I felt it too, the familiar pang of inadequacy, the bitter taste of despair. I wanted to scream, to tell him that Niobe was more than her womb, that she was a storm waiting to be unleashed, a voice that could shake the heavens. But the words tangled in my throat, caught by a fear that had grown roots deep within me. And then, in an instant, the world shifted. Niobe's resolve hardened like steel, and I saw her transform before my very eyes, shedding the shackles of expectation like a serpent shedding its skin. "I will not cower," she whispered, and it was a promise, not just to him but to herself. The air crackled with energy, electric and dangerous. Before I could catch my breath, she took a step forward, the ground trembling beneath her feet as if the earth itself recognized the power that surged within her. The man faltered, and for the briefest moment, time stretched, holding its breath. I could see the flickers of doubt dance across his face, and I knew this was the moment when everything could change. Clarity washed over me. I was part of this fight, part of her legacy. "We are enough," I shouted, feeling the words reverberate in the night. "We are more than what they dictate." I realized that in this battle, we were not merely sisters, we were warriors, unyielding and fierce, our spirits entwined. The shadows loomed, but we stood, defiant. Niobe's anger shifted into something palpable, a force of nature, and the air buzzed with the energy of liberation. The echoes of laughter from our childhood swirled around us. I could almost feel the threads of our dreams weaving into the fabric of this moment. And as the confrontation reached its peak, I knew this was not just a battle for our lives, it was a rebellion against the expectations that sought to bind us. The world around us buzzed and crackled, and amidst the chaos, we stood resolute, ready to fight for the essence of who we were, who we could be. I wished I could hold on to this moment forever, let it seep into my bones, because I could feel it, the dawning of something magnificent, a glimmer of hope that promised to change everything. And as the night deepened, we braced ourselves for what lay ahead, knowing that this was only the beginning of a struggle that would ripple through time, echoing in the hearts of those who dared to dream beyond the confines of gender. With every heartbeat, we moved forward, poised on the edge of a revolution, ready to redefine our fate. Thunder rumbled in the distance, a low growl that echoed the turmoil within me. I stood at the edge of the cliff, the wind howling like a banshee, as waves crashed against jagged rocks below. The salty spray stung my face, but it was nothing compared to the storm raging in my heart. I remember the moment vividly, the starkness of the choice laid before me, a choice that felt heavier than the very sky above. "Choose," whispered a voice, softer than the wind yet more potent than the tempest. It was my brother, Marcus, his eyes hollow, mirroring the abyss of our shared fate. He stood a step behind me, the distance between us a chasm I could not bridge. He was everything I wasn't, confident, reckless, a believer in destiny's cruel hand. I, on the other hand, had always clung to the illusion of control, of free will, like a lifeline in a stormy sea. "Marcus, don't," I pleaded, but the words fell flat, swallowed by the roar of the ocean. Our home lay in ruins, flames licking the night sky, the scent of smoke mingling with the salty air, a blasphemy against the quiet life we once knew. That life had been snuffed out, yet here we stood, facing an abyss of choices, a web woven by fate itself. "Every moment has led us here," he murmured, almost to himself. "This is our destiny. The gods have chosen." I wanted to scream. I wanted to shake him, to make him see that fate was a fickle mistress, one who played with hearts and souls like a bored child with dolls. "No. It's not fate. It's our choices, our free will to change the course." But my voice cracked under the weight of despair, as if the universe itself conspired to drown me in silence. The shadows lengthened behind us, the remnants of our past pressing in. I could almost hear the laughter of our childhood echoing through the corridors of my mind, simple, carefree moments that had turned to ash in the face of reality. I remember the crisp autumn days, leaves swirling in a dance that felt eternal. I remember a time when life was a story we wrote together, where every choice mattered. But those days were gone, stolen by the hands of fate, leaving only ghosts in their wake. Fate, I muttered, the word bitter on my tongue. What a cruel joke. I turned to look at Marcus, and in that moment, I saw not my brother, but a reflection of myself, a shattered spirit clinging to the idea that we could defy the gods. Can you really believe that? Can you accept that we're just pawns in a game? I don't want to be a pawn, he said, his voice shaking, revealing the crack in his bravado. But what if we don't have a choice? The vulnerability in his eyes sent a shiver down my spine, a reminder that beneath the bravado lay the same fears that haunted me. The ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that time was slipping away. I could feel the weight of the clock ticking, each second a reminder of our mortality. I remember, I said, my voice barely above a whisper, when we thought we could rewrite our fate. Remember the stories we told by the fire? Heroes who took destiny by the throat? What happened to that? A flicker of hope gleamed in his eyes, but it was quickly snuffed out. Those are just tales, sister. We're not heroes, we're just us. His admission felt like a dagger in my heart, twisting it deeper, dragging forth the pain I had buried. I looked down at the violent waves crashing beneath my feet. Then let's not let this be our end, I cried, desperation clawing at my throat. Let's fight back. Let's fight against what? He interrupted, his voice rising above the chaos, shadows flickering in the corners of our minds. Against fate? Against the gods? The bitterness wrapped around his words, choking the remnants of hope from the air. Every choice we make leads us right back here. It's a cycle, a prison we can't escape. The wind howled louder, as if mocking our struggle, the cliff's edge crumbling beneath our feet. I refused to believe that, I shouted, the defiance coursing through my veins like fire. I want to carve my own path, even if it leads me to ruin. But the truth lingered, a spectre haunting the fringes of my resolve. In that moment, everything shifted. The night sky darkened, stars blinking out one by one, as if the cosmos itself was holding its breath. My heart raced, the air thick with the weight of unspoken words, the tension palpable. I could feel the ancient stories pressing in, the myths of old where fates were sealed, destinies intertwined like the roots of a gnarled tree, each choice leading to an inevitable end. Do you remember the tale of Orpheus? I asked suddenly, desperation intertwining with the nostalgia. He tried to defy the gods, to bring back his love from the dead. But in the end, he lost everything. The parallels felt heavy, a warning I wished I could shake off. Marcus looked at me, a flicker of understanding igniting in his gaze. And yet, he chose to love. And maybe that's all we have, the choice to fight, to love fiercely even if it leads to heartbreak. I wanted to scream at him that love wasn't enough, that our choices could drown us just as easily as they could save us. But at what cost? I whispered, feeling the weight of the unknown crushing me. What if our choices led to destruction, to a fate worse than death? The ground beneath us trembled again, ominous and foreboding. It was as if the earth itself was demanding an answer, a choice. Time ticked on, the clock of destiny counting down the moments we had left. Marcus took a step closer, and I felt the warmth of his presence, an anchor in the storm. Together, then, he said, a fierce resolve igniting in his eyes. We face whatever comes, hand in hand. His voice was a lifeline, a promise in the darkness. You're right, we can't just let fate write our story. But somewhere deep inside, I felt the creeping doubt, a whisper of fate's twisted humor. What if our choice to fight was the very thing that sealed our doom? The irony clawed at my insides, but I swallowed the fear down, pushing it into the depths of my soul. The storm raged on, but in that moment, we stood united, two flawed souls standing against the tide. The cliff loomed before us, a precipice into the unknown, and as I stared into the abyss, I realized that perhaps it didn't matter if we were pawns or heroes. What mattered was the fight, the choice to believe in something greater than ourselves. The waves crashed violently below, but we stood our ground, the wind howling like an ancient prophecy. Together, we would carve our own path through the chaos. Fate could weave its threads, but we would not go gently into that night. And as I took Marcus's hand, the darkness felt just a little less daunting, a sliver of light breaking through the storm. A promise whispered through the chaos, the story wasn't over yet. The air hung heavy like a shroud, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic that clung to the senses. A stone wall loomed before me, ancient and unyielding, encasing a world trapped within silence. Every heartbeat reverberated, echoing off the cold granite. I stood there, breath caught, my pulse a drum in the void. The shadows twisted as if alive, flickering under the dim light that barely penetrated the narrow crevices. This was a moment steeped in urgency, a flashpoint where desperation met the weight of what was unspoken. And then I saw her, Myra, her face pale as moonlight, eyes wide with an unspoken fear. She was the embodiment of fragility, yet I knew her strength, buried deep like a seed under winter's frost. "What are we doing here?" she whispered, each word a tremor, each breath a plea. I reached for her, the warmth of her skin grounding me, even as the chill of the stone pressed against my back. "We have to confront it," I said, my own voice a whisper, trembling with the weight of our shared silence. The truth loomed between us, a spectre cloaked in shadows. The night outside felt endless, stretching infinitely beyond our small existence, yet here we were, two hearts beating in a world that had forgotten our names. Myra's fingers brushed against the jagged edge of the stone, tracing patterns that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This place, it feels alive," she murmured, her voice barely above a breath. I understood, this stone had seen centuries pass, had witnessed both joy and heartbreak, a silent witness to the transformations of those who had stood where we now stood. Then there was Tom, lurking on the periphery, a ghost of a man haunted by his own demons. He had always been the boulder in our path, the voice of logic and doubt. "You can't just confront the past," he said, his tone steely, his body tense. "It will swallow you whole." But what did he know of swallowing whole? He had never tasted the bittersweet tang of regret, never felt the crushing weight of silence where words should have danced. I turned to him, frustration bubbling beneath my skin. "And what do you propose? To walk away? To leave it all buried under layers of stone?" The silence that answered was deafening, a surge of unacknowledged truths crashing against the walls of our makeshift sanctuary. With every heartbeat, the air throbbed with tension, vibrating like a string pulled taut. I could see it in their eyes, the longing to escape and the yearning to confront. Myra turned to me again, desperation etched in her features. "We can't leave it like this," she insisted, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the darkness. I remember the way it felt to be whole." Her words hung in the air, ephemeral yet heavy, like the mist that clung to the ground before dawn. In her, I saw all our dreams, our desires, intertwined with the memories of who we once were. But the stone stood unmoved, a monolith of our fears, demanding recognition. The past has a way of ensnaring us, like vines creeping up the walls, choking the life out of everything in their wake. I felt a rage blossom in my chest, a fire igniting the tenderness of my heart. "We can't live in echoes, Tom!" I snapped, the words slicing through the silence, raw and sharp. "We have to break the silence. We have to transform." And as I spoke, I could see it, the flicker of hope, the shadow of fear. It danced between us, a wild thing seeking freedom. Tom's face twisted, a struggle playing out in every line of his body. "What if it transforms us into something we can't recognize?" he countered, but even as he spoke, I could see the cracks in his armor, the cracks that mirrored my own. "Then we become something new," I breathed, feeling the weight of my own truth. "Something stronger." Each heartbeat echoed, reverberating in the chamber of my chest, reminding me of the stakes, of the urgency. This was no longer just about us, it was about the churning, timeless force of change. Myra stepped forward, her resolve hardening like iron, and I felt a pulse of energy surge between us. "I can't go back to being mute," she declared, her voice rising above the shadows. "Not when there's a chance to reshape everything." The power of her words filled the space, wrapping around us like a warm embrace, even as the cold stone loomed ever present. And then, without warning, the ground trembled. A shuddering breath passed through the stones, a warning or perhaps an invitation, who could tell in this cryptic moment? The walls seemed to pulse, alive with the weight of secrets long held captive. This wasn't just a confrontation with the past, it was a reckoning that could force open the gates of our very souls. Tom's eyes flickered, caught between fear and the thrilling edge of possibility. What if the silence is what protects us? He asked, though the intensity of his gaze betrayed his internal battle. What if? But the question hung in the air, fragile and trembling, as if afraid to touch the ground. I took a step forward, heart racing, the echoes of our fears mingling with the whispers of our dreams. Then we carve our own path, I declared, a fierce certainty igniting within me. We transformed this silence into something that frees us. Time seemed suspended, a fragile moment stretching into eternity, and I knew this was our turning point. The air crackled with potential, the walls trembled, vibrating with the weight of our resolve. And then, it happened, the stone began to shift, the silence fracturing into a chorus of whispers. The shadows danced, swirling around us in a tempest, as if the entire universe held its breath, waiting for us to move. In that breathless moment, I understood. Transformation was not just a possibility, it was a necessity. And we, Elmira, Tom, and I, were ready to shatter the silence, ready to step into the unknown. In the heart of that darkness, we grasped for each other, for the strength to embrace the chaos that lay ahead. The stone trembled, the silence shattered, and we were no longer bound by what had come before. We were alive, and the world awaited our next breath. A scream shatters the night, a visceral wail that claws through the silence, a mother's heart breaking under the weight of despair. The moon hangs high, a cold, indifferent witness, as shadows stretch long across the cobblestone streets slick with rain. The air is thick with the taste of iron, a pungent reminder of what has been lost, what can never be returned. I'm standing there, rooted to the spot, my breath quickening, my heart pounding like a war drum. I remember the way the world felt before the darkness arrived, how laughter echoed in the alleys, how the sky seemed endless and blue. But now? Now it's a tapestry of grief, woven with the threads of desperation and unanswered prayers. I can't move, can't tear my eyes away from the figure crumpled on the ground, the flicker of life extinguished too soon, too violently. A child, innocent, snatched away. The mother kneels, a ghost in the night, her fingers clawing at the earth as if she could pull back the very fabric of fate. And then I see him, Darius, tall and gaunt, with shadows clinging to him like a second skin. This man, once a beacon of hope, now flickers like a dying flame. He's seeking solace in a world that offers none. I remember the laughter in his voice, the way he used to light up a room. Now he's nothing but a vessel of despair, a man whose faith has been ripped apart thread by thread. Why? He screams at the heavens, his voice raw, a painful rasp filled with years of bottled agony. Why have you turned away? His eyes search the darkness, pleading for a divine response that never comes. I feel it then, the weight of his despair, a palpable force that wraps around my throat, making it hard to breathe. I want to comfort him, to tell him that the gods are listening, but the truth is, I don't know. I'm as lost as he is. I remember standing in an alley, the faint smell of spices wafting from a nearby market, a time when my worries were trivial. Now those memories feel like ghosts, haunting me with what once was. Darius was my friend, my brother in arms, a man with dreams brighter than the stars. But the stars have grown dimmer, haven't they? And then there's Elara, her spirit a flickering candle against the tempest. She stands apart, her face pale as moonlight, eyes reflecting a storm of emotions. Struggling between anger and sorrow, she longs for revenge, a futile battle against a universe that has taken everything from her. We can't let this go unanswered, she whispers, her voice a fragile thread. Someone must pay. I see her fists clenched, trembling with the weight of her resolve, and my heart aches for the girl who once danced in the sunlight, unburdened by the darkness that now shadows her every move. I remember her laughter, how it danced through the air, how it used to spark joy, now a distant echo. She turns to me, her gaze fierce and unyielding, and in that moment, I know she's teetering on the edge of something dangerous. We have to make them hear us. To feel our pain. Her words slice through the air, sharp and clear, and I want to argue, to tell her that vengeance will bring no solace, but the truth is I'm scared of losing her too. Time stretches, contorting into a grotesque shape, and I can feel the weight of it pressing down on my shoulders. It's as if the entire cosmos is holding its breath, waiting for something to break. The alley is a battleground now, a nexus where despair collides with determination. Darius and Elara, two souls wounded and raw, orbiting around pain-like planets in a dying system. I can't do this alone, Darius confesses, his voice cracking, and my heart splinters. Tell me I'm not alone. As he reaches out, the distance between us feels insurmountable, and I want to step forward, to bridge that gap, to tell him that I will always stand beside him. But fear grips me, a fear of what that means, of how deep the darkness runs. Elara's gaze pierces through the haze of despair, locking onto Darius with a fierce intensity. You're not alone. None of us are. But her words are a fragile promise, trembling on the edge of hope. She turns to me, her eyes demanding a response. We have to fight back. If we don't, what's left? What's left? The question lingers like a bitter taste on my tongue, and I stagger under the weight of it. I remember the stories whispered in darkness, of gods who turned away, of prayers that fell to the ground unanswered. A chill runs through me, an echo of dread. And then, I see it, a flicker in the shadows, a shape moving with purpose, cloaked in mystery. My breath catches, and I feel the hair on my arm stand on end. The air crackles with electricity, a sense of inevitability wrapping around us, squeezing tighter, leaving me gasping for breath. Look, I whisper, and the three of us turn toward the figure. It steps forward, revealing eyes that shimmer like distant stars, and in that moment, I feel the tide of despair shift, teetering on the brink of something monumental. But what? Will it be salvation? Or will it lead us deeper into the abyss? The weight of what's to come presses against my chest, and I can only cling to the fleeting thread of hope. The night is alive with tension, and time stretches, the heartbeat of the universe echoing in my ears as we stand on the precipice. I remember the feeling of hope before the darkness began to smother it. I remember the moments that brought us here, the smiles shared, the dreams forged in laughter. But now, as the unseen figure steps closer, I know that nothing will ever be the same. The gods watch in silence, waiting for our next move, and with each heartbeat, the weight of choice bears down upon us, a choice that could tip the scales of fate forever. The air hangs thick like a funeral shroud, damp and oppressive. Shadows creep along the stone walls, stretching like grasping fingers. I stand at the edge of a forgotten courtyard, where the echoes of laughter have long since faded, swallowed whole by the relentless passage of time. A single drop of rain falls, splashing against the cobblestones, an ominous heartbeat in the silence. I remember every last fleeting glance, every slice of joy that once filled this space, now only inhabited by ghosts. Niobe stands before me, a figure draped in anguish, her face carved with the weight of 1,000 sorrows. She is a hollow shell, a testament to the fragility of pride. I was a mother, she whispers, voice barely rising above the rustling leaves. I had more children than anyone, and I was so proud. Her eyes burn with an intensity that could scorch the earth, a fierce love twisted into a jagged blade of despair. I feel it cut through me, the sharpness of loss, the agony of remembrance. Her children, 12 radiant souls, once danced through her life, vibrant and full of promise. I remember their laughter echoing like a sweet melody. But now, they are nothing but memories grasping at her heart like crows upon a carcass. One by one, they were snatched away, a cruel twist of fate, a punishment for her hubris. The gods do not forgive. They do not forget. In the depths of her sorrow, I see another figure. Leto, the vengeful goddess, stands like a dark storm cloud, her presence a suffocating weight. Your arrogance has a price, she hisses, eyes narrowing, cold as winter nights. You dared to challenge me. The air crackles with tension, a churning tempest ready to unleash hell. I can almost taste the bitterness, the sweet tang of revenge. Leto's children, Apollo and Artemis, wield their bows like whispers of death, arrows that struck true, ripping apart the threads of joy woven by Niobe's hands. Why? Why take them from me? Niobe's cry pierces the stillness, raw and unfiltered. I feel her pain, a visceral thrust of agony ripping through my chest. I want to scream, to shake the heavens and demand an answer, but I am frozen, trapped in a moment that stretches endlessly. In the depths of despair, I catch glimpses of her memories, soft smiles, shared secrets, hands intertwined. The warmth of family is a distant echo, fading like the sun dipping below the horizon, leaving behind the chill of night. She falls to her knees, the stones hard beneath her, unforgiving. I remember their faces, their voices. I remember the way they filled my heart. Her hands claw at the earth, searching for something, anything to hold onto. I can almost see the shadows of her children dancing just beyond her reach, flickering like candle flames flickering in the wind. They were my everything. I was invincible in my love. But love, as it turns out, can be a double-edged sword. In her pride, she had dared to elevate herself to the divine, to look upon gods and boast. I am greater, she had declared, her voice echoing through the halls of Olympus. I am mother to more. A folly so grand, so tragic, that it ripples through time, a cautionary tale worn like a shroud. Foolish woman, the goddess hisses, you thought you could challenge the heavens. Shadows swirl at Leto's feet, a dark reminder of what once was. The air grows heavy, thick with the weight of memory. I remember the night she lost them all, how the winds howled like mourning ghosts and the stars dimmed in their own grief. And then, like a thunderclap, I hear it, the howling of their last breaths, a haunting symphony. The arrows struck true, each one a piercing scream, each death a nail in her coffin of pride. She had lost everything, and now the world spins on without her. Do you see? Leto's voice is a cold caress, an icy tendril wrapping around my heart. Do you understand the cost? The stars above flicker with a knowing twinkle, mocking her in their celestial indifference. I feel it in my bones, the ache of memories long gone, the weight of burdens that should never have been borne. Niobe's despair morphs into a rage that ignites the still air. You think I am broken, she seethes, lifting her head, eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am still here. I will not be silenced. I watch as she rises, defiance pouring from her very being, a phoenix rising from the ashes. The world trembles beneath her rage, and for a moment, I believe she might break free. But the truth is a heavy shroud, it clings to her like a second skin. I remember their laughter, how it filled the air, how I believed it would last forever. It's a mantra now, a desperate plea against the void. Her children flicker like ghosts, and I can see them, mischievous smiles, the light of life in their eyes, haunting her, taunting her with their absence. Your pride has brought you to this, Leto says, voice dripping with venom. You will never forget. You will remember every moment, every heartbeat of their loss. The words hang heavy, a chain binding Niobe to her grief. I feel it, the suffocating weight of guilt, the relentless pull of remembrance that refuses to let her go. I want to scream, to shake her from this nightmare, but the words stick in my throat. Time stretches, warps, the past bleeding into the present. I remember the laughter fading into silence, the joy swallowed whole. And as the shadows close in, I realize this is more than a tale of loss, it is an echo of life itself, a cruel reminder of the memories that shape us, that haunt us. In the distance, the city lies silent, a graveyard of dreams, shadows dancing along its crumbling edges. The stars above twinkle like the eyes of forgotten gods, watching, waiting. Time drips away like candle wax, leaving behind nothing but the memory of flickering flames. Niobe stares into the abyss, a heart shattered but unyielding. I will not forget, she vows, her voice hoarse yet resolute. I will carry their memory until my last breath. And as she stands amidst the ruins of her sorrow, I sense an echo, a whisper of the past, a promise that resonates deep within the marrow of my bones. I remember that this is only the beginning. The shadows gather, and the night stretches on, the stars like pinpricks of light in a vast, dark cosmos. The story does not end here, it spirals onward, an endless loop of love, loss, and the haunting echoes of memory. It binds us all, a web of stories that intertwine and bleed together, a continuum of emotion that reverberates through the ages. The air was thick, charged with an electricity that felt alive, as if the shadows themselves were holding their breath, waiting. In the dim light of a crumbling palace, the echo of a woman's wail pierced the silence, a sound like the shattering of glass. It clawed at the walls, scraping against the stone of memory. There, amidst the fallen columns and the weight of history, stood Electra. Her hands were stained with the blood of her past, a past that clawed at her heart with relentless tenacity. She paced like a caged tiger, her eyes wild, flaring like the candles that flickered against the gloom, illuminating the anguish etched across her face. "I remember the night he died," she whispered, voice cracking as if it had been carved from ice. "I remember how the stars flickered as if in sorrow, how the moon turned her back on the world." Each word was a dagger, thrusting into her chest, each memory a knife twisting deeper. Behind her, Orestes lingered, a shade of grief himself, a brother born from the same dark womb of pain. His presence was a storm threatening to break, silent, repressed, yet electrifying in its tension. He was the ghost of what once was a boy turned man by tragedy's cruel hand. "Sister," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, a discordant note in the symphony of their sorrow. "We cannot keep living in this shadow. We need to purge the poison." But how could they purge what was embedded in their very souls? How could they cast out the haunting specter of a father's murder, the betrayal that had hollowed their hearts? Electra turned to him, her eyes blazing with an intensity that could ignite the world. "You think vengeance will heal these wounds? You think blood will wash away the stains of grief?" In that moment, the air shifted, heavy with the weight of shared memories. Orestes stepped closer, his heart a tightrope stretched between two chasms, one of love, the other of rage. "Tell me what you want, Electra. What do you seek in this endless night?" "I want to feel again," she cried, her voice a tempest. "I want to scream until my throat bleeds, until the heavens rip apart and swallow my sorrow whole. I want to be free of this hell." The words lingered like smoke, curling around the ruins of their childhood. Each syllable was a thread in their tapestry of despair, weaving together a narrative that felt impossibly vast, as if it transcended the limits of their existence. They were players in a tragedy that refused to end, locked in an eternal performance that echoed through the ages. The city beyond their crumbling sanctuary was alive, yet it felt distant, like a fading dream. Torches flickered in the night, casting grotesque shadows that danced on the walls, whispering secrets of betrayal and loss. The cosmos above them spun, indifferent to their plight, the stars twinkling like cruel eyes. "Time is a thief," Orestes breathed, "and it steals us piece by piece." "I remember," Electra interjected, her face twisted with anguish. "I remember the laughter of our father, the way it filled this palace, the way love felt like a warm embrace. Now, all that remains is this silence, this suffocating void." Her words struck him like arrows, sharp and true. He felt the weight of her grief wrapping around his own heart, choking him, binding them together in a dance of despair. "I can't forget," Orestes said, his voice raw. "I can't forget the moment they said he was gone. How the world dimmed, how the shadows crept in and swallowed everything whole. But we must," she insisted, her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to spill over. "We must find a way to honor him. To remember not just the pain, but the man he was, the love he gave." A silence fell, heavy and daunting, each tick of the clock echoing like a drumbeat in their chests. The air thickened, filling with the scent of damp earth and the ghosts of their memories, swirling around them like a tempest just waiting to break. The walls, adorned with the remnants of glory, seemed to lean in, eager to hear their confessions, to bear witness to their anguish. Suddenly, a sound broke through, a distant call, a haunting melody that echoed through the corridors of time, reverberating through the very marrow of their bones. It was a siren's song, a beckoning from the abyss, drawing them closer to the edge of despair. The shadows lengthened, reaching out as if to clutch at their very souls. Orestes stepped back, his resolve faltering. "We can't let grief consume us," he pleaded, voice trembling. But vengeance is a dark mistress, and I feel her calling. Electra's heart raced as she considered the path that lay before them, dark and twisted, illuminated only by the flickering flames of their despair. Is that what you want, brother? To become the very thing that destroyed our lives? He faltered under her gaze, recognizing the truth in her words, yet the urge for vengeance coiled around him, a serpent nestled in his heart. It is the only way to end this cycle, Electra. To honor our father and take back our lives. As the night deepened, the air crackled with tension, the weight of their choices pressing down like an anvil. The city outside continued its frenetic dance, oblivious to the turmoil simmering within the palace walls. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, each breath heavy with anticipation, leading them toward an inevitable collision with fate. I remember, Electra whispered again, her voice softer now. I remember the way he smiled. We cannot lose that, or rests. We cannot drown in darkness. But darkness was an insatiable beast, lurking in wait. The boundaries of grief began to blur, reality folding in on itself like a tattered piece of parchment. Time slipped away, leaving echoes behind, a reminder of what was lost, a promise of what could never be regained. As the clock struck midnight, shadows enveloped them, wrapping them in a cloak of despair. The boundaries between memory and reality faded, and the possibility of redemption danced just beyond their reach, tantalizing and tormenting. They stood at the precipice, hearts racing, ready to plunge into the abyss or claw their way back into the light, where the memories of joy still lingered, flickering like candles in the darkness. And so, they faced the night, united in grief, poised on the edge of fate, where every heartbeat echoed against the walls, a reminder that grief, in all its raw intensity, was but a part of the human heart, a heart that beats, that yearns, that loves, and, above all, that remembers. A sharp crack echoes in the silence, a sound so visceral that it chills the marrow in your bones. A scream rips through the darkened corners of a tormented mind. I remember it vividly, the day the gods turned away, the day my world exploded into chaos. The once tender laughter of my children now echoes of haunting ghostly whispers. Shadows flit across this ancient city, a tapestry woven with grief, love, and betrayal, the threads thin as spider silk, fraying at the edges. I clutch my heart, feeling it pulsing against the weight of sorrow, every beat a reminder of what was lost. Niobe. The name spills from lips like a requiem, carrying the fragrance of desperation and longing, the weight of a mother's lament. I remember the day I stood before the altar, each prayer a desperate plea, a flickering candle illuminating the darkness surrounding me. I was a queen, crowned with pride, basking in the glow of my children's laughter, a 10-strong brood, blessings from the heavens. But even the brightest stars can be swallowed by the abyss, cannot they? Now, I am but a shadow. The ghosts of my children haunt these halls, their laughter replaced by the echoing silence that gnaws at my sanity. I can feel them, their presence as palpable as the winter chill that seeps into my bones. There are moments when I close my eyes, and in the darkness, I see their faces, bright, hopeful, filled with dreams that will never come to fruition. They are the remnants of my soul, fragments scattered like autumn leaves on a frost-laden ground. The walls of my palace seem to breathe, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. I can almost hear the whispers of the city, the rustle of skirts swishing like the wings of restless birds. I remember watching from my window as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in hues of blood and fire. The city thrummed with life, vibrant markets echoed with the cries of vendors, laughter of children chasing dreams. But that was before the night when the gods turned their backs. I feel the tension rise within me, a storm brewing on the horizon. My husband, Amphion, stands at the edge of the room, his brow knit in worry, a man built of stone and pride, yet here he is, trembling like a leaf in the wind. His eyes, once fierce, now flicker with doubt. What have we done? He whispers into the void, the words hanging heavy, as if the weight of them could crush the very walls around us. Nothing, I snap, anger flaring like a wildfire. We have only loved. But my own heart knows better, knows the truth festering beneath the surface. I remember the day I foolishly boasted of my children's beauty and strength. I had dared to challenge Leto, the mother of the divine twins, a challenge that would cost me dearly. The thought of her revenge sends chills cascading down my spine. I remember the silent prayers that turned into screams, the desperate calls for mercy that fell on deaf ears. But it is not the pain of the past that gnaws at me now, it is the crushing dread of what lies ahead. My blood runs cold. What if the gods truly see me as a blasphemer? What if they had cast their judgment long before I even dared to question? The air grows thick with an unspeakable tension, a vibration that rattles the very foundation of my being. And then it happens. A flash of light, a piercing shriek, and I am transported back to that moment, the moment they took my children from me. My heart shatters anew with each memory that floods my mind. My son, his laughter like a melody, cut down by the very arrows I had underestimated, my daughters, their grace eclipsed by celestial wrath, their beauty extinguished like a candle snuffed out in a storm. I remember falling to my knees, the earth beneath me soft and yielding, as if it too mourned. Amphion steps forward, his voice trembling, weakened still, but he is cut off. I glare at him, fury igniting like a spark in dry grass. What can we do? What will we do? Nothing can bring them back. I scream, words laced with desperation, the rawness clawing at my throat. It feels as though the universe itself is laughing at my pain, the stars twinkling maliciously, a cruel reminder of my hubris. In the silence that follows, a ghostly presence lingers. It is my children, their faces etched in my mind, haunting me with memories of joy now turned to ash. I remember the warmth of their hugs, the sweet scent of their hair, the way their eyes sparkled with life. I can almost see them, just beyond the veil, dancing in a world untouched by grief. And then, as if guided by fate, I understand. I am destined to join them. What is one more broken heart in a world steeped in sorrow? I rise, a sudden clarity washing over me, the tension coiling within like a serpent preparing to strike. I see Amphion, fear etched on his face, pleading for me to stay. But how can I remain in a world that has taken everything from me? Niobe, he cries, desperation coating his voice like a thick fog. But I am already lost, lost in the memories that swirl around me like a tempest. I will not be a prisoner of my grief, I will become a spectre, a shadow among shadows. And then, as if the cosmos itself conspires against me, I hear the whispers, the soft, cruel laughter of fate echoing in the distance. I remember the guardians of my children, the vengeful spirit of Leto, and with a chilling clarity, I know, this is only the beginning. The gods watch, their celestial eyes cold and unyielding. I will not die alone, I will drag the world into my abyss. The night envelops me, cloaking me in darkness. Time slips away, a fluid river that bends and warps, memories flicker like candle flames, illuminating the haunting truth of my existence. And as I step into the shadows, the line between vengeance and despair blurs, a dance as old as time itself. Here, in this moment, where sorrow and fury intertwine, I become the embodiment of grief, a figure etched against the cosmic void. I become Niobe, a name that will echo through the ages, a haunting melody that lingers long after the final note has faded. The stories will tell of my anguish, my pain, my relentless pursuit of the gods who dared to judge, a tale of love, loss, and the darkness that unfurls like a shroud around the heart. And the world will remember as I plunge into the depths, leaving nothing but a haunting whisper on the lips of time. The air hung heavy, thick with an impending dread that clung to the skin like a shroud. A distant rumble echoed through the darkness, the sound of thunder rolling over the ancient hills, but here, in this heart of despair, it was the cry of a soul, torn and broken. I stood at the edge of a cliff, the abyss yawning below me, a pit of sorrow that swallowed everything whole. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the bitter tang of my own tears mixing with the wind. "Don't," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the tempest. Cassandra, with her wild hair and eyes ablaze with a mixture of fear and fury, stood beside me like a thunderstorm ready to unleash its wrath. She was a seer, cursed to know the future yet powerless to change it, a living paradox of hope and despair. "You can't follow that darkness. It will consume you." I turned to her, my heart pounding like war drums, echoing the chaos within. "But what if it's the only way?" I shouted, desperation gnawing at my insides. The ground trembled beneath our feet, shifting as if even the earth understood the weight of our choices. What if the suffering is the only truth we have? Her gaze pierced through me, a mix of pity and understanding. We are not meant to carry the weight of the gods' vengeance. It's too heavy. You'll break. And in that moment, it was as if the world itself paused, holding its breath. I could feel the shadows creeping closer, tendrils of despair reaching for my heart, whispering secrets that promised power but delivered only grief. I remembered the tales, the myths woven into the fabric of our lives, stories where heroes fell and monsters laughed, where suffering was a currency exchanged for fleeting moments of glory. In the distance, I could see him, Achilles. His figure was a silhouette against the darkening sky, a warrior caught in his own cycle of vengeance. The anger radiated from him, a heat that threatened to incinerate everything in its path. One solitary tear traced a path down his cheek, a testament to the battles won and lost. Cassandra, he roared, his voice a primal scream that echoed against the cliffs, reverberating through the marrow of my bones. I will not let the gods drown me in their misery. I will fight. What do you fight for? She shouted back, her voice tremulous like a candle flickering in a storm. For a glory that will turn to dust? For a name that will fade with time? His eyes met mine, and in that moment, I glimpsed the raw, unfiltered agony that lay beneath the bravado. He was haunted, a ghost in his own life, chasing shadows that whispered promises of immortality while he danced on the edge of madness. I remembered the whispers, the stories told by dying embers, tales of heroes who lost everything to save their pride. Love, he spat, his voice sharp enough to cut through the darkness. I fight for love. I lost her once, and I refuse to let her memory die. But love, I thought, is a fickle mistress. It wraps around the heart like a warm embrace, only to sever skin and flesh when it fades. I felt the weight of my own heartache, the echo of lost promises that lingered like ghosts. I remembered their faces, those I'd loved, those I'd lost. The faint glimmer of joy mingling with the suffocating sorrow, a dance of light and dark, a cruel jest played by fate. Love is suffering, I murmured, the truth settling like a stone in my gut. Cassandra turned to me, her eyes wide, shimmering with unshed tears. Then why do we chase it? She asked, her voice trembling. Why do we keep reaching for that which hurts us most? Because it's all we have, I replied, a heavy resignation lacing my words. In the end, we are but shadows chasing shadows. The suffering is what gives our lives meaning, a reminder that we are alive even amidst the chaos. The thunder roared anew, a violent symphony that shook the very ground beneath us. Achilles, standing defiantly against the storm, clutched his sword with white knuckles, his heart a battlefield of emotions. I will not go down without a fight, he declared, but I saw the cracks in his armor, the fear dancing behind his bravado. The truth tortured him, gnawed at him like a ravenous beast, and in his eyes, I saw a flicker of doubt, a fleeting question of whether all this pain was worth the price he paid. Cassandra stepped forward, her voice a lifeline in the tempest. What will you sacrifice for a love that can never be returned? A glory that can never last. The words hung in the air, sharp and pointed, piercing through the veil of bravado. And then it came, the moment of reckoning, the clash of ideals. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and palpable, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. Achilles, torn between love and vengeance, between the desire to honor the fallen and the instinct to survive, stood at a precipice. Time seemed to stretch, each heartbeat echoing in the silence. I reached for him, a desperate plea threading through the chaos. It's not too late. You don't have to let suffering define you. Find a way to honor her without losing yourself. The darkness loomed closer, shadows wrapping around us, threatening to pull us into the depths of despair. I felt the clutches of grief, cold and insistent, like icy hands gripping my heart. But in that moment, I also felt a flicker of hope, a defiance against the inevitable. I remember, I whispered, a mantra against the void. I remember love. I remember laughter. I remember joy. And just like that, the storm shifted, the air crackling with the electricity of possibility. The confrontation was not merely between Achilles and the ghosts of his past, it was a struggle within us all, a battle against the very concept of suffering itself. Would we be defined only by the pain we endured, or could we rise above it, like phoenixes from ashes, finding beauty amidst the ruins? But the answer hung elusive, tangled in the very fabric of our existence. As the storm raged on, each heartbeat resonated with a question, an echo that would linger, unresolved, urging us forward into the abyss, where suffering and love intertwined, a dance as old as time itself. Rain falls like a symphony of shattered glass, each drop resonating with the cries of those lost to time. I stand knee-deep in mud, the earth swallowing me whole, and the shadows around me hiss with secrets. The air is electric, charged with grief and rage, reminding me of Niobe, the mother-turned statue, the embodiment of sorrow, her marble tears forever frozen in the flickering light of history. I can almost hear her wailing through the ages, her voice echoing off the walls of ancient temples, reverberating in the hearts of those who witnessed her tragedy. Do you feel it? It's Mara's voice, trembling yet fierce, dragging my attention from the stormy sky to her tear-streaked face. Her dark curls cling to her forehead, sodden with rain, her eyes blazing with a fire that belies the storm. Every raindrop is a story, an echo of her pain. She's right. The air is thick with the weight of countless histories, each one a strand in the web of humanity's suffering. Mara clenches her fists, and I can see the tremor in her hands, the way she wrestles with the ghosts that cling to her soul. Niobe lost her children, I whisper, the words barely escaping my lips, heavy with the confession. She was proud, too proud. It was her pride that led to her ruin. The memories flood my mind, haunting me like relentless specters, the vibrant laughter of children, the sun shining down on their carefree faces, the warmth of family, a warmth so foreign to me now. The legends whisper of retribution, of arrows flying, of a mother's heart turned to stone. And yet, Mara's sorrow pulls at me, a thread I cannot ignore. Her pain is a mirror, reflecting my own, our shared grief binding us tighter. Niobe's pride, she continues, her voice cracking like thunder. It was her downfall, but look at us, look at the world. We're all so proud, so desperate to be seen. She shifts her stance, her silhouette framed against the darkened sky. I can see the fight in her, the urgent need to break free from the chains of expectation. It's suffocating, isn't it? To be defined by our losses, our failures. The rain picks up, mirroring the tempest in her heart, and I nod, feeling the truth of her words resonate deep within me. But the clock ticks on. Each second wraps around us like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. Memories of my own failures crisscross with the stories of Niobe, the ghost of her tragedy intertwining with my own. I remember the faces I've lost, the dreams that have crumbled like dust in my hands. What if we're all just echoes of her? I murmur, half to myself, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. What if we can never escape the pain? A laugh, sharp and biting, Mara's laugh. Then let's make our echo loud enough to drown out the silence. Let's rage against the night. There's a fire in her eyes, a spark that ignites the darkness around us. She steps forward, her resolve a beacon cutting through the haze of uncertainty. We are not Niobe. We are not frozen statues of sorrow. We are flesh and blood, alive and breathing. With each word, she pushes against the tempest, against the storm of sorrow that threatens to consume us both. Yet even as she speaks, I can see the shadows creeping in, the ghosts of the past whispering in her ear. I remember the stories, how Niobe's children fell, struck down by the arrows of Artemis and Apollo. How her grief twisted her into stone, a monument to anguish carved into the very fabric of time. But that's just it, isn't it? I counter, my voice barely above a whisper. She became a symbol of sorrow, a cautionary tale. Are we not falling into the same trap? Mara shakes her head vehemently, her dark curls dancing like wild flames. No. We can redefine it. There's something wild in her, a force that's both terrifying and exhilarating. We can turn our pain into something beautiful, something that transcends the tragedy. She gestures to the storm above us, the rain cascading like a waterfall of tears, but her voice rises above it all. Let it rain. Let it pour. We'll dance in the downpour, and our laughter will echo louder than Niobe's cries. I can't help but smile, caught up in the fervor of her words, the raw intensity of her spirit. The storm rages on, but I feel lighter somehow, as if her fire has ignited something deep within me, an ember that had long been buried under layers of grief and despair. But what if we fail? What if we lose it all? The fear claws at the edges of my mind, a familiar spectre that lingers in the dark. What if we don't? Mara shoots back, her eyes fierce, a challenge I can't ignore. Niobe's tale is not the end, it's a chapter. It's a reminder of what happens when we let pride eclipse our humanity. But we're not bound by her fate. She breathes in deeply, her chest rising and falling like the waves, a rhythm pulsing with life. We can break free. We can shatter the stone. And in that moment, as the rain pours down like a baptism, I feel the weight of centuries lift from my shoulders. I remember the dreams I've buried, the laughter I've silenced, the love I've let slip through my fingers. The darkness of despair has wrapped around me for so long that I've forgotten what it feels like to breathe without the weight of loss. But Mara is here, radiant and defiant, and together we stand against the storm, a beacon of hope in a world shadowed by sorrow. With every heartbeat, every pulse of life coursing through us, we are more than mere echoes. We are a revolution, a storm rising from the ashes of tragedy. The rain becomes our symphony, a haunting melody that whispers of resilience, of rebirth. And somewhere in the chaos, I sense a shift, a new story waiting to unfold, a tale that will ripple through time, challenging the very essence of what it means to be human, a tale that will echo long after the storm has passed. The night stretches on, and I know what we must do. The night was thick with silence, a void so profound it swallowed the world whole. Shadows danced in the corners of the old stone hall, flickering under the wavering light of a single candle, its flame a desperate flicker against the consuming darkness. I sat there, trembling, a hollow shell of who I used to be, and in that terrible quiet, I felt the weight of my loss like a physical shackle, binding me to the ground. I remember my children, their laughter, bright and carefree like birds flitting among the branches. But now, the echoes of their joy twisted into something sharp and cruel in my mind, deepening the cut of my grief. Each breath was a battle against the tide of memories, and every heartbeat felt like a drum announcing my failure, my helplessness. They were gone. Just like that, and the world continued to spin, indifferent to my despair. Across the room, my husband, Amphion, stood rigid as a statue, his face shadowed but still bearing the remnants of a handsome man that had once charmed entire cities with his song. He was trapped, too, caught in a web of his own making. "Niobe," he murmured, his voice cracking like brittle glass. "We must find a way to honor them." But how does one honor the dead when all that remains are echoes and empty rooms? My heart screamed, but my lips remained sealed. Honor them? By living? It was a treacherous suggestion, a betrayal of their memory. Outside, the moon hung heavily in the sky, a ghostly witness to my torment, its pale light cascading through the window like a shroud. I thought of their faces, glistening with sweat from the summer sun, cheeks flushed with life. I remember how they would chase each other through the gardens, laughter ringing like the sweetest chimes, a melody lost forever now. I felt the ache of longing slice through me, raw and unforgiving. Amphion turned to me, desperation clawing at his features. "We cannot let them take our souls, Niobe. We must fight." But what could I fight against? The gods had already made their decree. My heart was a battleground, a clash of anger and sorrow against the overwhelming wave of fate. I wished for vengeance, for something to lash out at, to give my grief a face. The darkness crept closer, whispers crawling beneath my skin. I remembered the wood of the bow, the sharpness of the arrows, symbols of my defiance, my arrogance. I had boasted of my children's worth, challenging the gods to witness my glory, and they had answered with a wrath so fierce it consumed everything I cherished. I hadn't just lost my children, I had lost the very essence of who I was. I was no longer Niobe, the proud mother, but a spectre of despair, a cautionary tale woven into the fabric of myth. As I wrestled with my thoughts, I could feel Amphion's gaze piercing through me, searching for something, any sign of the woman he loved. But I was drowning, gasping for air in a sea of anguish where hope had become a cruel joke. "They are with the stars now," he said softly, as if that would mend the rift in my heart. But what comfort was there in the cosmos? They were no longer here to feel the sun on their skin or the wind in their hair. "They're gone," I spat, the words sharp and bitter against my tongue. "How can you say that? How can you be so rational?" A flicker of pain crossed his face. He was struggling, too, carrying his grief with silent dignity. I remembered the day we first met, how he had laughed so easily, how the world had felt limitless then. Now, every laugh felt like a dagger, every smile, a facade. We were two souls tethered by loss, but the connection felt frayed, unraveling with every shared breath. I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the polished stone, a gaunt figure, hollowed eyes, hair disheveled like a wild creature trapped in a cage. The severity of it was horrifying, yet it felt strangely fitting. I had become a ghost, a mere whisper of my former self. I was haunted, and the shadows around me pulsed with a life of their own, mocking me with their twisted dance. "Remember the harvest moon?" Amphion asked, his voice a soft balm, a memory that sparked a flicker of warmth in my heart. "We danced under it, didn't we? You wore that blue gown, your eyes shined like the stars." Yes, I remembered. I remembered everything, the light, the laughter, the way the world had felt alive. But that memory felt cruel now, a reminder of what had been and what could never be again. "Those days are gone," I murmured, the weight of my words heavy, a suffocating pall over our fragile bond. I turned away, unable to bear the look in his eyes, the desperate hope that somehow, this was all a nightmare from which I could awaken. But the nightmare was real, and I was trapped in it. I felt the shadows close in, tightening their grip. My mind raced with thoughts, fragments of dreams swirling chaotically. I envisioned my children, their silhouettes dancing in the moonlight, and I longed to reach out, to touch the untouchable. A wild longing surged through me, fierce and chaotic, a mix of love and rage, a tempest that threatened to consume me whole. "Niobe," Amphion pleaded, his voice now a whisper of the man I once knew. "We must find a way to live, for them." But how could I? With every breath I drew, I felt their absence more keenly, a void that echoed in the chambers of my heart. Living felt like a betrayal, a desecration of their memory. "I remember," I began, my voice a mere tremor. "I remember the way they would smile, the warmth of their bodies against mine." I was spiraling now, memories cascading like a waterfall, each drop heavier than the last. I remember the promises, the dreams, the futures we wove together. How can I live with that weight? He reached for me, his hand hesitant, as if my grief was a wild thing that might bite. I flinched, recoiling from the intimacy that felt forbidden. The air thickened with unspoken words, and I felt like a wound, gaping and raw, unable to heal. And then, with an intensity that felt like the crack of thunder, a realization struck me. My children wouldn't want me to wither away in darkness. They deserved more than that. A flicker of light ignited within me, a tiny ember, fighting against the suffocating shadows. Perhaps I can honor them not through sorrow but through the world. Perhaps I can carry their essence with me. I turned back to Amphion, a spark of resolve flickering in my chest. With every heartbeat, I felt the weight of my loss transform into something else, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. "Together, we will keep their memory alive," I whispered, the words trembling on my lips. The night still loomed, thick and heavy, but there was a shift, a subtle change in the air. The shadows no longer felt oppressive, instead, they whispered of hope, of resilience. And in that darkened room, under the watchful gaze of the moon, we stood, two souls entwined in grief, yet somehow, finding a way to honor those we had lost. I remembered it all, and for the first time, I felt a flicker of something more powerful than despair, a fierce, unyielding love, one that could traverse even the darkest of nights. The clock struck midnight, the hands trembling as they groaned around the face of the old grandfather clock. The air was thick with an unspeakable weight, the kind that presses on your chest like a hand from the shadows, suffocating yet familiar. I stood there in the dim light, heart pounding, recalling the last time I had seen her smile, my mother, her laughter echoing like a forgotten melody now fading into the silence of the night. I remember the way she would hum while folding laundry, her voice an ethereal thread woven through the fabric of our lives. But now? Now I stood in her room, the scent of lavender and old books clinging to the air, and I felt like a ghost watching time slip away. I could almost hear her whisper, urging me to hold on to the pieces of her life scattered around me, photographs, trinkets, half-finished novels. "You have to keep me alive," she seemed to say, though her voice was nothing more than a whisper in the dark. Across the room, my brother Jacob hovered, his face twisted with a mixture of grief and anger. His hands trembled as he sorted through the remnants of our mother's existence, each item a dagger twisting in his heart. "Why didn't you save her?" he barked, his voice a low thunder rolling through the stillness. I flinched, the accusation cutting deeper than I wanted to admit. In the hollow space between us, silence screamed, "What are we now without her?" Grief isn't a linear path, it's a twisted road that leads us deeper into the darkness, and Jacob, with his quick temper and sharp tongue, had taken the detour into rage. I watched him, feeling the warmth of tears pooling in my eyes. We were two children lost in the maze of our mother's absence. Each memory was a ghost, and the shadows danced around us, playing tricks with our minds. "I remember," I whispered into the ether, but the words fell flat against the walls, swallowed by the emptiness. I remember the nights spent huddled together, sharing secrets and dreams, feeling invincible with her love wrapped around us like a warm blanket. But now? That warmth was an ache, an unbearable reminder of what had slipped through our fingers like sand. "Mom would want us to be strong," I said, my voice quivering, barely a breath. Jacob shot me a look, his eyes aflame with something primal. "What does that even mean?" "She's gone." The revelation hung in the air like smoke, and I could almost see it curling and dissipating before our eyes. I wanted to scream, to tear my hair out and run into the night, but I was anchored here, bound by grief's iron chains. In the corner, the moonlight glinted off a dusty mirror like a cruel joke, revealing a reflection that wasn't quite me. I was a stranger, haunted by the spectre of my mother, each day an echo of the past. The shadows lengthened as if they were aware of our turbulent emotions, creeping closer, whispering doubts that clawed at my sanity. I felt my heart racing, an unsteady rhythm echoing through my chest as I stumbled toward the window, desperate for a breath of fresh air. But it was not the crisp night air that awaited me, it was an abyss. A vast universe of stars, each one a shard of pain, each twinkle a reminder of love lost. I remembered the stories she used to tell, of goddesses, of mothers who battled fate and despair. Even they, she would say, felt the sting of loss. The words hung in the air like an incantation, and I felt their power coil around me, tightening like a noose. I looked back at Jacob, who sat hunched over, hands gripping the edge of the bed, his knuckles white. "What if we're not okay?" he murmured, and the vulnerability in his voice was a knife to my heart. I wanted to reach for him, to assure him that we would be, but the truth sat heavy on my tongue, thick like molasses. "We're not okay," I finally admitted, the admission a release, a floodgate of raw honesty. "And it's terrifying." The shadows in the room shifted, warping with our grief, twisting into the forms of other mothers who had suffered and fought their own battles, figures from ages past. I could see them, the spectral outlines of those who had lost children to war, famine, and heartbreak. Their stories were woven into the fabric of the universe, each thread shimmering with the shimmering pain of love and loss. "Mom's not just a memory," I whispered, a lingering thought brushing against the edges of my mind. "She's still here, in the stories we tell, in every breath we take." Jacob scoffed, but his eyes betrayed him, shimmering with unshed tears. The truth was that grief didn't erase love, it transformed it into something unrecognizable yet powerful. I stepped closer to Jacob, feeling the need to bridge the gap between us, to confront the raw truth. What if we held on to her differently? What if we became her stories? I breathed, heart racing. His gaze softened, the edge of anger giving way to vulnerability. "But how?" "She's gone. We're just lost." "Then let's be lost together," I said, daring him to meet my eyes, to share this weight. "Let's carve out a path through the darkness." And in that moment, amidst the shadows and the weight of our grief, something shifted. The air around us pulsed with unspoken promise, the distant echoes of other mothers rising around us, wrapping us in a shroud of understanding. We weren't just children mourning their mother, we were a part of something larger, a chorus of voices that transcended time. With every heartbeat, every breath, we stepped into the unknown, our words becoming a vessel of remembrance and love, a defiance against the silence that threatened to consume us. In the depths of our despair, we found the glimmer of something miraculous, hope, a flickering candle in the vast expanse of night. And together, we would navigate the labyrinth of grief, tethered by the love we shared and the stories yet to unfold. The clock continued to tick, but it felt different now. Each tick echoed a heartbeat, a reminder that time, while relentless, couldn't extinguish the light of our mother's spirit. And as we stood there, shadows swirling around us, we learned that grief is not an ending but a metamorphosis, an invitation to transform our pain into a legacy, a bond woven into the very fabric of the universe. The night air was thick with an unspeakable heaviness, a suffocating blanket that pressed down on everything, as if the universe itself conspired to hold its breath. I stood in the dim light of the gallery, shivering not from the chill but from the haunting echoes of sorrow that resonated within the stone walls. The gaze of 1,000 eyes watched me, painted figures frozen in time, vessels of grief and rage, each one a reminder of Niobe, the mother who dared to boast of her children. I could feel the weight of her anguish, a tide of despair crashing against the shores of my heart. I remember the moments leading up to this, bits of broken glass and whispers of laughter. A crowded cafe illuminated by flickering candles, where she sat, head held high, laughter spilling from her lips like a fine wine, intoxicating and reckless. Niobe, the proud matriarch, her voice a melody that danced through the air, daring the gods to listen. But pride is a double-edged sword, and in her hubris lay the seeds of her own destruction. In the corner, Leto, an unyielding shadow, her silence a thunderclap in my mind, watched her with smoldering eyes, the kind that bore witness to both beauty and impending doom. I remember the moment when their gazes locked, an electric current that crackled with unspoken tension. My heart raced, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, because I knew what was at stake. Niobe's laughter faded as the reality of her arrogance wrapped around her like a serpent, squeezing tighter and tighter. She couldn't see it then, but the gods were listening, their ears pricked like hounds ready to hunt. All it took was a whisper, a single moment of vulnerability. The gallery was almost alive, the air swirling with the spirits of those who had come before, and I felt the heat of their presence. I could hear Niobe's voice, even now, resonating through the ages, a desperate plea, an agonizing cry for understanding. It was a heartbeat, a pulse in the dark. I stepped closer to a painting, its colors swirling together in chaotic harmony, capturing the moment of her boast, a mother's pride turning to ash. The brush strokes felt like fingers grazing my skin, pulling me deeper into her tragedy. There was a time when I thought I understood pride. I thought I knew the thrill of standing tall, basking in the glow of admiration. But that was before I truly felt the weight of love. Like Niobe, I let it consume me, my heart became a fortress, my children the walls I built around myself. And yet, what happens when those walls crumble? What happens when the very thing you cherish becomes the harbinger of your despair? Leto's children, arrows of vengeance, swift and merciless, flew through the air like the sharpest of blades. I could feel the tension building, a taut string ready to snap. Each passing second was a lifetime, a countdown to catastrophe. The gallery's silence was deafening, trembling under the weight of what was to come. My breath caught, and I found myself yearning to scream, to call out for Niobe to turn back time, to feel the warmth of her children's laughter once more, to tell her that pride was a path paved with sorrows. And then the moment shifted. I saw Niobe's face, a portrait of grief rendered in oil, her eyes wide with disbelief as she realized the price of her arrogance. The colors darkened, shadows crawling across her visage as if the universe itself mourned. Each brushstroke conveyed the chilling truth, there was no escape from the clutches of fate. The tears fell, cascading like a river of despair. I felt them fill the gallery, pooling around my feet, drowning out the sound of whispered heartbreak. I wanted to reach out, to comfort her, to tell her that the pain was not hers alone. But the sorrow was a vast ocean, and I was but a grain of sand on its shore. I remember the way her children faded, one by one, from vibrant beings into mere memories, echoes of laughter bouncing off the walls. Each loss a dagger to her heart, each heartbeat a reminder of what had been. I could see her trembling, a figure of stone cracking under the weight of her grief, a statue turned to dust by the winds of fate. I felt my own heart breaking, a connection forged through time, a sisterhood of suffering that resonated through the ages. In that gallery, I was no longer just a spectator, I was entwined in Niobe's agony, her pain a visceral entity that wrapped around my soul, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. I saw the darkness creeping in, shadows clawing at the edges of her sanity. How could anyone endure such loss? How could she survive when her very essence was snatched away? But it wasn't just Niobe who felt the weight of her downfall. Leto, the mother of the Avengers, stood in the shadows of my mind, her grief tinged with a righteous fury, the embodiment of a pain that demanded retribution. I could sense her presence lurking behind every stroke of the brush, her heartbreak morphing into a dark power that could level mountains. In her silence, there was a storm brewing, a tempest ready to unleash its wrath upon the world. And as I stood there, engulfed in this emotional tempest, I realized that Niobe was more than just a figure in a painting, she was a mirror reflecting the fragility of our lives. Each of us has our own battles, our own moments of pride that could lead to our undoing. With every tick of the clock, every shadow that stretched and morphed in the gallery, I could feel the inevitability of fate looming, an ever-present reminder that life is a tapestry woven with both joy and sorrow, entwined in a dance far beyond our control. The gallery closed around me, the darkness wrapping itself tightly like an embrace, and I was left standing there, breathless and aching. I could see her still, Niobe, carved into memory and stone, a haunting reminder that our most cherished moments can transform into our darkest nightmares. Her story, a loop of grief, echoed endlessly, drawing me deeper into its haunting melody. I remember, oh how I remember. The silence of the gallery is a beast, and I am its captive, bound to the relentless cycle of love and loss. There is no escape from Niobe's legacy, no way to silence the whispers of the past. The artwork is alive, breathing, pulsing with the raw intensity of human emotion, and I am forever ensnared in its grip. The clock ticks ominously in the dimly lit room, each second spilling into the silence like blood from a wound. Shadows dance against the walls, whispering secrets that only those who have lost can hear. I stand at the edge of the abyss, my heart racing, caught between memories and nightmares, where the ancient tale of Niobe wraps around me like a noose. The air is thick with grief, tangible and raw, suffocating yet desperately familiar. And there she is, Niobe. A mother, once proud, now a haunting figure draped in sorrow. I see her, the weight of her own hubris pressing down on her shoulders like a mountain. She towers over the ruins of her own making, a monument to despair, her face etched with the lines of 1,000 tears. I can almost hear her voice, a chilling whisper carried by the wind, echoing through time. I remember the laughter of my children, the warmth of their hugs. I remember. In a distant corner of the room, a flickering screen ignites, illuminating the faces of a family fractured by loss. The camera zooms in, capturing their raw, unfiltered emotions, a feast for the eyes and a dagger to the heart. There's Mark, the father, whose laughter once filled every crevice of their home, now reduced to a hollow shell. He stares blankly, eyes glazed, searching for something, anything, to grasp as the world crumbles around him. His hands tremble, clenching and unclenching, as if trying to catch the ghosts of his children, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Then there's Sarah, the eldest daughter, a beacon of strength and fragility intertwined. She stands in the doorway, a silent fortress against the tide of grief, arms wrapped around her own body as if to shield herself from the emptiness. I see her searching the night sky for answers, her breath hitching as she questions the universe. Why? Why them? Why not me? Each syllable is a dagger lodged in her heart, twisting with every unspoken word. In the echo of her voice, I can feel the weight of loss, heavy, suffocating, like a storm cloud ready to burst. The screen flickers again, transitioning to scenes of Niobe's representation in modern media, a hauntingly beautiful blend of mythology and reality, where her story intertwines with the struggles of the present. I watch as her image morphs, a symbol of unyielding love turned into a cautionary tale. Social media feeds flash by, the relentless scrolling of faces, hearts, and hashtags marking the collective grief of a generation. #Niobe lives, they say, but I can't help but wonder whose life is being honored, whose legacy is being tarnished. I remember a time when love flourished, when laughter echoed through the halls like sacred music. But now, I stand at the precipice of despair, where the ground crumbles beneath me, and Niobe's sorrow becomes a mirror reflecting my own. The camera pans to a modern-day Niobe, a mother fighting against the world, her children caught in the crossfire of a society that demands perfection while offering only pain. Her eyes blaze with a fury that is both terrifying and inspiring, a warrior goddess waging war against the gods themselves. I can feel her spirit, wild and uncontainable, battling against the tides of fate, refusing to be silenced. Through the lens, I watch as she collapses under the weight of her loss, the haunting cries of her children echoing in the void. The screen freezes, capturing her in that moment, one heartbeat suspended in eternity. My heart races, a drum echoing the rhythm of her agony. I almost feel her breath, heavy with the burden of grief. The modern-day Niobe is a cascade of emotions, a whirlpool of raw vulnerability that pulls me deeper, deeper into the abyss. What is it to be a mother? To love unconditionally, to hope against hope, and to face the dark specter of loss? I feel the pulse of heartbreak. It surges like a tidal wave, washing over me, reminding me of my own insecurities, my own fears. I want to scream, to claw at the walls, to let the world hear the depths of my despair. I want to tell Niobe that she is not alone, that her pain is a thread woven into the tapestry of humanity, a striking reminder of our shared mortality. As the camera shifts from Niobe to the family, I can see the shadows creeping in, the doubts whispering insidiously. Mark, once a fortress, now crumbles, burdened by the guilt of survival. Sarah fights against it, her spirit a flickering candle in the darkness, but even she falters, the weight of expectation threatening to snuff her out. I remember the light, she whispers, and the sorrow in her voice pierces through me, a haunting melody that wraps around my heart. The screen goes dark for a moment, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths and the clamor of the night. The tension hangs thick, coiling like smoke, a prelude to the chaos that is sure to follow. I feel the universe holding its breath, a moment suspended in time, where grief and love collide, a cosmic dance that is both beautiful and tragic. And then, like a sudden storm, it begins. The emotions erupt, a cacophony of sound that fills the room, a chorus of anguish, despair, and an unyielding desire for answers. The family faces each other, revelation spilling forth like a torrent, the air crackling with raw, unfiltered truth. Each word spoken is a knife, cutting through the veneer of their lives, exposing the fragile threads that hold them together. I can't do this. I can't pretend everything is okay, screams Sarah, her voice echoing like thunder. In that moment, the world around us shatters, and I am left standing amidst the shards, raw, exposed, and utterly captivated. I see the pain etched across Mark's face, a father's anguish that resonates deep within my own soul. Their confrontation is a tempest, a collision of fears, hopes, and dreams long lost. It resonates with the very essence of what it means to be human, to face the unfaceable. Each breath they take fills the room with an electric charge, an unspoken understanding that they are not just struggling against their own demons, but against a legacy that stretches back millennia. Niobe's pain reverberates through time, her story intertwined with theirs, a haunting reminder that love and loss are eternal. The screen flickers back to life, images of Niobe flashing before me, her sorrow, her rage, her unyielding spirit. It is a visceral tableau, each frame a testament to the complexity of motherhood, the rawness of grief. And in that moment, I know this is more than a story, it's a tapestry of existence, woven with threads of despair and hope. I am pulled deeper into their world, a spiral of emotion that refuses to let go. The rhythm of their heart syncs with mine, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of grief and love, a reminder that we are all intertwined in this dance of life and death, a cosmic ballet that will never truly end. The clock strikes midnight, and the world holds its breath, caught in the tremor that reverberates through the hollow spaces of a darkened room. Shadows dance along the walls, flickering like the last, desperate whispers of love swallowed by the void. Niobe stands, Frozen, the weight of her sorrow pressing against her chest like a phantom hand, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. Her eyes, wide and glistening, reflect the echoes of laughter long extinguished, voices she can almost touch, but only feel slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. "Don't you dare leave me," she breathes, the words escaping her lips in a fragile gasp, as if the very air might shatter under their weight. She looks across the room, where a figure shifts, a silhouette carved from memory and regret. It's her brother, Tantalus, caught in a liminal space between the living and the lost, his essence a ghostly echo of the man he once was. They are tethered by grief, yet the distance stretches between them like an abyss, dark and unyielding. "I remember the nights we spent under the stars," he whispers, his voice a haunting melody that reverberates in her bones, a reminder of the warmth that once thrummed between them. "We made promises, Niobe. Promises to each other, to the world." And how she remembers, how she aches with the vividness of it all, their laughter floating like starlight, the secret dreams they shared, flickering like fireflies against the darkness. But now, every memory spills forth with blood and salt, a relentless tide of despair crashing over her heart. "You left me," she replies, her voice a fragile thread barely holding her sanity against the tempest of loss. "You broke that promise." The air between them crackles with unspoken truths, the silent syllables of love twisted into accusations. Tantalus stands there, an unmovable statue of regret, his eyes, once vibrant, now reflect only the shadows of their shared past. "It wasn't my choice," he murmurs, but the weight of his words hangs heavy, a stone sinking into the depths of her grief. Around them, the world continues its relentless march, blissfully ignorant of the despair festering in the corners of their hearts. The clock ticks, a metronome marking the seconds she can never reclaim, each tick a reminder of the distance between hope and reality. Time, she thinks bitterly, the cruelest thief of all. It steals not only moments, but dreams, futures, and the very essence of what it means to love. Suddenly, the room feels smaller, suffocating, as if the walls are closing in, and she gasps, fighting against the rising tide of emotion. "Tantalus," she calls out, her voice rising with the swell of memories. "What did you trade for your freedom? What did you sacrifice?" The question hangs in the air, heavy with implication, and she can see it flicker in his eyes, the flicker of a man burdened with the weight of choices made in desperation. "I did what I had to," he replies, a quiver in his voice, cracking under the pressure of her gaze. "I thought I could save us." "Save us?" Her laughter bubbles up, bitter and sharp. "You thought you could save me by leaving." The room spins, and she feels the earth shift beneath her feet, the ground of their shared reality crumbling like ash in the wind. "Niobe, please," he steps forward, but she holds up her hand, a barrier of pain between them, her heart pounding a war drum. "No more lies. No more half-truths." The words spill from her, a torrent of anguish, and she feels the heat of her fury ignite the air, the room charged with the electricity of unresolved emotions. In that moment, she sees him, the man she loved, the brother she lost, the ghost of a life that might have been. She remembers the way he used to smile, that lopsided grin that could light up the darkest of nights. She remembers the softness of his touch, the warmth of his embrace, and how they once believed they could conquer anything together. But now, all that lingers is the silence, thick and suffocating, pressing down like a weight on her chest. "You think your sacrifice means anything," she whispers, the rawness of her voice a reminder of their shattered bond. "What good is freedom if it costs you everything?" His expression darkens, shadows pooling beneath his eyes. "I didn't know then what I know now. I didn't understand the price." "Then tell me," she demands, her voice trembling, "what is the price? What will it cost me to bring you back? What will it cost us to heal?" His silence is deafening, a chasm of uncertainty that stretches between them, and she feels the tremors of despair pulse through her veins. "I wish I could tell you," he finally says, his voice cracking, but the truth lingers unspoken, the heavy weight of it suffocating the air around them. With every breath, with every heartbeat, she feels the thin veil of hope tearing, the frayed ends unraveling like a tapestry worn by time. "You should have stayed," she breathes, her voice a whisper, barely audible over the heavy silence. "You should have fought for us. But Tantalus stands rooted, a statue of regret and longing, a monument to the choices they never made. The shadows deepen around them, and Niobe realizes that love is a double-edged sword. It can bind, but it can also sever. I remember, she murmurs, her heart heavy with the weight of memory, when love could conquer all. When we believed in forever. Their eyes meet, and in that moment, they are not just a brother and sister, but two souls wrestling with the ghosts of their choices, haunted by the love that once defined them. I remember, he echoes, and in that single sentence, the world fades away, leaving only the raw ache of longing and loss. Time stretches, a vast expanse where the past and present collide, and the shadows grow long, whispering promises that may never come to pass. And all around them, the clock ticks on, relentless, indifferent, marking the end of a chapter that will never be complete. The air thickens with unfulfilled dreams, the weight of their sorrow pressing down upon them, and they stand on the edge of a precipice, caught in the intersection of love and loss, where every heartbeat could be their last, yet the echoes of their hearts continue to beat in unison, a haunting reminder of what once was. And in that fragile, suspended moment, everything hangs in the balance, the love, the loss, the haunting memories that reach for one another across the chasm of their existence, spiraling into the infinite darkness that beckons, a siren song of the past. The moon hung like a rotten fruit in the sky, casting a sickly silver light over the desolate courtyard where despair had taken root. I stood there, heart pounding, fists clenched so tightly that my nails sank into my palms, drawing crimson lines of pain that felt small against the storm raging inside me. This was no ordinary night. This was the night the gods decided to remind me just how fragile my world was. Niobe, you think yourself a goddess. The voice sliced through the silence like a knife, sharp and unforgiving. It was my sister, Anka, her face twisted in a mix of anger and sorrow. Look at what your pride has wrought. Look at your children. She flung her arm toward the shadowy figures that lay motionless on the stone, their bodies contorted in a dance of death, a cruel reminder of my hubris. The weight of grief crushed me, and I felt it seep into my bones, a cold that no fire could thaw. I remembered the laughter, the light, the love that once filled this space. I remembered how I stood before the people, their eyes wide with admiration as I sang praises to my children, bold and proud, the envy of every mother in Thebes. More beautiful than the sun, they called them, a chorus of voices that fed my insatiable hunger for recognition. I wore my pride like a crown, and now I wore my sorrow like a shroud. Niobe, your arrogance brought this upon us, Anka spat, her words like arrows, each one hitting its mark. You thought you could rival Leto, boast of your children's beauty, and escape the wrath of the gods. Her eyes blazed with the righteous fury of a sister betrayed, and I could see the truth in her words. I had dared to elevate myself above the divine, and now I stood alone amidst the ruins of my vanity. But what was left of pride when it danced so close to ruin? I felt the darkness clawing at my insides, whispering promises of revenge and resentment. I could not let it swallow me whole. I did it for love, I gasped, breath hitching in my throat, the words tasting bitter and acrid like ash. I loved them fiercely. I wanted them to know their worth. The echoes of my past hung heavy in the air, taunting me. Was it so wrong to want more? No, Anka said, her voice softening. But wanting more sometimes becomes a poison, Niobe. It twists love into something vile. Her eyes glimmered with tears, and I saw in them the reflection of my own crumbling facade. Now, look at what you've done. Look at what you've lost. My gaze drifted back to the lifeless forms on the stone, and with each passing moment, the reality of their absence clawed at my heart, relentless and savage. My children, my beautiful children, who danced through life like sunbeams, now mere shadows, ghosts of what could have been. I felt the raw, gaping wound of grief tearing at my soul, a pain that was as familiar as the scars on my palms. I could hear their laughter echoing in my mind, a haunting melody that twisted the knife deeper. What did they ever do to deserve this? I choked out, voice breaking, the weight of my despair crashing upon me like waves of a stormy sea. They were innocent. They were my heart. My breath came in ragged gasps as I crumbled to my knees, the cold stone biting into my skin, grounding me in a reality I couldn't escape. Anka knelt beside me, her presence a flicker of warmth against my despair. They were your heart, she whispered, her tone now laced with tenderness. And that's why you must remember them, not as a crown of pride upon your head, but as a lesson of humility in your heart. A lesson? The word struck me like a bell tolling in the silence. I had to learn from this. I had to stand amidst this devastation and rise again, but how? The gods had taken everything from me, leaving only ashes of what had been. Time felt like a cruel trick, mocking me as the hours slipped by, relentless, unyielding. I squeezed my eyes shut, and suddenly, I was back in those moments, the gentle glow of their smiles, the way they looked up at me with eyes full of dreams. I remembered their first steps, the warmth of their small hands wrapped around my fingers. I remembered the bright future I had envisioned for them. I murmured, each word a fragile thread pulling me back into their world. I remember their laughter, a shadow flickered at the edge of my vision, and my heart quickened. Perhaps this darkness was not only a void. Perhaps it held the whispers of their spirits, urging me to rise from the ashes of despair. I repeated, clutching Anka's hand, her warmth a reminder that I was not alone. I remember, as the wind rustled through the courtyard, I felt a shift, a glimmer of hope. I could not bring them back, but I could honor their memory. I will tell their stories, I vowed, my voice gaining strength, rising like a phoenix from the ashes of my grief. I'll make sure the world knows who they were. Anka's eyes widened, the flicker of resolve igniting between us. Yes, she urged, her voice a fierce whisper. But remember, Niobe, let humility guide you. Let it cradle your heart as you speak their names. And then, as if the cosmos wove us back together with ancient threads of fate, the night deepened around us, and the shadows whispered louder. The past and the future began to swirl like a tempest, promising that this was not an ending but a transformation. And as I knelt there, heart heavy yet resolute, I felt the weight of my choices, the lessons of hubris and humility intertwining like vines around my soul. The moon, that rotten fruit, hung there, watching, waiting, and somehow, in that eerie silence, I knew this was not the end. It was merely a beginning, a loop of fate where tragedy and hope coexisted, alive, breathing, and demanding to be felt. The shriek of a distant eagle pierced the oppressive silence, echoing like a warning through the air thick with dread. I stood beneath the shadow of the grand palace, my fingers tracing the cold stone wall, as if seeking comfort from its ancient weight. The sun dipped low, bleeding crimson into the horizon, a harbinger of the blood that would soon stain the earth. I could feel it, a tremor in the very ground beneath me, an unholy prelude to the chaos waiting to unfold. Niobe, the proud queen, stood at the edge of the courtyard, her silhouette a haunting image of defiance cloaked in the vestiges of looming despair. Her long hair billowed in the evening breeze like a dark storm cloud, and in her eyes flickered the remnants of a fierce love that had turned into something grotesque and twisted. I remember the way she used to laugh, a sound once so vibrant, now it felt like shattered glass, reflecting a past that slipped through her fingers like grains of sand. And there, at her side, was Amphion, her husband, the musician whose melodies could charm stones to dance. But today, his fingers trembled, not from the graceful strumming of a lyre, but from the weight of a fate he could not escape. His heart beat erratically, a frantic drum echoing the chaos in his mind, as he watched the queen slip further into madness. "Niobe," he murmured, voice barely a whisper against the wind. "You must stop this." But Niobe was lost. She had long forsaken the truth for her own delusions, fiercely clutching to the belief that she, alone, was worthy of divine love. The gods had abandoned her, or so she thought, in favor of Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis. "I'm more a mother than she could ever be," she would scream to the empty skies, her voice raw with anguish and pride. "I have more children than Leto could dream of." Each word fell like a curse, a hand reaching out to grasp the intangible. I remember the tension in Amphion's shoulders, the way they sagged under the weight of her madness, as if he bore the burden of her pride. He pleaded with her, "Do not provoke them, Niobe. Apollo has a bow, Artemis, a quiver full of arrows. They are not the kind of beings you challenge." But she wouldn't listen. Her heart, a wild beast, fierce and unyielding, only beat for the thrill of defiance. In her mind, she was not merely a queen, she was a goddess, a figure of admiration. She raged against the sacred, the untouchable, ready to face whatever fury the heavens might unleash. Each child she bore was another weapon in her arsenal, and she paraded them before the world, celebrating her motherhood with brash proclamations that echoed through the hills of Thebes. I remember, she would say, when the sun rose to greet my children. Each day a new chance to prove I am worthy. Her eyes shone with fervor, but I could see the cracks beneath the surface, the madness churning like a tempest. It lurked just beyond the veil of her laughter, waiting to consume her whole. The day turned darker, and shadows curled around us, whispering secrets of an impending storm. I felt it in the pit of my stomach, an omen so palpable I could almost reach out and touch it. The city of Thebes, once a bastion of strength and pride, lay heavy with the scent of foreboding. The people moved like specters, eyes cast down, afraid to meet the gaze of fate. And then came the news. A boy, no older than 10, rushed into the courtyard, breathless and wild-eyed. "The arrows! The arrows of Apollo," he cried, and my heart stuttered in my chest. The boy's voice was a bell tolling the death knell, and all around us, a collective gasp rippled through the gathered crowd. "He's coming for the children!" Panic unfurled like a dark flower in my chest. Amphion's face drained of color, he turned sharply to Niobe. "We must hide them. We have to protect them." But she stood, frozen, her expression a volatile mix of rage and despair, the ground beneath her feet trembling as if it could sense the cataclysm to come. "I will not cower," she roared, voice splintering the air, fiery and insistent. "I will not be silenced by the likes of Leto." Her pride wrapped around her like a shroud, suffocating the shreds of reason left within her. I wanted to scream, to shake her from this trance, but words caught in my throat like daggers, sharp and unyielding. The first arrow whistled through the air, a harbinger of doom, burying itself deep within the soft flesh of her beloved son. His cry was a symphony of grief, a haunting melody that danced on the wind, and I felt my heart shatter like glass upon the stone of reality. Niobe's face twisted in horror, disbelief etched into every line, as if she had just witnessed the fabric of her world cleave in two. In that moment, time fractured, and I could see the past, the present, and the future all colliding in a disastrous embrace. Each child was a piece of her soul, the essence of her being, and as they fell, one by one, the screams of agony became a grotesque chorus that drowned out the sun. Amphion, consumed by despair, rushed to her, but it was too late. Niobe had already begun to unravel, her laughter now a distant ghost, replaced by a wailing that echoed through the ruins of her heart. "No. Not my children. No." The words fell from her lips like ashes, choking her, suffocating her with their weight. As the final arrow struck, the sun dipped below the horizon, and darkness washed over Thebes. The shadows deepened, wrapping around the queen like a funeral shroud, suffocating her in her own despair. In that silence, a new sound emerged, the crack of a heart shattering, spiraling into the abyss of madness, grief, and the haunting reminder that pride can twist love into something monstrous. Niobe stood amidst ruin, a queen no more, her throne claimed by shadows, her laughter replaced by sorrow. The weight of her choices pressed down upon her like a heavy mantle, and with every heartbeat, I sensed the wretchedness of her fall. The gods had turned their backs, but in her heart, the battle for her own soul had just begun. I could feel it, the inescapable pull toward the abyss, and I knew, somehow, this was only the beginning. The echoes of her lament would resonate through time, a warning wrapped in despair, waiting for those who dared to challenge the divine. The wind howled through the empty streets like a mournful ghost, rattling window panes and echoing against the stone walls that cradled the town. It was the kind of night that wrapped around you, clinging like shadows to the heart, pricking at the edges of your sanity. I stood there, breathless, the weight of grief pressing down, heavy as lead. It was the night of the eclipse, an omen dressed in darkness, whispering prophecies to those who dared to listen. I remember the flicker of torches, distant flames playing tricks on weary eyes. I remember the silence, thick as fog, smothering sounds of life, leaving only the pounding of hearts, to the untrained ear, a symphony of despair. Niobe stood before me, her face a canvas of agony, the stoic queen now unraveling, threads of her resolve fraying in the chill of night. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of pride, now mirrored the void, they were hollow and haunted, shadows of children lost, forever chasing echoes of laughter that no longer pierced the air. I was a mother, she whispered, her voice trembling, a delicate wisp of sound that felt too fragile for the weight of her loss. I was everything to them. Her words hung, suspended, heavy with the gravity of remembrance, spiraling around us like the very dust of their remains, scattered across the land, mingling with the bitter scent of fate. Just behind her, Apollo loomed, a figure of wrath and tragedy, his golden hair glistening like molten sunlight, yet his eyes were storm clouds, tempestuous and unreadable. The god had turned, his visage shifting from the comforting warmth of parental love to a vengeful enigma, the embodiment of justice twisted into cruelty. You boasted, Niobe, he said, voice like thunder rolling through a silent valley, and now the scales tip. The price of arrogance is steep. Arrogance. She shot back, fury igniting in her veins like wildfire. I was proud. Is that a sin? To love my children openly? To believe they were divine gifts? But beneath her defiance, I sensed the cracks, the fractures of doubt. What was pride but a mask that crumbled under the weight of sorrow? Time stretched like a taut string, and I felt the tension coil within me, pulling tighter. The ghosts of her children, lost, scattered like grain in the wind, flitted in and out of her memory. I could see their faces, vivid and bright, their laughter ringing in the air, a melody that refused to fade with the night. But every moment of joy was stolen by shadows lurking behind their smiles, watching, waiting. Will you forsake me too? Niobe's voice trembled, raw and ragged. Will you turn away, as they did? Her heart shattered, piece by agonizing piece, and the shards fell into the abyss, never to be reclaimed. I cannot turn away. You are my sister, my kin, Apollo declared, though he was caught in a tempest of his own making, a storm brewing between vengeance and familial love. But you have summoned wrath upon us. Your grief is a tide that drowns us both. I watched them, two sides of a coin caught in the whirlwind of fate, and felt the iron grip of despair clutch my throat. The eclipse hung overhead, a celestial clock winding down, counting the seconds until everything would change. The world paused, holding its breath, and I stood transfixed, as if rooted to the very ground beneath me, aching to intervene yet paralyzed by the weight of their pain. Remember, Niobe breathed, her voice a fragile thread woven through the darkness. I remember the laughter in the gardens, their tiny hands reaching for the sun, their dreams unfolding like petals. I remember, as each memory spilled from her lips, I felt the pulse of life expiring, the joy snuffed out like a candle in a storm. But Apollo remained unmoved, a statue of anguish, caught in the snare of divine duty. You must pay for your pride, sister, he said, his voice hollow and empty, a chasm swallowing sound and solace. I loved them too. But love requires sacrifice. The air crackled, charged with the energy of unspoken words, the cosmos trembled, caught in the web of their ancestral rage. The moon, draped in darkness, bore witness as if it too mourned the inevitable tragedy, its silvery glow dimmed by sorrow. I did not ask for this, Niobe cried, her voice rising, a desperate plea hanging in the void. Did I not bear them? Did I not nurture their souls? What joy is there in life when it is laced with such unbearable loss? And in that moment, everything fell silent. The distant cries of the night faded into nothingness, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat, a haunting echo, a reminder that she was still alive, still feeling, still trapped in the unrelenting grasp of grief. I could see the shadows of her children dancing at her feet, flickering, like flames fighting against the wind. But the confrontation loomed, inevitable and monstrous, a beast ready to consume. I could feel it thrumming in the air, a palpable tension ready to snap like a taut string. The eclipse was approaching its zenith, and with it came a choice, a fork in the road where paths diverged into darkness, one swallowed by despair, the other by acceptance. And as I watched, I saw her falter, the weight of her sorrow dragging her down, pulling her closer to the edge. The hunger of the night roared around us, the cosmos writhing in anticipation, the stars holding their breath, waiting for the moment when sorrow would spill over, flooding the earth with an eternal tear. Forgive me, she whispered, and for a heartbeat, time froze, the universe pivoting on the axis of her despair, caught in a moment that would echo through eternity. There was no going back. There was no escape from the inevitable. As the eclipse reached its peak, darkness swallowed the world, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, an indelible mark that would never fade. The night would remember this, just as I would, forever haunted by the echoes of her grief, the shadows of lost love, the eternal terror of Niobe. In that heartbeat, all was lost, yet somehow, everything remained. The cycle of sorrow, of joy, of love and loss, but the story was not done. It would spiral on, twisting and turning, the threads of fate weaving anew, the shadows ever close, waiting to embrace what was left.